Anticlimax and Continuity. In July 1898, the United States Army invaded Puerto Rico. Our country fell victim to the first war of the new era of imperialism. The end of the 19th century, which supposedly was to contemplate the achievement of independence for both Cuba and Puerto Rico, ended in military occupation and colonialism. The steady growth of our national development has to go through a painful anticlimax to recover historical continuity. Puerto Rico's struggle for differentiation from Spain became a struggle for national growth and conservation of its identity as a Spanish-American nation. The setback reflected itself painfully in the plastic arts. The paintings of Ramon Frade, praised as Puerto Rico's best after Aller, are the most prominent example, in the field or art, of that continuity through anticlimax to which I have referred. Frade, truly, opened our road to modern painting. But in dedication, excellency, and quantity, Frade, as well as Poe, Rosado, Colin Delgado, cannot be compared to the works of the preceding generations. Yet they have as much historical importance as their 18th and 19th century fathers. Their efforts, realized in an atmosphere of indifference, contempt, and defeatism, and at a time in which the struggle for national survival was still more exacting of political and revolutionary dedication, gave a solution of continuity to Puerto Rico's culture in the realm of art. Recovery. In 1930, objective conditions allowed patriotic subjectivity to fuse into an organized revival of the independence movement. Pedro Albizu Campos was the central figure of this revival, and the Nationalist Party was his instrument. Albizu is dead. The Nationalist Party has suffered 30 years of repression. But the forces freed by their impulse have never ceased to work in Puerto Rican society. On many occasions, they have been, at the same time, cause and subject of novel, poetry, music, drama, and plastic art. In this last sphere, Fran Cervoni, Torres Martino, and Rosado del Valle became the initiators of XX century painting in our country. Rosado del Valle has carried to his abstractionism his gift as a colorist and his love for his country. Cervoni is Puerto Rico's most distinguished nationalist painter, the founder of our country's nationalist school. He has painted Albizu Campos coming back from Atlanta in 1947, the 1948 student strike, the fighting at Jaywea in 1950, Mariana Bracketts preparing the flags for the Lares uprising. His Albizu Comes Home from Atlanta is one of the best examples of expressionism in Latin American art. Torres Martin 6, as well as Cervoni and Rosado del Valle, are cultured artists, well-trained, with both travel and education in Europe and Mexico. Torres Martino, whose number of paintings has been limited by his many activities, as union organizer, radio and TV broadcaster, declaimer and printer, has brought back to our painting the folk scene, both rural and urban, as social protest. But I want to single out Torres Martino because with his activity as an organizer the summary turns to the first mass media in the development of plastic art in Puerto Rico, engraving. The Centro de Arte on October 30, 1950, a group of artists called to a meeting by Torres Martino were gathered at San Juan. Their meeting was cut short by the sudden outburst of machine gun fire. A nationalist squad attacking the 43 nearby government palace. The meeting adjourned. But the Centro de Arte Puerto Rico had been already founded. The Centro had a short life. But its objective became a permanent achievement. It came into being as part of a high wave of the independence movement to produce art of high artistic quality with intense and meaningful Puerto Rican content. In plastic art that wave has had a starting point, Cervoni's large canvas, It Will Fly Though There Be No Wind, a pictorial battle hymn to the Puerto Rican flag which, ordered down by the police at the University of Rio Piedras in April, 1948, helped ignite that great students' strike that shook the whole country. Now, in the Centro de Arte, it became a collective effort of Puerto Rico's best painters and engravers. The Centro de Arte became the cradle of Puerto Rico's great school of engraving. The Mexican example, the famed taller de Grafica Popular, and Puerto Rican reality were its main characteristics. But reality would soon begin to find its own expression. Rafael Tufifio and Lorenzo Homar met at the Centro. Both were born in the proletarian district of Puerta de Tierra. Tufino had lived in Mexico and Homar had gone through the Depression era in New York. They worked together on the Album de las Plenas, a portfolio of 12 engravings inspired by as many folk songs. Work with Puerto Rican materials transformed Tufino's Mexican apprenticeship. Homar, who had lived almost all his life up to that time in the United States, expressed colonial realities with a feeling somewhat of surprise, a surprise that hurt and annoyed him. His mastery, as shown in the album, is so superb that it became something just to be expected from him ever since. More recently, Tufino worked his album Del Café, which, in spite of some Mexican reminiscences, is our greatest achievement in engraving. To the Centro de Arte came, as an apprentice, Carlos Raquel Rivera, now Puerto Rico's principal painter, still growing, a forceful artist who gives in his engraving a clearer version of Puerto Rico. Versatile, he could be poetic as in Maria Alta, nostalgic, as in Casa de Campo, but his main trait is passion, violence, and protest, as in the Ponce Massacre, Diplomacia and many others. With these artists, Puerto Rican art has come to a level with the modern world. But they are not alone. Antonio Maldonado, Jose Alicia, Eduardo Vera, Epifanio Irlser, Myrna Baez, Felix Rodriguez, Manuel Hernandez, Melendez Contreras, Augusto Marin Garcia, Rivera Aponte, Carlos Merkel, and others, are painters and engravers of merit. They differ among themselves, with personal preferences and styles. But they have something in common, as it has been observed by a resident U.S. journalist when reviewing one of their co-elective expositions, something unique under the American flag, an anti-imperialist, revolutionary art. That is only natural, because they are Puerto Ricans, part of the conscience of their people, and if the American flag waves over their heads it is only temporary, for the day will come when it will be sent back to where it came from. All of them gave testimony of what Puerto Rican artists have been able to do when still handicapped by colonial bondage, thus anticipating what is to come when independence and socialism give total freedom to our people's spirit. In the cartoon below, a play on words. De Gaulle is saying that the cop has cold blood or keeps a cool head, acts with restraint, patience, etc. This evidently refers to the remark made by the Paris prefect of police that if the police hadn't shown such remarkable sang-froid, the night of the barricades would have had tragic and bloody consequences. **** Expose the phony independent line. This article was originally entitled, Dub Check Tito, The Horns of a Dilemma for Mr. Kim Il-sung. It is reprinted here in full from the Australian Communist, number 31, the theoretical Marxist-Leninist Journal of the Communist Party of Australia. In the ragtag and bobtail army of opponents of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong's thought, there is to be found the would-be independents. The objective critics of both revisionism and dogmatism. At all times these people appear to be scrupulous in their care to preserve the unity of the socialist camp and the international communist movement. Their denunciations of both left and right opportunism are always balanced, but vague. Their presentation is plausible with each word weighed as carefully as the ingredients of the most highly dangerous chemical compound. But for all this the high priests of unity, the so-called independents, are in an awful mess. World events show them to be humbugs and their pompous sermons to be a complete sham. One such exponent of the so-called independent line in the international communist movement is Mr. Kim Il-sung, leader of the Workers' Party of Korea. At present being circulated in Australia is a booklet dated Pyongyang, Korea 1968, which contains this gentleman's report to the Conference of the Workers' Party of Korea, which was held in October 1966. It is very useful to have 123 pages of dogmatic abstractions handy as we witness the daily disintegration of modern revisionism and the developing struggle against U.S. and world imperialism. In October 1966, Kim Il-sung took it on himself to lecture fraternal parties on how they should conduct relations with one another. As always, he is posing as the umpire in the search for unity. On Vietnam, for example, he tells us that, as far as the Vietnam question is concerned, the fraternal parties should at all times follow the policy of the Workers' Party of Vietnam. Similarly, in respect to Cuba, he directs that all the socialist countries are only duty-bound to respect the policies pursued by High Communist Party of Cuba. In his lecture, Mr. Kim studiously avoids helping us solve the problem of how we should follow at all times the policy of the C.P.S.U, in regard to the Soviet Union and, at the very same time, follow the policy of the CP of China on questions regarding China. But for one to follow Mr. Kim Il-sung's path to unity, one would certainly have to solve this very sticky question, for after all, according to him, both these parties are fraternal and both the countries are socialist. But then it is always easier to be vague, and it is always easier to talk about supporting countries like Vietnam and Cuba, so let us return to Kim Il-sung's edicts on them. His pronouncements on Vietnam and Cuba are put forward on the pretext of defending the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of fraternal parties and against what he calls big power chauvinism and pressure. But this is a sham. In reality, he is demanding the complete abandonment by all parties and all communists of the principle of concrete investigation of concrete things on the basis of revolutionary criticism and self-criticism. This is nothing more than peddling dogmatism in the service of revisionism. It is an attack on Marxism-Leninism, and in particular it is aimed at China and Mao Zedong's thought. In the process of this carefully disguised attack, Kim Il-sung employs and promotes the old revisionist trick of elevating labels such as Communist Party and Socialist Country to the position of sacred cows. Thus the label itself becomes the criterion for determining ideological standpoints rather than revolutionary practice. Concrete analysis of concrete facts goes by the board in this approach. And, of course, it must where revisionists are concerned. Such analysis of facts is suicidal for the deserters of revolution, whatever their garb. The present situation in Czechoslovakia demonstrates even more dramatically the logic of the Kim Il-sungs. If, for example, it is correct to at all times follow the policy of the Workers' Party of Vietnam on the Vietnam question, then it must also be correct to, at all times, follow the Czech Communist Party on the question of Czechoslovakia. After all, that party is still fraternal and the country it leads is still in the socialist camp. But what about Tito? Isn't he falling over himself to not only follow but enthusiastically support the policy of the Czech party on the Mexican student rebellion? Translated from a special report to WR direct from Mexico. Scarcely 2 days after hazing abandoned City University, which had been occupied since the 18th of September, the army reappeared on the streets and conducted a mass slaughter of both students and town people. The National Strike Council, a body which represents all of the schools which are participating in the present movement, had called a meeting to demand the removal of the troops from the schools which were still occupied and to reaffirm the continuation of the struggle until there is a satisfactory solution of the 6 points of the official petition. It was announced that once the meeting was terminated, that everyone attending should march to the El Casco de Santo Tomas, which was still occupied by the army, and that they would hold another meeting there. Students royally in the Plaza de las Tres Culturas. In the background is the Chihuahua building. The first meeting was called in the Plaza de las Tres Culturas. While it was held, the army swarmed over the place and after surrounding it advanced against those in attendance. There was a counterattack and shooting broke out, in which the troops used 50 caliber machine guns mounted on tanks, and according to various reporters on at least one occasion a tank cannon. Bullet holes in window of Chihuahua apartment 46. The Plaza de las Tres Culturas is surrounded by a group of apartment house buildings where many hundreds of families live. From one of them, the Chihuahua building, the speakers were talking. Bullets rained down from everywhere. The majority of the dead were shot down while trying to flee. When the troops entered, they continued firing against those they found inside. Later, when taking prisoners of those who survived, they forced them to strip off their clothing. The number of those arrested exceeded 2,000. More than 2,000 students were arrested. The battle lasted several hours. It is the second such that developed in that place from where the present movement began. Days before, when the police entered vocational school number 7, located at the side of the square, they had to battle the students 7 hours. In Santo Tomas the troops entered after battling the students 12 hours. Undoubtedly, the former times in which the mere presence of the police was enough to assure the re-establishment of order are long past. Now, the students refuse to be intimidated by the army but defend themselves and even counterattack. The events prove how far the government has already lost its power to placate or quell the masses. In only 2 months, Mexico, the so-called democratic example for all Latin America, has equaled those countries where the worst military dictatorships rule. It is not personal stupidity on the part of the president that has brought things to such an extreme. It is the situation that capitalism finds itself in, that it is becoming more and more difficult as much in Mexico as in the rest of the world, which has pushed things up to this point. The program *12345 of the student movement, still limited enough, is directed mainly against the repressive government apparatus, against the army of oppression employed by it. The fundamental demand of the students, the freedom of all political prisoners, has found an echo without precedent in the history of the political struggles of the country. Other demands are the abolition of the cuerpo de granaderos, the repeal of a fascist law, etc. A government such as Mexico's today is faced with enormous difficulties in trying to satisfy different sectors in combat with bourgeoisie. It has been forced to strongly limit wage increases to which workers have a right to every 2 years. It has become involved in the ad. Footnote 1. The 6-point student demands: 1. Removal of the police chief and his assistants. 2. Dissolution of the unconstitutional riot police. 3. Repeal of Article 145, which gives the government extraordinary powers to jail all opposition without trial. 4. Indemnities to the families of the slain students. 5. An investigation of those responsible for the atrocities. 6. Freedom for all political prisoners. Venture of the World Olympics. It has continuously been forced to deal with various mass movements, but while not so broad as the present one, were certainly no less important. Such a government, enmeshed in all of the contradictions of the system which it represents and defends, has only 2 roads to follow: make concessions and thereby reduce its power of control over the masses, which will soon present demands even more important, or try to crush the movement by violence. The Mexican government has chosen the second road. But the struggle has not been crushed, and it will not be easy to do it. The aggression in which the government has embarked is as ruinous for its cause as that aggression of the Yankee imperialists in Vietnam. Every step arouses a more violent reaction by the masses. Now everything indicates that the situation will continue to get sharper. The working class is becoming more and more active in the struggle. From the beginning, groups of workers were attending the meetings and the organized demonstrations of the students. Now they have gone on to organize committees of struggle to prepare their own actions. One of the most important examples of this is that of the electrical workers, who are holding rallies to condemn the reactionary stand of the union bureaucrats, acting as stooges for the government, and to make arrangements for direct participation in the movement. Surely these last events will inspire broad ranks of the workers and also the peasants to a more militant attitude. Victory belongs to the people. Lorenzo Rios Ojeda, student from the National Polytechnical Institute, is dead. His crime: participating in a student rally for freedom. 47. Scenes of the Mexican student battle. 48. Students rally and fight back. Students rally in the Plaza de las Tres Cultures. On October 6, it was reported that 20 TPF cops were killed and 57 wounded. Police agent, Gustav Gales Ruiz gets it. Another police agent lies wounded. Khrushchevites back petty on Stalin. From Vanguard, organ of the Communist Party of Australia, September 26, 1968. In Khrushchev's notorious secret speech to the 20th Congress of the C.P.S.U., he made a lying attack on Stalin. Really, it was an attack on Marxism-Leninism. Khrushchev was overthrown by his own followers in 1964. His followers have carried out Khrushchev's line of betrayal more cunningly than Khrushchev himself. But not once have they said a word about their own responsibility for Khrushchev's line. Now they have gone much further than Khrushchev. Khrushchev was under serious criticism by the Soviet people. Therefore he was ignominiously sacked. But now his successors, the Khrushchevites without Khrushchev, are under very serious criticism by the Soviet people and all the working people of the world. They are making desperate attempts to head off the opposition. Their attempts take many forms: force, bribery, flattery, intimidation, deception. There is no limit to their weapons. Let us take one. Amongst the filthy calumnies heaped on Stalin by Khrushchev was that Stalin was quite unprepared for war, that he knew nothing of military activities, that he and his general staff worked out military moves by sitting in an office with a globe of the world upon which they placed pins. But now in 1968, 12 years after the 20th Congress's infamous report and 4 years after the unexplained removal of Khrushchev, the Khrushchevites without Khrushchev begin to allow people to tell a little bit of the truth about Stalin's greatness and his leadership in the war. They do not do it from any honest motive. They do it to try to head off the unrest of the Soviet people, to deceive and mislead the Soviet people. Now they let a certain General Shtimenko write a book called The General Staff in the Time of War. It refutes all of Khrushchev's slanders, though it never says so. In reviewing it, a Colonel Diev says, Menko's book refutes the inventions of thou who allege that the country was unprepared for war, that the attack had taken us by surprise, and that our Supreme Command had estimated the dangers of war against Reich's Reich. Such allegations may be explained either by incompetence of their authors or by a deliberate distortion of history, by a desire to smear the work of the Communist Party and the Soviet government in preparing the country for defense. The reader will find a clear and true-to-life description of the day-to-day routine of the General Staff, and will learn how the utmost important operations of the war were prepared and executed. There is much informative material in the chapters describing the style and methods of work of the General Headquarters of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, and about his role in organizing the victory of the Soviet armed forces. It can be seen that the Soviet revisionist clique cannot conceal the truth. Therefore it tries to use the truth for its own purposes. It tries to suggest it is different from Khrushchev, it tries to capitalize on Stalin's prestige, it tries to allay the discontent of the Soviet people and the people of the world, it tries to present itself as Marxist-Leninist. Just as it could not conceal the truth about Stalin's greatness, so it cannot conceal the truth about its own shameful role. The truth will out. No matter what this bunch of renegades and scoundrels does or says, its defeat is assured. Such actions as we have commented on only go to expose it further. 50. See Kauturi attacked. Guinea, revolutionary country or neo-colony. Translated from One Humanite Nouvelle, organ of the Communist Party of France, February 29, 1968. 1/Humanite Nouvelle was banned by the fascist decree of de Gaulle during the historic rebellion of May-June, 1968. We are living in a time when the situation is growing better every day for the revolutionary forces in the world. Imperialism is moribund, faux forces of socialism are becoming stronger, and the revolutionary struggles of the people are dealing serious and heavy blows to imperialism and modern revisionism. This fact can be verified, especially in Africa. Here pressure from the revolutionary masses is considerable. Imperialism is hemmed in and faux frantic puppets are being replaced at a rapid rate. The recent example in Dahomey is striking. Soglo had just returned from an honorary visit to Paris, but since he had no longer satisfied faux needs of his masters, he was replaced by a new stooge. Moreover, our readers were able to follow in the past issues of V Humanelt Nourel, a series of articles explaining the situation in Dahomey, and were able to understand that in these neo-colonized countries, where poverty is increasing daily for the working masses, the heightening of the revolutionary aspirations of the people is something tangible. But it is not enough to denounce neocolonialism in countries like Dahomey or the Ivory Coast, where oppression is shamelessly displayed, where the cliques of puppet leaders openly flaunt their hideous reactionary faces. It is also necessary to draw up a balance sheet for the progressive forces and expose die puppets who make use of ultra-revolutionary demagoguery, the toadies who shout from the rooftops that they are revolutionaries, nationalists, and socialists while their people groan under the boots of U.S. imperialism. We will name him, Sékou Touré, and his blood-stained clique who oppress faux Guineans are the ones who must be exposed. Guinean independence of 1958. When in September 1958, the Guinean people chose independence and answered no to the Gaullist referendum in spite of all the attempts at intimidation, the news had the effect of a bomb, and fulfilled the hopes of the progressives of the entire world, especially the French progressives who felt responsible to the oppressed peuple because of their imperialism. A staggering blow was dealt to French imperialism, to its hoax of community or French union. Let us examine the objective conditions which enabled this independence to be achieved. In 1945, the formation of the French Union dealt the first blow to the traditional chiefs who up to then were the only ones who dealt with the colonial authorities. New bourgeois elements came to the fore. A contradiction developed between the traditional chieftains and the reactionary wing of the petty bourgeoisie who tied their destiny to the colonial regime, and the new classes who wanted their share of the pie. The chieftains used custom as a weapon, therefore the new classes used against them a modern weapon, the political party. In 1947, the new classes turned to the masses and formed the Democratic Party of Guinea, a branch of the African Democratic Assembly. What did the petty bourgeoisie and its party the PDG want? At first, as a tactical objective, to win the masses to their cause, and to do this, they took up on their behalf the demands of the exploited people. In placing themselves in the political and economic arena, the PDG gathered behind them the working masses and the progressive Guineans, thereby resolutely counteracting the schemes of the chieftains and the colonialists. Thus, the PDG was victorious in the legislative elections of 1956 and the territorial elections of 1957. These absolutely unique circumstances explain why Guinea was the only French colony where the administration of the LOL Cotter of 1956 resulted in a victory for the petty bourgeoisie. This LOL Cotter in effect provided for the establishment of a territorial government. In Guinea, the PDG assumed the leadership of this government in 1957 and benefited from it by eliminating from the political scene the traditional chieftains, the principal social base of traditional colonialism. 51. What was the situation then in 1957 on the eve of independence? The unfortunate peasants, workers, small traditional craftsmen, small tradesmen, were living under the terrible Colorado Nile yoke and had placed all their hopes in the PDG led by Sékou Touré who promised to liberate them. The newly formed bourgeoisie wanted to consolidate their position, to strengthen their domination over the masses and replace the colonial companies. For this purpose they well intended to use the very PDG of Sékou Touré. The masses expected from the PDG national independence and the end of the bourgeoisie's reign. The bourgeoisie expected from the PDG economic domination and collaboration on an equal footing with imperialism. It was in this equivocal situation that the independence of September 1958 took place, achieved by the masses for the benefit of the petty bourgeoisie and the PDG. Sékou Touré took power. It was a long time later before the situation became clear. The development of the contradictions. After independence. From 1958 to 1960, the principal contradiction within the party and the state apparatus was between the ruling small and middle bourgeoisie on the one hand, the masses and the progressive cotters on the side of the PDG on the other hand. But from that time on, one could be pessimistic. As taught to us by Comrade Mao Zedong, a revolution for new democracy cannot be completely carried out, and up to its end, It can only emerge into a socialist revolution if it is led by the proletariat and its vanguard, the Communist Party. Now, in the case of the Sékou Touré regime, we have a party and a state apparatus led by the petty bourgeoisie with a few submerged and paralyzed progressive elements within it. Well, notwithstanding the revolutionary enthusiasm of the masses, notwithstanding the hostility of the imperialist camp, notwithstanding the support of all the progressive forces of the world, THIRD progressive elements were gradually eliminated. They had succeeded in obtaining a few progressive measures: improvement in the standard of living of the masses, monetary autonomy, elimination of colonial establishments, support of the people in struggle, but all these measures were soon sabotaged. As early as this period, Sékou Touré had come to terms with imperialism. The bourgeoisie strengthened its position, and in 1961 it felt strong enough, particularly because of the stronger support from the U.S.A, to eliminate the progressive elements. It wastes so-called plot of 1961 of the teachers and students, which served as a pretext for the very harsh repression against the progressive militants. It was the end of the progressive measures. The Guinean bourgeoisie shed its mask and established its bloody dictatorship over the people. The reign of the bourgeoisie. The taking of power by the reactionary bourgeoisie was not going to put an end to the contradictions within the ruling party. Now that the progressives were eliminated and the masse kept away from political activity, the principal contradictions inside the bourgeoisie in power were those between the mercantile bourgeoisie, a heritage from the colonialists, who want to get rich, and on the other hand, the bureaucratic bourgeoisie represented by Sékou Touré. The bureaucratic bourgeoisie, entirely parasitic, had no economic base. They had the support of the US imperialists. It was they who took the initiative in the nationalization of the principal sectors of the economy. Effect, through this process, they cut the RQ from under the feet of the mercantile bourgeoisie and appropriated the natural resources. These nationalizations were of course a camouflage for appropriations. This masquerade of nationalizations for the benefit of the corrupt high-ranking officials is what the revisionists call the non-capitalist road, special socialism, etc., a characteristic of their famous national democracy. It was fully evident that the mercantile bourgeoisie did not calmly accept being dispossessed and tried to stop the nationalizations. But in 1964, the bureaucratic faction felt strong enough to take power single-handedly, and they promulgated with a copious supply of demagogy the LOL Cotter of November 8. Whitelock told the knell for the mercantile bourgeoisie. The property of the merchants was confiscated, those who revolted were imprisoned. The way was open to the hegemony of the bureaucratic bourgeoisie clique in the service of US imperialism, despite fierce rivalry between the factions. As for the mercantile bourgeoisie, disorganized within the country, the only thing they could do was organize themselves in exile, where in 196 they established an ultra-reactionary puppet organization in the pay of French imperials. 52. Lindit's faithful flunky Houphouët-Boigny, the F.L.N.G. The formation of this organization was a reflection of the contradictions between French imperialism and US imperialism. The LN.L.G. is an hysterical anti-communist den of thieves, those constant alms to replace the pro-US regime of Sékou Touré with a regime subject to French imperialism. Sékou Touré and imperialism. We have seen how the PDG regime had placed Guinea under the domination of imperialism, which caused great misery for the people and the brazen enrichment of the high-ranking officials, the managers of the nationalized property. In the meantime, all the wealth of the country filled the pockets of the foreign monopolies like Pechini. In 1958 and in the following years, the contradictions between French imperialism and the Guinean regime were antagonistic. This was the reason for the virulent attacks against French imperialism and for the aid given to those who struggled against it. This was the period when French imperialists fomented innumerable intrigues in order to undermine Guinean independence. These conspiracies were prolonged by the so-called FLNG mentioned before. But this struggle was not going to be without compromises. Sékou Touré never harassed the Pechini Trust, which exploits the aluminum at Furla. Quite the contrary. In addition, from 1960 to 1961, Sékou Touré collaborated with the U.S. imperialists. What were the objectives of U.S. imperialism? To exploit the wealth of Guinea, which was well protected by a strong and stable regime, to use the prestige of Guinea and Sékou Touré in order to infiltrate throughout Africa. These plans matched well with the plans of the Guinean bourgeoisie, who needed the support of the imperialists in order to continue to fatten themselves off the backs of the people. Thus came the settlement of several economic agreements, causing the ruin of the Guinean economy, the establishment of a military base on the island of Cassa, etc. This was the beginning of the economic, military, cultural, and ideological penetration of Yankee imperialism in Guinea. It is especially interesting to note that U.S. diplomacy got Guinea to play the role of a fifth column in Africa, masquerading in the Casablanca Conference in order to give a clear field to the imperialists in the Congo, abandoning Lumumba, plotting against Nkrumah and against the various national liberation movements, supporting the U.S. imperialists in their contractations with French imperialism, collaborating with West Germany. Thus, the long demagogic speeches of Sékou Touré against imperialism only serves to conceal his collaboration with U.S. imperialism. Moreover, Sékou Touré wants to have a foot in both camps. For some time, following partial disagreements with the United States, he sought to make up with French imperialism. His demagogy and his skillfulness in changing sides resulted in the fact that many honest progressives deluded themselves about the true nature of the Guinean regime. Furthermore, these progressives were deceived by the huge campaign of mystification orchestrated by the modern revisionists in regard to Sékou Touré, who was presented as the sandwich man of the so-called national democracy. Conclusion. It is exactly because of the illusions concerning the nature of the Guinean regime that it is necessary to reveal what is in fact the dictatorship of the Sékou Touré clique. Everyone must completely understand the nature of this regime, which is allied to U.S. imperialism, which is developing a frenzied demagogy, under whose thumb the Guinean masses are living in increasing crisis and poverty. Of course, the Guinean people had won a great victory in September 1958, but they have been betrayed, and in fact, they are actually in as difficult a situation as the people remaining under the yoke of the present type of French neocolonialism, the people of the Ivory Coast, Dahomey, etc. But we know that the Guinean people, rich in a long tradition of anti-colonialist struggle, will be able to rise up under the guidance of their Marxist-Leninist vanguard and overthrow the U.S. puppets like Sékou Touré, as well as the puppets of the French like the shabby leaders of the so-called FLNG. The masses have already compelled Sékou Touré to free the patriots imprisoned in 1961. This is the beginning of the revival of the revolutionary movement, which opens the way to the victory of the revolution of new democracy in Guinea. 53. Anglo-Soviet U.S. Genocide of Biafrans. We reprint the following article from Xinhua, September 23, 1968, on the genocidal war being waged against the people of Biafra. This has become a matter of intense interest to all humanity and is more than ever clearly highlighting the sanguinary collusion between the Anglo-American imperialists and the Soviet revisionists in their foul slaughtering of the Biafran people. US and British imperialism and the Soviet revisionist ruling clique have committed towering crimes in the past year or more in supporting the military government of the Nigerian Federation in its massacre of Biafran people who have declared their separation from the Nigerian Federation. Biafra was once the eastern region of the Nigerian Federation, which consisted of 4 regions. It has a population of 13 million, 2/3 of which belong to the Igbo tribe. Ever since the independence of Nigeria in 1960, the federal government has remained in the hands of the pro-British feudal forces of the Hausa and Fulani tribes of the northern region. In recent years, the federal government has been fanning up and making use of tribal and religious contradictions to provoke large-scale tribal conflicts. The result was that about 30,000 Igbos were killed and 2 million others living in other regions were forced to go back to the eastern region. The people in the eastern region were compelled to declare their separation from the Nigerian Federation on May 30, 1967. Supported by US and British imperialism and the Soviet revisionist ruling clique, the federal military government launched a military offensive against Biafra in July 1967. After more than a year's fighting, the federal troops, relying on their superiority in strength and on US, British and Soviet arms and equipment, have captured the capital of Biafra, all its ports and 2/3 of its territory. The Biafran people have been massacred in large numbers, but far from being subjugated, they have been fighting staunchly. Biafra is rich in petroleum. Large-scale exploitation in recent years has yielded an annual output of nearly 60 million tons. Most of Biafra's oil exploitation is controlled by the British Shell B.P. Petroleum Company and the American Mobil Oil Company. After Biafra's separation from the Federation of Nigeria, British imperialism vigorously supported the federal Nigerian military government's armed onslaught on Biafra with a view to safeguarding its colonial interests and, to particular, its oil supply from Biafra. I constantly granted large amounts of militaria to the federal Nigerian military governmental went so far as to send its officers to take a dire part in the war. U.S. imperialism has always regarded Nigeria, a big country in Africa with the large population and rich resources, as one of major targets of infiltration in Africa. UJ private investments in Nigeria, which have been growing rapidly during the past few years, nearly reached $100 million, sequoia only to British capital which amounts to over £2 million. Most of U.S. private investment were in the eastern region. After the outbreak of war between the federal Nigerian military government and Biafra, U.S. imperialism actively supported British imperialism's armed intervention. At the same time, it has been pursued a double-faced policy so as to preserve its political and economic interests in Nigeria and reap the spoils of victory. While courting Biafran, U.S. imperialism repeatedly assured the Federal military government that it recognized the federal government as the sole legal government of Nigeria. Since June this year, seeing that foot war situation in Nigeria tipped in favor of foot federal military government, it gave the latte further support and pressed Biafra to surrender. A U.S. news agency disclosed on July 25 the United States had been contacting Biafran representatives in a number of places, selling Biafra to be realistic, and the secession and form a united Nigeria. New York Times, mouthpiece of U.S. monopoly capital, openly demanded on August 27 Biafra should negotiate seriously on the called conciliatory proposals put forward by the federal military government, proposal which actually demand Biafra's surrender. The Soviet revisionist ruling clique has been pursuing a policy of neocolonialism in Africa in order to squeeze into Nigeria and share foot spoils with US and British imperialism. It has openly supported the federal military government's war of genocide against the Biafran people. Shortly after the outbreak of war last year, when the federal military government's sustained defeat after defeat, the Soviet revisionists, under the so-called Kultural Agreement, made an emergency delivery of 15 MiG fighters and sent large numbers of military technicians to the federal military government in August. Later, it delivered more MiGs to replace those lost in battle. Since March this year, the Soviet revisionists have again sold or given through other channels to the federal military government 7 Ilyushin 18 jet bombers and large quantities of 500-pound bombs. The foreign mercenaries flying the Soviet planes have all been trained by the Soviet revisionists. A lieutenant of the Federal Army captured by the Biafrans in August this year confessed that officers of the Soviet revisionist clique were commanding the federal troops in the fighting. Last May, the Nigerian ambassador to the Soviet Union lavishly praised the Soviet revisionist clique as the strongest ally of the federal military government. He admitted that if not for the aid of the Soviet revisionists, we must have found ourselves in a more difficult situation. Today. The crimes of US and British imperialism and Soviet revisionism in supporting the federal Nigerian military government's massacre of the Biafran people have aroused the indignation of the Biafran people and the people of Tanzania, Zambia, and other African countries. While resisting the onslaught of the federal troops, the Biafran people have held many massive demonstrations against British and US imperialism and Soviet revisionism. They set fire to the building of the head office of the Shell B.P. Petroleum Company in Harcourt and destroyed its oil refinery there. The tragedy brought about in Nigeria and Biafra by the US and British imperialists and Soviet revisionists in their collusion to redivide the sphere of influence in Africa has provided a further lesson to the people in Biafra and the rest of Africa, who will strengthen their solidarity and resolutely resist the intervention by US and British imperialism and Soviet revisionism. So long as the Biafran people persevere in their struggle against imperialism and revisionism, they will undoubtedly win victory. Phony line. Check question. It is to be hoped that in the next Korean pamphlet that finds its way into our mailbox the Pontiff of Pyongyang will throw some light on this problem of unity. Meanwhile we can only go on what he says about Tito in his current edict. The present booklet deals with the question of Tito and the Yugoslav revisionist clique in strong terms. At least as strong as can be permitted by safe quotes from that safe document for quoting, the 81 Party Statement. To introduce the Tito clique of Yugoslavia into the ranks of the socialist camp and the international communist movement is to weaken the unity of the socialist camp and the cohesion of the international communist movement. The Tito clique betrayed Marxism-Leninism and broke away from the socialist camp and the international communist movement. How right you are, Mr. Kim Star. Bit where may we ask, does this leave Mr. Dubček, current leader of the Fraternal Party in Czechoslovakia and current leader of that socialist country? Where does it leave the leader of the Fraternal Party of Romania and that socialist country? Where does it leave Mr. Waldek Rochate of the French Communist Party and Mr. Luigi Longo who leads the Italian Communist Party? All these gentlemen are falling over themselves to embrace Mr. Dubček and the policies of the Czech Party on the Czech question. But whoever gets there first will unfollow Tito. Just one final question, Mr. Kim, where does all this leave you? Where is your dogmatism getting you and your campaign for unity? It seems very much as though you have landed right in the center of the revisionist camp along with Tito. Your unity is with revisionism and not even your carefully chosen words or meticulous disguise can hide that fact. Tacit agreement. The Soviet Union invaded Czechoslovakia only after it had fully ascertained that Washington still respected the European sphere of influence understanding in force during the Eisenhower administration, according to information provided in Prague last week by a communist source. The Soviet question to the United States, broached through diplomatic channels, boiled down to whether the tacit agreement was still in force, in short, whether the Soviet Union had a free hand to act in Czechoslovakia. The United States reluctantly replied that it still viewed Czechoslovakia as part of the area of vital Soviet interest, but added it held Moscow responsible for the safety and well-being of American citizens and diplomats. Forward to People's War. By P.K. Lebalo. From the Azinla News, organ of the Pan-Africanist Congress S.A., June 13, 1968. People's War is today universally regarded as the most potent weapon at the disposal of oppressed peoples in their battle royal against the exploiting imperialists and their domestic running dogs. In order to carry out People's War successfully and carry the struggle through to its logical end, it has become imperative to determine the motive forces of the revolution, so as to fully unite with true friends in order to resolutely fight with our real enemies. In order to distinguish these motive forces and weed out the vacillating elements in our struggle, we have to spell out simply and clearly what the immediate objectives of our liberation movement should be. Our minimum program must therefore reflect the most urgent demands of the broad African masses. High revolutionary principles emerge as the basis for the mobilization of all patriotic forces for national salvation. They are, the abolition of all racial discrimination and the complete destruction of the white slave state. The establishment of a non-racial socialist democracy. The immediate and unconditional implementation of public ownership of the mines, large-scale industry, banks, and the land. The expulsion of all imperialist interests from Azinla and the pursuance of positive policies with the worldwide anti-imperialist movement. The three revolutionary principles represent aspirations which clearly link up the question of national oppression with class exploitation, and in so doing, afford the whole of oppressed Azinla a platform around which they can be mobilized. At the base of this broad alliance of all patriotic forces are the dispossessed and enslaved workers, peasants, and landless laborers, who are the main social forces that can effect radical changes in our country. Allied to this revolutionary base are the radicalized intellectuals, students, teachers, professional men, anti-government chiefs, headmen and small traders. The dynamic president of the Pan-Africanist Congress Mangaliso Sabukwi Karat, who is at present a prisoner of war on the notorious Robben Island, correctly pointed out that the Azanian revolution will have as its main force, the most cruelly exploited of the oppressed masses. Our liberation movement has over the past decades of its existence been strongly influenced by socialist thinking, and this has helped it to understand the nature of oppression in Azania. In consequence, this generation of African revolutionaries can distinguish between the myth of racialism and the reality of imperialist plunder. Dedicated as we are to smashing the fascists in our country, we nonetheless declare to the pawns of imperialism, the white workers, that we are about to wage a titanic battle against the ruthless capitalists, land barons, and imperialists, the very classes that exploit you and who, by bribing you with the crumbs that fall from their tables, use your blood and endanger your children, to protect their stolen wealth. Our revolution will free you from your fears and your role as the blood-stained policeman of parasites. However, we are duty-bound to issue this warning. If you fall to purge yourselves of your monstrous racial arrogance which has been injected into your whole system by imperialism and its local agents, if you insist on defending, whip and gun in hand, the rotten and decaying system of white domination and superexploitation, we, the fighting forces of the African nation, reserve the right to forcibly expel yon from Till's country. We are convinced of our ultimate victory through people's war. We say ground the struggle firmly amongst the masses. We believe in protracted armed struggle as the only way to obliterate all traces of white supremacy and imperialism. In such a struggle there are no dirty compromises against the best interest of the people. It needs therefore to be categorically asserted that the POC does not believe in a SLX de Wondergurla war on unfamiliar territory and amongst politically ill-prepared. 56. Population groups. We have a deep spiritual and political identity with all oppressed Africans in southern Africa who are now suffering under the iron heel of white supremacists, Portuguese fascists, colonialists, and the black-running dogs of imperialism. Our overall strategy is designed to engage the unholy alliance of imperialism on all fronts precisely because we must disperse the enemy so that they are unable to concentrate all their power on specific fronts. A nation enslaved can be freed if it convinces itself that freedom can be won. The struggle for freedom is no embroidery class, it is bitter, hard, and tortuous. The armed struggle can only get off to a good start if it is well prepared and its objectives accord with the wishes and aspirations of the oppressed masses. The revolutionary forces must prepare people politically before launching armed struggles. Revolutionary workers must execute their duties with deadly seriousness, arrive at decisions in a mature way, guard against adventurism and be strict about security. On basis of 3 revolutionary principles let hundreds of fighting groups blossom over far corners of Azania. In course of coming confrontation they will unify into Azania's army of national liberation. The future is ours and we intend to take it. A challenge to African students. From Zimbabwe News, organ of Zimbabwe African National Union, August 17 to 31, 1968. Originally entitled Zimbabwe Students Meeting in Europe. Over 400 Zimbabwe students in Europe are holding their 3rd annual conference in London next week. We are not sure just what they are going to be talking about, but talk they will. They will be passing scores of empty resolutions, all carefully designed to escape commitment to struggle. They will appoint lawyers and economists among them to decry Rhodesian illegality and British policy over Rhodesia. But we do not expect majority of them to be any more serious than any armchair politicians elsewhere. Why, some of these student gentlemen really believe it is none of their business as a foreign educated elite to participate in anything but government. They will not, therefore, be debating how they can meaningfully play their part in THO armed struggle, because too many of them genuinely believe that THO accumulation of numerous degrees in English poetry at Oxford will automatically entitle them to become leaders in a future Zimbabwe, by virtue of intellectual indispensability vis-a-vis THO unwashed. So some of them are either taking up citizenship in their countries of study or are resigned to THO impotence of professional studentship. While we are aware that there are quite a few among them who are seriously concerned about revolution and how it is to be achieved in Zimbabwe, we do not think that our black Englishmen and Yankees abroad are doing our struggle any favor by gathering in London to talk about nothing important. Therefore, we wish to throw a challenge to the delegates to THO forthcoming ZSEU conference: be serious or shut up. As intellectuals you may soon discover that even THO likes of you have no right to bore THO revolutionary Zimbabwe people so mercilessly. 57. Student Movement and Workers' Movement. WR received the following articles from a comrade in England who is working at Sussex University. In order to understand the relationship of the students' struggle to the workers' struggle, we must first look at the class position of students in capitalist society. Students are not a class by themselves, because they do not have their own particular relationship to the means of production. They must be part of a larger class. Most students are neither workers nor capitalists, but members of the middle section of society, the petty bourgeoisie, which most of them also expect to be in when they cease to be students. As students, their life is very much like that of the petty bourgeoisie. They have tremendous pressure put on them to compete with each other in order to rise in the petty bourgeoisie when they leave college. Mao, in his analysis of classes in Chinese society, includes the lower levels of the intellectuals, students, primary and secondary school teachers, lower government functionaries, office clerks, small lawyers in the petty bourgeoisie. The lower levels of the intellectuals have a contradiction with the ruling class. In return for a small fee, they are expected to help run the capitalist system, keep its accounts, explain away its evils, and assist generally in the exploitation of workers. They must be very willing lackeys, never strike or protest, or else they are likely to be cast down into the proletariat. They inevitably tend to vacillate. On the one hand, they want to get the crumbs thrown from the master's table and therefore tend to obey him. On the other hand, they hate being servile lackeys in return for a few measly crumbs and therefore tend to side with the other oppressed classes, notably the proletariat. The petty bourgeoisie as a whole faces the constant threat of being forced down into the proletariat, especially when capitalism is in crisis, and under these conditions they can be a revolutionary force. The students are more sensitive to the times than the rest of the petty bourgeoisie, and in Europe and North America today they are keenly aware of the impending crisis which really throws their whole position in the petty bourgeoisie into doubt. They are advancing revolutionary slogans against imperialism and the system of education which serves it. Due to their class position, the students are inherently weak. They cannot carry out a sustained fight against the ruling class without allies. Suppose they were able to shut down every university in Britain. What would happen? Unless other sections of the population joined in the strike, the ruling class would be under no great pressure to make concessions. Production would not be affected, nor would profits. The ruling class would be free to take its time, attempt to bribe the student leaders, isolate the militants, immobilize the state apparatus and crush the remaining rebels by force. Allies for the students. Mao said the intellectuals will accomplish nothing if they fail to integrate themselves with the workers and peasants. Why workers and peasants? In China the workers and peasants were the main force of revolution, as China was a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country preparing for the completion of its bourgeois democratic revolution. If the student movement is to be progressive, it must line up with the class or classes which are the main force of revolution. In Britain our task is to build the proletarian revolution. Marxist-Leninists know that during the present epoch of proletarian revolution, the proletariat is the only consistent thoroughgoing revolutionary class, and it will have to lead the revolution in Britain. Unlike in China, in Britain the workers are a majority of the population, and when they are ready to move, nobody can deny that they are a force that will move mountains. The students and intellectuals cannot make the revolution, or even lead the revolution, despite Marcuse 1 and all the theorists of petty bourgeois revolution. The class position of students makes them incapable of organizing themselves well enough to take on the bourgeois state apparatus. Their struggle inevitably takes on a certain individualist, anarchist character. Workers, by contrast, understand the importance of unity, organization, and discipline. Unlike students, they have the power to bring life in capitalist society to a grinding halt. Students have been rising up all over Western Europe, but the only place the government was threatened was in France, simply because the workers came out there. So much for the theories of petty bourgeois revolution. 1. See a critique of Professor Marcuse's phony Marxism in Progressive Labor. November 1968. 58. Contradictions between workers and students. In seeking to integrate with the workers, the students must be aware of the contradictions between the workers and themselves, lest these should become antagonistic. The contradictions arise because of the students' privileged position to society. The students do have a reactionary aspect as well as a progressive aspect. Workers have to pay taxes to finance education of which they are not allowed to partake. Students often are being prepared to assist in the exploitation of workers when they take up managerial or technical positions on finishing school. Students are taught that mental labor is superior to manual labor, and that they are therefore superior to workers. They are taught the social graces of the bourgeoisie, and those students from working class homes are taught to reject working class values and customs and embrace bourgeois values and customs. These contradictions are very real, and the ruling class carefully promotes them in order to drive a wedge between students and workers. It is up to the students to see that their movement develops in such a way as to cement unity on the basis of common interests, based on the progressive aspects of students, and to overcome contradictions caused by the reactionary aspects of students. With this in mind, what are the pitfalls to be avoided in advancing specifically academic demands? A slogan like student power can lead to trouble, as has been discovered in America by the student cadres of the Progressive Labor Party. As John Levin put it, it seems ludicrous as well as arrogant for students to tell workers, even though you built the university, we'll control it, you continue paying taxes for its upkeep, and we'll spend your money as we see fit. It is precisely this resentment that Ronald Reagan plays upon in tricking workers into largely supporting his demand to institute tuition at the colleges and universities. He said quite openly, "Why should your taxes go to pay for the colleges which your sons and daughters are unable to attend? Why should you support a bunch of commie beatnik agitators as well as a bunch of others who are being trained to exploit you?" This is what can happen if the students pursue their own interests as students one-sidedly in isolation from the workers' struggles. Some people would go further and say that students should not fight for their own specifically academic demands at all. They should just join in the workers' struggles. After all, if the ruling class does make concessions to the students, they will only be co-opted into the morass of university decision-making. Stalin said, "It is not a matter of reforms, but of the use people make of reforms. Any reform can be used against the revolutionary movement." Student power wouldn't be a bad slogan if the students made clear to the workers that they want to take power away from the ruling class just so that they can run the university to serve the interests of the workers. If they made that clear by adopting concrete demands clearly in the interest of workers, they would run no risk of being co-opted. There is a good example of this from the experience of the Bolsheviks in 1905. Students fought for their own freedom of assembly, i.e. a purely academic reform. The Tsar obviously thought this could be granted to shut the students up and separate them off from the revolutionary workers' movement, which was at a high tide at that time. But the Bolsheviks made use of this reform to turn the universities into popular meeting places for all the people. One liberal complained that they invited to the university premises such large numbers of workers and other persons who have no connection with the university that the students themselves were in a minority. The Tsar had to shut down the universities altogether. We do not reject the struggle for academic reforms, or any other kind of reforms, provided the struggle can serve to strengthen the whole revolutionary struggle of the working class. Given correct leadership, the struggle for academic reforms can serve to unite students and workers, not to divide them. But this is not to say that we do not work to get the students to adopt slogans more openly linking their struggle with that of the workers. The unity of students and workers. The unity of the students and workers movements lies in the fact that they are fighting a common enemy, British imperialism, which also is a junior partner of US imperialism. Students are outraged by the barbarity and injustice of imperialism. Workers suffer from having to pay for and often die in imperialism's wars of aggression against other workers. Students are not willing to be lackeys of imperialism, workers are not willing to be wage slaves. There exists the basis for a students' and workers' broad anti-imperialist front. The Vietnam movement has begun to lay the foundation for this. Vietnam has raised the anti-imperialist consciousness of students to an unprecedented level. On the whole, workers have not been involved as yet, but the objective necessity for them to oppose imperialism remains, and sooner or later their consciousness of the necessity is certain to be aroused. 59. One outstanding precedent for workers taking up the anti-imperialist struggle after the students showed a lead is the May 4th movement in China. The May 4th movement in 1919 was the first movement aimed against imperialism as well as feudalism in China. It was a cultural movement against the old feudal culture and for the new anti-imperialist and anti-feudal culture which came to the Chinese students as a result of the October Revolution and the collapse of imperialism signaled by the 1914 to 1918 war. Down with the old ethics and up with the new. Down with the old literature and up with the new, were their two big slogans. The new ethics and literature they wanted were ethics and literature based on the proletarian ideology. The May 4th movement did not involve workers or peasants, but it developed into the June 3rd movement when the proletariat, petty bourgeoisie, and bourgeoisie joined in, and it became a nationwide revolutionary movement. Mao says in his analysis of the May 4th movement that it paved the way for the founding of the Chinese Communist Party in 1921. In fact, the party represents the ultimate in student unity with the working class, when revolutionary students wholly adopt the class stand of the proletariat and join the proletarian party. If the British students, on the basis of their anti-imperialist consciousness developed in the movement against the war of aggression in Vietnam, proceed to build their movement on clearly anti-imperialist lines, and if they conscientiously strive to win the workers, then they are bound to succeed eventually. The present crisis of imperialism is not going to get better. It is going to get worse. Imperialism is faced with the loss of its fat easy profits from the colonies and neo-colonies, and with the necessity of organizing wars of colossal expense in Asia, Africa, and Latin America to prevent the more rapid loss of these fat easy profits. The party's over, as one Afro-American put it. The imperialists are going to try to make up for their loss of profits from the oppressed nations by increasing the exploitation of their own workers at home. They are going to make the workers pay for more and bigger wars of aggression, just as they are making the workers pay for what they are doing in Vietnam. The conditions are getting ripe for the workers to listen to the students when they oppose imperialism. How should the students approach this task? Since their task is to serve the masses of workers and peasants, the intellectuals must first and foremost, know them and be familiar with their life, work, and ideas. We encourage the intellectuals to go among their life, weight and ideas. We encourage the intellectuals top among the masses, to go to factories and villages. The students must come down out of their ivory tower and go to the people. The workers wage a daily battle against imperialism on th home front, against attacks made on their standard of living and on their hard-won trade unite rights. The immigrant workers also wage a daily battle against their special oppression in its form of racialism. The students should start one right where they are, at the university and the nearby community, and get to know the workers there and what their struggles are. THIRD students have begun to do this, and they have found that as students they often have certain advantages which can be used to help in a STNGLGLE. They have free time, knowledge, and uses library facilities, and a privileged position get generally, they can sometimes get away WTS doing things that the workers can't. At Boston University, students looked into strike among the university employees and thought there was a big problem with student scab, which they were able to stop by organized picketing. In Chicago, students were able to man picket line when workers were banned fra picketing by a court injunction ordering THA back to work. Here students saved the day doing what the workers were not allowed to. In Los Angeles, striking newspaper workers too, the new step of going to the students and asked for help when they were banned from picketing. The students organized a picket and stopped 6 newspapers from going out. At Columbia University, black and white students demanded that new university gymnasium should not be built on one of Harlem's few parks, as it would away with the black workers' meager facility for rest and recreation there. This was an important step toward cementing a student alliance with black workers in the struggle against Get J conditions. Food and money were contributed by the black people of Harlem to the students who were holding out in 5 university buildings they had occupied. How much more advanced is the struggle? America than here, where International Sociage 1st students stand outside the factory gala dishing out leaflets ordering the workers to AIMAND $1 a week rise now. The student chat to learn the attitude of serving the people. It only by going among the workers to serve TTEJ in their struggle that the students will ever be able to demonstrate how their struggle is a part of the worldwide struggle against imperialism, which has to be linked with all the other part of that struggle if it is to succeed. British education, in service of ruling class. The educational system is part of the superstructure of society. It arises out of the prevailing mode of economic production and the resultant social system. Thus the function of the educational system is to serve the existing economic and social system. In the socialist system of China, says Mao Zedong, educational policy must enable everyone who receives an education to develop morally, intellectually, and physically and become a worker with both socialist consciousness and culture on the correct handling of contradictions among the people. In other words, the aim is to train workers who can both take part in socialist construction and carry out the dictatorship of the proletariat over all would-be exploiting classes. In the imperialist system of Britain, the aim of educational policy is to maximize profits while preserving the imperialist system. The tiny monopoly capitalist class must be trained to rule and to exploit. The huge working class must be taught to labor productively and not to rebel. And besides these 2 main classes in our society, there is also the important mid-DLE section of professionals, small capitalists, and privileged workers who must be taught to help run the capitalist system and to mislead the working class. The following sketch of some features of the British educational system is designed to illustrate these points. Education for the working class. In Britain, everyone is educated between the ages of 5 and 15. This is because in a fairly complex industrial society with a fairly high degree of development of the means of production, a certain degree of literacy is needed by those who work the means of production. In addition, in a modern capitalist democracy, the ruling class uses a complex array of weapons to preserve its dictatorship over the workers, not only the ever-present threat of violence from the army, the police, the courts, etc., but also deception and misleadership from the labor lieutenants of the capitalist class in the trade unions, the Labour Party and the revisionist Communist Party of Great Britain. This misleadership only succeeds to the extent that a dual basis is laid for it in the ranks of the workers: 1. An economic softening up with some of the fruits of imperialist exploitation of unreal workers, a few crumbs from the table of the monopoly capitalists. 2. An ideological and cultural brainwashing via the schools, the press, TV, radio, the theater, the cinema, etc., through which the public are prepared to receive and act on the lies they are told from Transport House, King Street, Westminster, and the trade union bureaucrats. Thus the 2 main functions of education for the working class up to age 15 are, a. to heighten the productivity of labor, and b. to impose the ideology of the monopoly capitalists upon the whole of society. Higher education for the rulers and their flunkies. After the age of 15, however, Universal education ends. At this point 85% of the population, who, the monopoly capitalists hope, have learned enough to be good obedient wage slaves, go to work, and a privileged 15% enter upon some form of higher education. Who are these 15%? A better question is, who are their fathers? The Robbins report shows that 45% of the children of men in higher professional groups go on to higher education, whereas only 4% of the children of skilled manual workers and 2% of the children of unskilled or semi-skilled manual workers enjoy this privilege. This last percentage, incidentally, has not changed since 1910. The effect of this class bias is that although 72% of the population are manual workers, only 29% of the undergraduates at universities are the children of manual workers. This class bias, of course, is not accidental. The purpose of higher education is to train the monopoly capitalists and their flunkies in the middle section of society. It is not designed for the workers. And since a child normally inherits his class position from his parents, we naturally find higher education going to the children of the monopolists and their flunkies. Invariably, however, some of the middle section are forced down into the ranks of the workers. Simultaneously, the working class tends to throw up talent potential class leaders. The educational system is geared to carry out this nobility between the classes, to demote some of the middle elements and to promote and attempt to corrupt the most promising children of the working class. This is why a few children of workers do go on to higher education. 61. How the educational system works. In order to educate the children for the particular class to which they will be assigned, the education system divides them up from the moment they enter school. It is necessary to examine what is the purpose, in class terms, of these divisions. Fee-paying schools vs. state schools. The first such division is between children whose parents pay fees and children who receive free education provided by the monopoly capitalist state out of the pockets of tax-paying workers. In 1966 there were about 500,000 children in England and Wales whose education was being paid for in fees, as opposed to about 7 million who were in the state schools. The function of the fee-paying schools is clearly to train the future rulers, the monopoly capitalists and their wealthier flunkies. A measure of the amount of special attention the students get at fee-paying schools is the teacher-pupil ration, which is 12:1, as opposed to 28:1 for the state primary schools. Grammar schools vs. secondary modern schools. A second division takes place within the state educational system, and this has been the subject of much discussion and experiment within educational circles in the last 25 years. The purpose of it seems very clear: to separate the non-fee-paying students into two groups, those who are destined to work on the one hand and those who will help to rule on the other. The argument arises not over whether to make this division but over how to do it most effectively. From the age of 7 the students begin to be placed into higher and lower streams within the same primary school after taking a number of tests. But the rigid separation comes when they take the 11+ and move on to secondary school. The 11+ divides the secondary school population into 1.5 million who receive what is euphemistically described as general education at secondary modern schools, as opposed to 720,000 who get an academic education at grammar schools. This has not been a very efficient system of dividing workers from flunkies. Institutions like Oxford's Ruskin College, which gives scholarships to trade unionists, have been needed to filter out potentially dangerous elements that had slipped through the 11+ net. The new comprehensive schools are intended to do a more effective job than the 11+ by basing the division on a continuous assessment, going on in some schools to the age of 14, rather than basing it on the one-shot test at 11+. However, although there is more potential mobility between streams, the streaming is just as crude and obvious as in the grammar secondary modern system. The favored children still receive an academic education from teachers in flowing gowns signifying their possession of university degrees, the remainder still receive a general education from ordinary teachers who had their training at COL legs of education. University vs. Technical College. At the stage of higher education, the workers have left school and gone to work, and the flunkies remain, to be divided again into upper and lower strata according to the binary system as described by A. Crossland, former Labor Minister for Education in a speech TN 1965. The division here is between the upper autonomous sector, the universities, and the lower public sector, especially the technical COL legs, teacher training colleges, and colleges of further education. As Crossland put it, each sector is supposed to make its own distinctive contribution to the whole. In fact, he made clear precisely what the distinctive contributions would be at a later point on his speech. People coming from the public sector would hold intermediate posts in industry, business, and the professions, high-level technicians and middle managers who must support the scientists, technologists and top managers in a modern community. This division between the right-hand men of the monopoly capitalists and their lower supporters is reflected in the fact that approximately 2 to 3 times as much public money is spent each year per head on the university education of the former as on the public sector education of the latter. The different functions of the two strata in the monopoly capitalist system are indicated by the different subjects they study. In societies ruled by a small leisured class, there has always been a division between theory, the province of the ruling class, and practice, the province of the working class. This division is also seen in the middle section of capitalist Britain, where the upper flunkies deal with theory and the lower flunky deal with practice. At universities, where the students are destined to be almost totally cut off from the process of production, 68% study theoretical subjects, whereas in the public sector, less divorced from production, almost all students do applied subjects. Who controls the university? The notion that the universities are autonomous is put about BV the government and Communist Party of Poland is a working class party. Excerpts from an article by the Communist Party of Poland. The Communist Party of Poland, a Marxist-Leninist political party, was established on December 4, 1965 in a country which is under the rule of the Gomulka revisionist clique. Not long ago, the Communist Party of Poland released a long article. The Communist Party of Poland is a party of the working class. The article exposes the Gomulka clique's betrayal of Marxism-Leninism and its restoration of capitalism in Poland. It points out that inasmuch as the Polish United Workers' Party has become a social democratic party, the working class cannot do without its own revolutionary political party, and therefore the creation of the Communist Party of Poland is a historical inevitability. The article explains that the Communist Party of Poland will be built up as a revolutionary party which is loyal to the proletariat, and it will struggle for the overthrow of revisionist rule and for the re-establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Excerpts follow. Peking Review No. 3s. For a workers' party to deviate from the principle of the dictatorship of the proletariat means that it will inevitably take the road of capitalist restoration. The 11 years of the Gomulka clique's rule are sufficient to convince the Polish working class of the meaning of Gomulka's new stage, socialism and democracy. The workers have also seen that in reality the Polish road to socialism is a road leading to capitalism. It is the old road of the exploiting classes, a road leading to the paradise ballyhooed by the churches for the past 2,000 years. In Gomulka's new stage, it is not the working class but the bourgeoisie which more and more has become the master of the state. The Polish United Workers' Party has changed its nature and been turned into its opposite, from a revolutionary party into a counter-revolutionary party. All this did not happen overnight. The danger of betrayal had been accumulating gradually, and the retrogression emerged eventually in 1956 through a violent upheaval, a retrogression to capitalism. In the entire period of transition from capitalism to communism, the working class cannot do without its own revolutionary political organization. The political party of the working class must not be a party of the entire people as advocated by the modern revisionists. It must maintain its existence until classes are ultimately abolished and the transition to the second stage of full communism has been realized throughout the world. August 30, 1968. Inasmuch as the Polish United Workers' Party has become a social democratic party, the working class cannot do without its own revolutionary political party, and therefore the creation of the Communist Party of Poland is a historical inevitability. The declaration on the founding of the Communist Party of Poland on December 4, 1965, says, that without the Communist Party, without this militant vanguard of the working class, it is impossible to build socialism. The newborn Communist Party of Poland must critically review the past, mainly the betrayal of the socialist road in our country. Judged by its social composition, the Polish United Workers' Party has gradually become more and more a party of the petty bourgeoisie, a party of the bourgeoisie. The leadership of the Polish United Workers' Party has departed from the theories of Marxism-Leninism and the principles and methods of proletarian internationalism. It has gradually replaced the recognition of classes and class struggle with the policy of the dying out of class struggle and that of class collaboration, the policy of compromise with the bourgeoisie and the policy of capitalism peacefully growing into socialism. Revolutionary policies have been replaced by reformist policies. Representatives of the working class, genuine revolutionaries in the party and government departments, have been replaced by experts, so-called diploma holders, who are actually representatives of the bourgeoisie. The Polish United Workers' Party can no longer be considered a revolutionary party. Instead, 63. Of serving the working class, the policy pursued by the leadership of this party now serves the development of capitalism in town and country. It is a policy directed against the workers. In the first few years after liberation, the reforms carried out in Poland were all in the category of the bourgeois democratic revolution. They were aimed at monopoly capital, the big capitalists and the landlords, but the petty commodity economy in both the urban and the rural areas was not touched. Urban property and a considerable amount of private capital hiring less than 50 workers were not touched. True, great historical reforms were carried out, the big industries, transport, and the banks were nationalized, and the land belonging to the landlords were confiscated. But an enormous and extremely active basis for capitalist production still remained in the cities and villages. The great reforms completed within the scope of the bourgeois democratic revolution had created a powerful basis for socialist revolution, establishing the conditions for further revolutionary changes in the economic field. The problem then hinged on the continuation of the struggle to turn the bourgeois democratic revolution into a socialist revolution. Such a prospect did exist. Since the people's democratic state played the role of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the vanguard of the working class, the party was the leading political force for realizing the dictatorship of the proletariat. To prevent Poland from sliding back onto the path of capitalist restoration, it was necessary to advance, to further complete its revolution in the economic base and in the superstructure through class struggle, to uninterruptedly carry out the policy of further restricting and edging out capitalist economic factors in both the urban and rural areas, and to resolutely and unceasingly strengthen the proletarian dictatorship. The biggest and most difficult problem was to transform the peasant economy into large-scale, socialist economy. In 1948, Poland had embarked on the road of developing producers' cooperatives. This actually was the beginning of the socialist revolution. Gomulka then openly opposed the revolutionary transformation of the villages and left the party. However, in 1956, he rose to power and the producers' cooperatives were dissolved. The new leadership deliberately departed from the revolutionary path of transforming agriculture, ceased to carry on the socialist revolution, and proceeded along the Polish road leading back to capitalism. The cancellation of the policy of restricting and edging out the capitalist factors in the urban and rural areas simply gave support to the development of capitalist economy and meant taking the road of restoring capitalism. Marking the millennium of the founding of the Polish state, members of the political bureau of the Polish United Workers' Party in their speeches openly declared that there was no economic basis for the existence of exploiting classes in Poland and that there were no antagonistic contradictions in Poland. In doing so, they were attempting to defend their policies of the dying out of class struggle and of class collaboration. In fact, they were taking up the cudgels for the peaceful growth of socialism into capitalism. If there is no economic basis for the existence of exploiting classes in Poland, then it ought to follow that there are no exploiting classes either. And if there are no exploiting classes, then there is no good reason at all for carrying on class struggle against the non-existent exploiters. All this is a big political fraud designed to cover up their real support for the development of capitalism. When Poland was under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the nationalized industries, transport, banks, and monopoly of foreign trade were of a socialist character and served to consolidate the economic base of the people's regime and to raise the living standards of the masses within the framework of a planned economy. But after the clique of renegades to socialism usurped the leadership of the party and the state, the new leadership, the political bureau and the state apparatus subordinated to it, has actually played the role of the dictatorship of the bureaucrat bourgeoisie. We know that the economic base strengthens the superstructure. Therefore, who has political power determines which class, the proletariat, or the bourgeoisie, is to be strengthened, by the economic base. In the present circumstances, when the modern revisionists are in power, our socialist industry, transport, banks, and monopoly of foreign trade, the whole of our socialized economy, have begun to lose their socialist character and to play more and more the role of state capitalism, and, as in the capitalist countries, have begun to serve the interests of the bourgeoisie and not the working masses. Every day and every hour the property of the people is flowing, in legal or illegal forms, from the hands of the workers into the pockets of the newly emerging bourgeoisie. Capital is being amassed in the thousands of millions, some in the form of deposits in state savings banks and some in the form of foreign exchange stored away in the country or abroad. This has become the property of the new bourgeoisie. Extravagance and luxury on the one hand and poverty on the other, these two antagonistic extremes are developing markedly. The development of the capitalist economy is manifested in the departure from the socialist principle of planned economy and in the embarkation on the road of regulation of prices by market factors, material incentives, a big discrepancy in wages and inflation and unemployment. Capitalism, which is developing rapidly, is monopolizing all surplus products the workers are laboring for the bourgeoisie. That Poland has embarked on the road of capitalist restoration is indicated by the renunciation of the class struggle against the influence of bourgeois thinking in the spheres of ideology, politics, and culture, and by the abandonment of transformation of the urban and rural capitalist economy. The question has been asked, what guarantees are there that the Communist Party of Poland will not in the future change into something like the Polish United Workers' Party, that it will not change into a social democratic party? The key of loyalty to Marxist-Leninist theory and to proletarian internationalism lies in the hands of the working class. The workers have to rely wholly on themselves to guarantee that the Communist Party of Poland remains forever a Leninist-type party and the revolutionary and faithful vanguard of the working class. The working class must draw a lesson from the past, it must firmly rely on its own strength instead of assistance from bourgeois philanthropists. The historic duty of overthrowing the bourgeoisie and its lackeys in all countries and throughout the world and of building a society without classes rests on the shoulders of the working class. The dictatorship of the proletariat does not drop from the skies. No one can replace the working class in its task of seizing political power. The workers must take their own cause into their own hands. The party will then become a revolutionary organization and the faithful headquarters of the proletariat. Only the workers and genuine revolutionaries can prevent the party from divorcing itself from the masses, degenerating and sliding towards social democracy and the bourgeoisie. Lenin said that without getting organized, the working class will not be able to accomplish anything. It can be said that the vanguard of the working class, even if it is organized, will accomplish nothing if its leadership is in the hands of renegades to socialism. Only when the organization is under the leadership of genuine revolutionaries and Marxists from the ranks of the workers themselves can the organized workers become an invincible force. The meaning of a Leninist-type party and Lenin's theory on the Bolshevization of the party can be summed up as follows: under the leadership of Lenin, the whole party and its leadership master the basic principles and methods of Marxist dialectics, forge close links with the masses, and skillfully apply these principles and methods in everyday practice. The Leninist Bolshevik Party is a matchless example of proletarian discipline, militancy, and flexibility of tactics in struggle. A critical attitude towards errors enables the party to correctly light up the road of struggle, speedily correct the errors, remain with the masses and march at their head in struggle. Comrade Mao Zedong has pointed out that a party is a revolutionary party if it integrates theory with practice in a revolutionary way, maintains constant links with the broadest sections of the masses, and adopts a serious attitude towards its own mistakes. The vanguard of the Polish working class, the Polish Communists under the banner of the Communist Party of Poland, is resolved to build such a revolutionary party which will be faithful to the proletariat forever. The Communist Party of Poland is the vanguard of the heroic Polish working class. It embodies the class interests, demands, and aspirations of the working RIA. The Communist Party of Poland has rallied into its ranks the most advanced and most revolutionary sections of the urban and rural working masses of the proletariat. In order to avoid the past errors of betraying socialism, the structural composition of the Communist Party of Poland must be made up overwhelmingly of the workers, of the proletarian class. It must be linked with the working class and with the latter's life and struggle. The composition of the leading organs must be decisively proletarian. The ranks of the Communist Party of Poland should consist of the outstanding and finest activists of the working class, and activists of the laboring masses who are most faithful and most selfless. Veteran communists who have been tested and tempered in struggle should be in the Communist Party of Poland. However, young activists should also be admitted into the party. Just as they long to join the army, these young activists long to be admitted into the party so that in the ranks of the party they can fight for the political power of the working class and for the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Communist Party of Poland is a party which is engaged in revolutionary activity. In the present circumstances, it cannot carry out its activities legally because it would be destroyed by the renegades to communism, since it is their mortal enemy. Being illegal, the party naturally has to comply with higher requirements in its composition. It is this guiding thought on expanding the party ranks that has determined the following definition: the party should possess the character of cadres, and it should be composed of the finest revolutionaries who are imbued with the highest spirit of self-sacrifice, who maintain an attitude of hatred towards the renegades to socialism, consciously and willingly contribute their strength and abilities to the struggle for the cause of the working class, and who, when necessary, are ready to make the greatest sacrifice. Even the best working class composition cannot guarantee that the party will automatically carry out revolutionary activities. Whether the party is revolutionary or opportunist or counter-revolutionary is determined by the composition of its leadership and its policies. Whether the party is revolutionary or counter-revolutionary is determined by the question, whom does its policy serve, the working class or its enemies? Although they flaunt the label of workers, the British Labour Party and the French Socialist Party pursue a policy of compromise with the bourgeoisie. They are bourgeois parties which are capable of protecting the interests of big capital better than the bourgeois themselves. The former communist parties now under the leadership of the modern revisionists have likewise departed from Marxism and betrayed the interests of the working class. They have embarked on the road of collaboration with the bourgeoisie. 65. The party's policy serves the working class if it uses revolutionary methods to put its activities on the basis of the scientific Marxist-Leninist theory, and closely links theory with practice. If the leading organ uses socialist revolutionary theory to guide its activities and applies it in a creative manner on the basis of an analysis of concrete conditions as well as the needs of proletarian internationalism and world revolution, then such a party will be a party of the workers not merely in the sense of class composition, it will be a genuinely revolutionary and proletarian party. Lenin said, "Without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement." The Communist Party of Poland is the party of the Polish proletariat which bases its activities on the scientific foundation of socialist revolutionary theory Marxism-Leninism. The words of the Marxist classic writers are not repeated dogmatically but are put into practice in actual struggle. Marxism is the science which maps out the road and methods of action, but action itself proceeds within the concrete historical reality. The whole difficulty lies in whether or not the party leadership is good at and wants to correctly apply this scientific guidance to present-day activity, whether or not it is good at and wants to imbue its current policies with clear-cut class and revolutionary characteristics. Such characteristics will enable the party to overcome difficulties and will lead the working class to march forward along the revolutionary road. Such characteristics will make it possible not only to safeguard the positions already occupied but consolidate these positions, expand the scope of activity and influence, and even create a stable foundation for future victories. Combining theory with practice in a revolutionary way will enable the working class to make continuous advances in the struggle to fulfill its own historical mission. In wildly attacking the theory of Marxism-Leninism as being out of date under the slogan of fighting dogmatism and applying Marxism in a creative way, the modern revisionists have discarded the revolutionary content of the theory of Marxism-Leninism. They hold that it is dogmatism to defend the scientific principles of the writers of the Marxist classics or even to quote them. In their view, only by tampering with Marxism and its revolutionary content can one be creative. But the fact is that only by developing and applying the theory of Marx and Engels truly, creatively, and in a revolutionary way is it possible to make great achievements. In his struggle against the Social Democrats and the opportunism of the parties of the Second International as well as the Second International itself, Lenin developed the theory of Marx about socialist revolution and the possibility of establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat in a country which is the weakest link of imperialism. Lenin's genius in developing the theory of Marxism in a revolutionary manner was borne out by the seizure of power in Russia. The same thing also happened in China. The founding of the People's Republic of China is the result of Mao Zedong's creative development of Lenin's theory. These are all historical facts of world significance. But what achievements in revolution can be listed by the new and old line revisionists, the counterfeiters of so-called creative Marxism? They have been revising Marx for 100 years, but they have not come up with a single positive accomplishment. All the facts of life have denounced them as renegades to working class interests, renegades who have strengthened the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. World-shaking events such as the Great October Socialist Revolution, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia, the building of socialism in the Soviet Union, the defeat of Hitlerism, the founding of the People's Republic of China, the establishment of the socialist system of states, and the great proletarian cultural revolution now in progress in China testify that Lenin, Stalin, and Mao Zedong have made tremendous revolutionary developments in the theory of Marx and Engels, have applied theory to practice with genius and in a revolutionary way, and have combined theory with practice. In their struggle against the revolutionary theory of socialism, the modern revisionists have divided the writers of Marxist-Leninist classics into two groups. They say that Marx, Engels, and Lenin are outstanding thinkers, but their theory is about the previous century, so it is out of date and it is not applicable to the present reality. The bourgeoisie and its lackeys, the renegades to communism, cannot afford any serious polemic against the theoretical writings of Stalin and Mao Zedong, which are a real treasure house of knowledge for every revolutionary. They do not allow the sale of these writings, and have even recently banned the reading of quotations from Mao Zedong. This shows that mastery of the science of Marxism-Leninism by workers is extremely dangerous to modern revisionism. The Polish communists are not to be cowed, and they do not believe in the lies of the revisionists. Communists must wage a resolute struggle in defense of the writers of the Marxist-Leninist classics, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao Zedong. Their writings are the most powerful weapon in the hands of the working class in their fight against imperialism and its agents. Today, Mao Zedong is the most outstanding theorist on socialist revolution and the successor to the writers of the Marxist-Leninist classics. He is also the leader of the vanguard of the world revolution, the Chinese Communist Party, and the Chinese people who stand in the forefront of the world revolution and are fighting US imperialism and modern revisionism. The fact is that genuine revolutionaries must never yield to the pressure of the bourgeoisie in its shameful behavior of attacking the successor TTF, the cause of Marxism-Leninism. The Polish working class will not allow itself to remain silent in the face of the deception, rumors, and slanders spread by the renegades to communism about the leaders of the World Revolution. It wages and will continue to wage a struggle to expose this political trickery. The strategy of the party is of primary importance and determines the main orientation of the struggle, i.e. to seize political power, consolidate the dictatorship of proletariat and build socialism and communism. In order to fulfill the strategic task, the tactics of struggle must be adapted to the needs and situation arising from the class struggle that is unfolding. The Communist Party of Poland maintains that classes and class struggle list. Class struggle is the motive force of action and progress. So long as class society exists, there are classes, because class society will continue to exist in the whole transition period, and class struggle will also remain nil. Communist society is built everywhere in the world. The working class is the only class which history has reduced, whose task is, by means of revolutionary struggle, to eliminate all classes and build a communist society without classes. Only the people's enemies can say that society is zasteful and there is no class struggle. In the present age of our development, the party of the working class guides the class struggle so as to bring about the revolutionary social transformation and consolidate the dictatorship of the proletariat in the sphere of the economic ase and the superstructure. The class struggle leads to changes both in the form and content of production and distribution, and of economic management. Every economic base historically formed has its corresponding upper structure. In the exercise of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the working class executes supervision for all sorts of transformation, and, through adopting higher efficiency production measures on the foundation of the existing economic base, eliminates loss and waste in an attempt to enlarge and strengthen the economic base so as to continuously increase production and meet the needs of society more and more in all fields. After the working class has seized power can all his tasks be fulfilled. Therefore, the most important question in the whole revolutionary struggle is for the working class to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. Every manifestation of class activity embodies politics, so it is imperative to plunge resolutely into the general current of struggle to seize political power and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. During the period of struggle for political power, the dictatorship of the proletariat is the objective, and after seizing political power, the dictatorship of the proletariat forthwith becomes the means and the powerful instrument of the struggle for eliminating class society and building socialism and communism. This is because, later the seizure of political power, the class struggle becomes acute and the dictatorship of the proletariat cannot even for a single moment stop carrying on the just struggle aimed at comprehensively developing and strengthening socialist construction. Socialist construction must be ceaselessly carried on all fronts and in the sphere of the economic base and the superstructure. The dictatorship of the proletariat must be constantly perfected and consolidated. At every moment and under ill circumstances it should be able to adapt itself to hangs and be flexible, while dealing the class enemies' counter-revolutionary activities head-on blows. Only the road of revolution will enable the working class to gain political power. The forms of struggle may be varied, but their revolutionary nature is beyond doubt. With class struggle as its guide to action, the party must bring about revolutionary changes, and must help the masses to constantly realize in their struggle the necessity of seizing political power through the path of revolutionary activity and armed uprising. Class struggle is going on simultaneously in various fields, but there is always a principal link in the struggle. In the present struggle for political power, this principal link is political struggle, a struggle for establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat. Only when political power is in the hands of the workers can the working class settle all its problems. And then the already gained political power will be consolidated through the struggle, the emphasis of which lies in the economic departments, through the path of nationalizing the means of production and banks, and through the monopoly of foreign trade, land reform, collectivization, etc. However, class struggle will also go on in other fields including the ideological, scientific, cultural, and educational departments. Therefore, the dictatorship of the proletariat should not confine its leadership in class struggle to the political and economic spheres because class struggle is also going on in the ideological and cultural fields. It is impossible to build socialism and to prepare solid conditions for the transition to communism unless the positions of the bourgeoisie in the ideological and cultural fields are smashed and conquered. A revolution of this kind is now going on in China. The absence of resolute struggle and purification in the whole superstructure has paved the way for the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union, Poland, and other socialist countries. After losing its state power and property, the bourgeoisie is still rather powerful in the fields of ideology, culture, and administrative management. It still has money and maintains its links with the recensionnaires of the world. With the support of all kinds of reactionary forces at home and abroad, the bourgeoisie of a country can wage a struggle for the restoration of its political power through conspiracies and other subterfuges and trickery. All forms of class struggle are developing by twists and turns. The current of struggle going on in class society penetrates the party and is reflected in the party. The development of class struggle, the balance of revolutionary forces and the changes in the internal situation, and the reflections of these events within the party require that the leadership and the whole party always combine theory with practice and carry on struggles against all kinds of tendencies on both fronts so as to safeguard the revolutionary principle of the party's policies. In order to overcome all difficulties in its struggle in every circumstance, the party must maintain constant links with the masses, first of all with the masses of the workers. A fundamental task of the Communist Party of Poland is to win the trust of the working class. A political party which is divorced from the working class is no longer a revolutionary party. While struggling for the sympathy of the whole working class, we should spare no time in organizing. 67. Allies in towns and rural areas and unite them round the working class. Without the worker-peasant alliance, neither the seizure of political power nor the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat is possible. Concerning the individual peasants, the pillar of the party is still the poor peasantry and the semi-proletariat in the countryside. This is the social-political foundation of the working class in the struggle for the alliance with the middle peasants, for the consolidation of the already won political power, and for the transformation of agriculture. Without winning over the countryside, the working class will not be able to gain political power. The Communist Party of Poland has tried and is striving to win over the intellectuals to stand on the side of the working class and throw themselves into the struggle. The revolutionary intellectuals in Poland should, under the leadership of the Communist Party of Poland, play a big, creative, progressive, and revolutionary part. It is possible for the working class to seize political power only when close links are forged with the masses, the working class, the laboring peasantry and the revolutionary intellectuals. The party should, first of all, forge links with the entire working class and then with the laboring masses in the city and countryside. The party's most important task is to arouse the masses in their struggles, expand the struggles to a wider scope, and merge these struggles into a big revolutionary current. The Communist Party of Poland is a party with centralism based on the principle of democracy. The basic characteristics of the party in its daily activities are democratic centralism and its members' consciousness of strict discipline. This unity in action determines the party's strength and combat effectiveness. The main task in the daily struggle is to help the working class and the broadest sections of the masses become aware of the fact that there is no other road but the seizure of political power by force of arms. Therefore, all propaganda and agitation work must clearly be imbued with the revolutionary spirit. The political power which has been lost cannot be re-seized through reformist activities. Only the revolutionary struggle which culminates in an armed uprising can possibly lead the working class to the dictatorship of the proletariat. To take back the political power which has been lost, it is imperative to wage the same kind of revolutionary struggle as the original seizure of political power required. At present, the dictatorship of a traitorous bureaucracy, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, which can be overthrown only through revolutionary struggle, is coming into being in our country. The Social Democrats' road is the road of reformism, the road of betraying the interests of the working class and defending the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. It is also the road taken by traitors to communism. The road of communism is the road of waging revolutionary struggles for the working class to gain political power and build socialism. It is the road of Marxism-Leninized through which the working class vanquishes the bourgeoisie. The revolutionary unity and solidarity of the international communist movement and of the working movement have created the most favorable conditions for the complete emancipation and development of th forces of the revolutionary struggles in all countries. We are part of the forces of the world proletariat. We subordinate our own interests to the general interests of the workers' movement as a whole. The revolutionary solidarity of the world communist movement, of the Marxist-Leninist movement as of the national liberation movement based on the principes of the revolutionary theories of socialism and Leaderian internationalism is the highest principle in opposing imperialism and modern revisionism. In order to eventually vanquish imperialism, the workers NW achieve worldwide solidarity in their revolutions, struggles. The Polish working class has its glorious history and great revolutionary traditions. Before World War, we were called agents of Moscow because we adopt an attitude of internationalism in defense of the first state under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Today we are called agents of Peking and Tirana because of our hostility to US imperialism and our struggle against modern revisionism. There is no difference between the past and the present. The genuine revoltionaries and the working masses are on one side of TL barricades and the bourgeoisie and its flunkies on the other. Today, as in the past, the Polish communists are faithful representatives of the Polish proletariat, fighters in the world revolution. Only a section of nationalist, wavering petty bourgeoisie can be frigid by the charge that the genuine revolutionaries are adopting pro-China and pro-Albania positions. The workers, this charge can only strengthen their conviction that we are the most faithful fighters in the interests and the irreconcilable enemies of the bourgeoisie and their running dogs. Together with the WHL re-emerging Marxist-Leninist movement, the Communist Party of Poland, the vanguard of the heroic poly-working class, rallies around the Communist Party, China and the Albanian Party of Labor in the struggle against US imperialism and modern revisionism. WHK is centered around the leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Long live the international solidarity of Marxist-Leninists in the struggle against the enemies of the international communist movement and the nation liberation movement. Plunge into battle. Strive for victory. Capitalism shall not pass in Poland. Long live the Communist Party of Poland, the party of the working class. Now S-line contradicts 7th World Congress. Reprinted from Communist Orientation, Organ of the Communist Working Circle of Denmark, Volume 5 Number 17, September 17, 1968. The Cultural Revolution, and not least the all-round victory that has now been won, give to the whole of the world communist movement a new yardstick for assessing the previous history of that movement. This new victory for Mao Zedong's proletarian revolutionary line is throwing a sharp and glaring light also backwards. This new victory is a new and irrefutable proof of Mao Zedong's Marxist genius. This victory has not been won by accident, it has not been won in isolation from Mao Zedong's other activity. Things are holes in this world. When Mao Zedong's proletarian revolutionary line has won a new victory in China today, it is inseparably connected with the many and great victories for this line in the 47 years and more of the history of the Chinese Revolution and China's Communist Party. This new victory shows that Mao Zedong is right today, and it shows that he was right yesterday. It is a new, strong, and irrefutable proof of the correctness and validity of the whole of Mao Zedong's thought. This new victory in the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in China creates new conditions and new possibilities for the practical implementation of a series of instructions from Mao Zedong concerning the policy and activity, which must carry the cultural revolution to final victory. At the same time it convinces new millions of Chinese of the fact that Mao Zedong's instructions are correct. It gives new millions a renewed proof that they will reach the goal, which they have set for themselves, the consolidation and the further development of socialism, if they follow these instructions and only if they follow these instructions. Similarly, the new victory in the proletariat cultural revolution will contribute towards convincing new ranks of revolutionaries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America that Mao Zedong's general line for the revolution in the present and former colonial and semi-colonial and dependent countries is correct. It will give them a new proof that they will reach the goal, which they have set for themselves, national liberation and socialism, if they follow his line, and only if they follow his line. Similarly, the new victory for Mao Zedong's thought in the proletarian cultural revolution in China will convince new ranks of revolutionaries in the imperialist and in the revisionist countries in Europe and elsewhere that they should look back into the history of their respective countries, study the past and judge it, judge the present and arrange their work for the future in conformity with Mao Zedong's proletarian revolutionary line. Mao Zedong has also given us instructions. The Little Red Book is full of them. Above all, he has given us instructions concerning our attitude, in the broadest sense of that word, concerning our style of work, concerning principles of leadership in the parties, which we are going to create in our countries. Mao Zedong's summing up of the experiences of the whole of the world proletariat since the death of Lenin has shown to us, what the world is looking like. In his works Mao Zedong has described the international overall situation and milieu, in which our countries and their road to socialism must be seen. Fundamentally Mao Zedong has solved the task for us, which Lenin posed for the communists of the West. To be able to seek, find, and correctly determine the specific path or the particular turn of events that will lead the masses to the real, decisive and final revolutionary struggle. In his revolutionary practice and in his theoretical summing up of experiences he has created the general theory for that part of the world, to which as a result of objective economic and political conditions the revolutionary storm center moved after the victory of the October Revolution. In so doing he has also indicated to us what development this revolutionary storm center is going to return to us, and he has thus given us the key to understanding what we can and should do in order to accelerate this process and in order to prepare the working class of our countries for coming events, and prepare it for its duties, both while the storm center is still situated in Asia, Africa, and Latin 69. America and when it has returned to Europe again. The new victory in the great proletarian cultural revolution in China and for Mao Zedong's thought will inevitably make ever more revolutionary communists in our countries grasp the seemingly simple, but actually very difficult fact that Mao Zedong, and none other than Mao Zedong, is Lenin's successor, that Mao Zedong, and none other than Mao Zedong, has creatively further developed Marxism-Leninism, that Mao Zedong's thought is Marxism-Leninism of our epoch. While Mao Zedong was in the thick of his revolutionary practice in China, in short and clear sentences he gave the essence of the tasks of the communist parties of the capitalist imperialist countries. In his concluding speech at the 6th plenary session of the 6th Central Committee of the CPC, he said, "The seizure of power by armed force, the settlement of the issue by war, is the central task and the highest form of revolution. This Marxist-Leninist principle of revolution holds good universally, for China and for all other countries. But while the principle remains the same, its application by the party of the proletariat finds expression in varying ways according to the varying conditions. Internally, capitalist countries practice bourgeois democracy when they are not fascist or not at war. In their external relations, they are not oppressed by, but themselves oppress other nations. Because of these characteristics, it is the task of the party of the proletariat in the capitalist countries to educate the workers and build up strength through a long period of legal struggle, and thus prepare for the final overthrow of capitalism. In these countries, the question is one of long legal struggle, of utilizing parliament as a platform, of economic and political strikes, of organizing trade unions and educating the workers. There the form of organization is legal and the form of struggle bloodless. On the issue of war, the communist parties in the capitalist countries oppose the imperialist wars waged by their own countries. If such wars occur, the policy of these parties is to bring about the defeat of the reactionary governments of their own countries. The one war they want to fight is the civil war for which they are preparing. But this insurrection and war should not be launched until the bourgeoisie becomes really helpless, until the majority of the proletariat are determined to rise in arms and fight, and until the rural masses are giving willing help to the proletariat. And when the time comes to launch such an insurrection and war, the first step will be to seize the cities, and then advance into the countryside, and not the other way about. These words, which denote an unbreakable adherence to and further development of Lenin's line, were spoken in 1938, at a time when for several years already the European Communist parties had been following quite another political line, a line diametrically opposed to that of Lenin and Mao Zedong. It is this simple realization which the nay victory for Mao Zedong's thought will contribute towards spreading and deepening. Instead of Mao Zedong's clear words about educating the workers and about preparing for the final overthrow of capitalism through insurrection and war, in Europe we got the blab-bearing of the Communist International from the workers, we got the destructive proposal of the Shin of a government of the United Front, which was not supposed to have taken power away from the bourgeoisie but which, nevertheless, was supposed to dissolve the police of the bourgeoisie and replace it with an armed workers' militia. Instead of Mao Zedong's loud work, building up strength and educating the workers, we got the destructive proposal de Communist International concerning unity between the parties, i.e. unity between the Communist and the Social Democratic parties, which excludes any Marxist-Leninist education of the workers, any effective struggle against opportunism. Instead of Mao Zedong's unbreakable principle, which was put forward by him on November 5, 1938. In short, we must not split the United Front, but neither should we allow ourselves to be bound hand and foot, and hence the slogan of everything through the United Front should not be put forward. In Europe we got precisely the slogan of everything through the People's Front in his speech at the National Conference of the Communist Party of France, July 10 and 11, 1936. Maurice Thorez spoke in detail of the economic demands of the People's Front, of million large loans to sports activities, of workers' tourists at the Riviera etc., and with great pathos he declared, "We have summed up our policy in the formula, which is binding for us. Everything for the People's Front, everything through the People's Front." In clear and unequivocal terms Mao Zedong carries forward Lenin's principles for the attitude of communists to imperialist wars. Instead of these clear words, we in Europe got, for instance, these more than half-hearted and equivocal statements in one of the resolutions from the 7th Comintern Congress. In case that, in spite of all the efforts on the part of the working class to prevent it, a new imperialist war will break out, the communists will strive to lead the war, opponents organized in the struggle for peace to the struggle to change the imperialist war into the civil war against the fascist warmongers, against the bourgeoisie, for the overthrow of capitalism. Whatever Marxist sense may be present in Flitt's strange sentence, "Who are the opponents organized in the struggle for peace?" is in any case more than countermanded by the following passage further on in the same resolution. In the present historic stage, when on 1/6 of the globe the Soviet Union is defending socialism and peace for the whole of mankind, the most urgent interests of the workers and working people of all countries demand that the policy of the working class, the struggle for peace, the struggle against the imperialist war, before and after the outbreak of the war, be conducted from the point of view of defending the Soviet Union. It was this policy which, in the above-mentioned speech, made Maurice Thorez advocate the policy of indivisible peace based on respect for the League of Nations Pact, and speak of the wish of the French Communist Party for a peace in honor and dignity for our people. It was this policy which made the U.S. Communists support Roosevelt, which, in spite of internment, made the British Communists support Churchill, and the French support de Gaulle. It was this policy, which stood in the sharpest contrast to Lenin's and Mao Zedong's political line, which made the communist parties of Europe report as loyal defenders of bourgeois democracy. It was this policy which, after the surrender of Hitler, Germany made the Communist Party of Italy hand over its armed forces to the bourgeoisie. This policy found its completely grotesque expression, when some years after the war the Communist Party of Denmark, in the so-called case of General Hjolf, asked the verdict of the bourgeois Danish Supreme Court that any talk about the Communists as much as dreaming of using their weapons and their armed forces during the German occupation in the service of socialism, that any such talk was vicious slander. The new brilliant victory in the proletarian cultural revolution in China, this new and brilliant victory for Mao Zedong's thought, will inevitably, on the part of ever more revolutionary communists in the capitalist imperialist and in the revisionist countries, lead to realization that Mao Zedong's proletarian revolutionary line is correct, not only in relation to the Soviet and other revisionists today, but has been correct the whole time, and that the line followed by Communist International and, at any rate, by its European parties since 1935 was wrong. Thus the new victory in China will inevitably, although forces are at large to prevent it, lead to a renewed study of the European communist movement, to a reassessment of the political lines followed. This reassessment will inevitably lead to a better understanding of the world, both the capitalist and the revisionist countries included, and of the objective road of development ahead. This new victory will make the work easier for the revolutionary communists of the capitalist world and of the revisionist world, although forces are at large to prevent that also. It will increase their knowledge of reality and thus increase their ability to change this reality. 71. Youth under Socialism and Capitalism. By Enver Hoxha. Reprinted here is the text, only slightly abridged, of the speech delivered by Enver Hoxha, first secretary of the Albanian Party of Labour, at a mass rally of young railway construction workers on June 28, 1968. The speech was originally printed under the title, Our Younger Generation Marches Along the Revolutionary Road of the Party. Dear comrades, it is a great pleasure and special joy for me to have the opportunity to be with you today, with you young men and young women who are busily engaged in building the new Ragazza-Unifieri Railway in a high spirit of enthusiasm and self-abnegation. I want to take advantage of this occasion to salute through you, railway workers, and on behalf of the Central Committee and Government, also your comrades who are hard at work in building the highway to the northern uplands, to salute all the young men and young women of our country, all those marvelous revolutionary youths who, throughout the country and in all the fields, are demonstrating heroism, high political maturity and boundless loyalty to the party, to the higher interests of the PEOPLE and to the cause of socialism. I salute especially you, comrade students and school children, who make up the greatest number of the volunteers who are building the railway and the upland highway, and congratulate you who, side by side with your efforts to master science, to acquire knowledge and to adopt the basis of our Marxist-Leninist world outlook, have taken up the pick and shovel and, together with our workers and peasants, are rendering your valuable contribution to the building of our socialist country through these major mass actions of youth. Mass actions have become a glorious tradition of our youth. All of us, as well as your comrades more advanced in age who are now working and producing with success in the various fields of socialist construction, including many of your pedagogues and teachers who are exerting their efforts together with you here in building the railway and the upland highway or in other mass actions of youth, have fresh in our minds the unforgettable days of the early mass actions of youth in building the Koks Peshkopla highway or the Tiranaders and the Durs Elbasan Railroad. You are continuing and raising to a higher level this glorious tradition of youth. You are working hard and rendering valuable contribution to the building of major projects for which our party and our people congratulate and thank you most heartily. Our youth in their actions do not build up only economically important projects. The mass action serves, above all, as a great school for the tempering of the rising generation, for their education with correct concepts about work. It serves to inculcate in young people the spirit of collectivism, of the struggle to overcome difficulties, of the love for one's comrades, deep pure friendship, of revolutionary determination. By working and living together, the worker, peasant and school youth acquaint themselves and become friends with one another, they lean and profit from one another. It is in the joint work and life that the communist concepts and morals are molded. The petty bourgeois, patriarchal and intellectualist remains of the past are discarded, the worn-out artificial barriers of various discriminations set up by the overthrown ideologies and classes are broken down. Action is a concrete ground where the slogan to think, work and live like revolutionaries is implemented. The active and conscientious participation of our youth in mass actions and movements that have burst forth in all parts of our homeland for the further revolution of all our national life, is a powerful demonstration of the new qualities of our new man, reared and educated by the party with the genuine communist ideology and morality. This is another prod showing that our younger generation, united in their heroic organization of the Labor Youth Union of Albania, stand firm on healthy revolutionary positions, that they are fully worthy and able to take into their hands and carry further ahead the torch of revolution and socialism. The militant and revolutionary spirit of our youth, their determination to advance as they have done up till now, firmly, on the road of Marxism-Leninism, their readiness to place themselves unwaveringly at the service of the people on all the fronts where the party calls them, is one of our greatest victories, is one. 72. Of the guarantees of the radiant future of our country. These qualities have their source in the peat solicitude that our party of labor has displayed and continues to display for the education of the younger generation in our socialist reality, in the great historic victories scored by our country under the Marxist-Leninist leadership of our party of labor. They form the clear and sure prospects which the party has opened to the youth of our country. Our youth have never questioned the word of our party. In good and difficult times they have enthusiastically responded to the party calls and they have worked and struggled full of determination and self-denial to reach the targets set by the party. Our youth have been educated not in warm beds or worn-out scholastic books, they have been tempered like steel and molded with an undaunted revolutionary spirit in the crucible of fierce battles against savage external and internal enemies, with the tremendous difficulties we have had to overcome as a result of the deep backwardness bequeathed to us by the anti-popular regimes, in the fierce struggle for breaking the hostile imperialist revisionist blockades forced upon this country. Imperialism and revisionism always exert ideological pressure on our people, especially on our youth. But the active fight of our party, of all our people and youth against this pressure, has been and is really heroic. The youth of our country spurn with contempt all the alien influence of the bourgeois and revisionist ideology, all symptoms of disorientation and degeneration, wherever they may come from. Thanks to the teachings of the party, they have well understood that one of the main objectives of the enemy is to insert their ideology into our ranks, to poison the minds and conscience of our young men and young women. Therefore, under the leadership of the party, they strive to preserve their ideological and moral purity. We notice with satisfaction that in our country a healthy and pure youth is growing, a youth molded with the revolutionary ideals of the party. Tasks of the Albanian youth. But today people are everywhere striving to raise to a higher level their revolutionary spirit, to intensify the process of revolutionizing the life of the country, to carry the socialist revolution further ahead in all fields. Our youth should not be content with the achievements they have already attained, they should not cease for a moment their revolutionary drive. The Labor Youth Union should still continue with more perseverance its efforts to persuade all our youth to continually raise their ideological and political standards by studying Marxism-Leninism, by getting a better grasp of our revolutionary theory which is the key to the attainment of still greater achievements in the days to come. The worker, peasant, and student youth should multiply their efforts to learn as much as possible, to master science and culture which are essential to the progress of our country, to learn while working and to work while learning. Taking their clue from the example set by the working class and all our laborers, our school and student youth, in addition to their efforts to master Marxism-Leninism and science, have all embarked not only on political and ideological activities, but also on major projects and construction. In this way they are carrying out the recommendations of the party to get into close contact with the laboring masses, with life, to link teaching with work, to be tempered in the anvil of manual labor. A campaign of this kind by the school and student youth on the front of learning and working complies with the essence of the task the party has set for the further revolutionization of our school, about which a broad public discussion is being conducted in our country. In this profound ideological undertaking, youth is a great motive and revolutionizing force. It behooves our youth, especially our school and student youth, to take active part in this campaign and in this public discussion so as to better realize the objective of our party to make our schools, both in substance and structure, revolutionary centers where our men and women may be trained as communists and capable specialists. Our school and student youth fully realize that the revolutionization of our schools calls for major efforts, that it is up to them to exert all their efforts to learning, to mastering science and culture, to prepare for life and for practical work. The young men and young women of our country should always and everywhere be on the vanguard of the struggle for revolutionization, to be the first to uphold all revolutionizing measure taken. In this campaign it is the heroic working youth who take the lead. Their revolutionary spirit, the class spirit, should run through all the organizations of the Labor Youth Union of Albania. The working youth form the new generation which swells the ranks of the working class, the backbone of our socialist system, of the class which runs the country and which, through its Marxist-Leninist ideology and its revolutionary example and under the guidance of the party, inspires and leads to battle and revolution all our laboring masses. The working youth should also be in the forefront of production as well. They should be the initiators and prompters to overfulfill planned 73 targets, to master technique and to deepen the technical and scientific revolution. It is up to our youth to further deepen our socialist revolution in the countryside. The members of the youth organization in the countryside are and should always be firm champions of what is new in all fields. They should spread education and culture, up-to-date technique, hygiene, and cleanliness in order to bring about an all-round improvement in our socialist countryside. In this campaign they are inspired by the heroic example set by the working youth of our country and are taught by the revolutionary spirit and teaching of the major mass actions of youth. In pursuing the teachings of our party, all our youth have embarked on a campaign to do away with backward customs, with alien survivals in the minds of our people, and to bring about the complete emancipation of women. This campaign demands, especially of our young men, to help their young women comrades to keep pace with them, because in this way it will be possible to step up the process of doing away with all the survivals of the past. Our party is highly appreciative of the fact that its directives of fighting against patriarchalism and all old customs are rightly understood. The campaign in this field is being conducted on the ideological front without infringing on the love and respect which youth should cherish towards their parents, towards their elders. Our youth are wise enough to understand that whatever hindrance or misunderstanding might arise from the people advanced in age has its roots in the fact that the latter have lived in other times, and that, although they are now closely bound to the party, they still find it difficult to detach themselves from old ideas, from those customs and survivals which used to be integral parts of their own lives. Our youth are carrying out and will be carrying out better the tasks set forth by the party because they have been needed and will be needed by the party all along the period of struggle for socialist construction. Our present youth have been born and brought up during the years of people's rule. They have seen with their own eyes and have experienced the deep transformations that have been and are being brought about in our country. A whole up-to-date and multilateral industry has been set up in what used to be a primitive and backward Albania. The aspect of our plains, hills, and mountains has been changing at a rapid rate before the very eyes of our youth. Many of you remember how the marshes and swamps had covered the fertile fields of Mizgja on which you are now laying the framework of the railroad. You remember the smoke-covered huts and depressed hamlets of this region. Do they bear any comparison whatsoever with the new cooperative villages and cooperative farmers of present-day Mizgja? Such is the change that has been brought about throughout our land, throughout our people. There is no village in our country today which lacks a school, no peasant boy or girl who lacks the necessary education. By 1971 all the villages of Albania will be lit by electricity. We have attained these achievements at a time when in many countries in civilized Europe a good percentage of children still lack schooling, when thousands upon thousands of villages are still as backward as they used to be during the Middle Ages. Our economic plans are being overfulfilled with an unprecedented vigor. Production norms are being overfulfilled in industry, construction, transport, and in all the other sectors. Our socialist agriculture is advancing with a great upsurge. This year we shall harvest abundant cereal crops, so that even our most optimistic expectations will be surpassed. Such a result is not due to weather conditions which, as is known, have not been good, but to the correct line of our party and state power. It is due to the revolutionary enthusiasms of the whole people and in particular to the heroism, maturity, and visible rise achieved in the field of agrotechnique by our industrious and tireless peasantry. **** Diamond Suit Socialism creates progress, abundance, ensures freedom, and real democracy for the people. The people's power, our socialist order has ensured to our youth all rights and material conditions to really enjoy them. Our young men and young women have not experienced the landlord and bourgeois exploitation and brutal oppression, they have not experienced the life of hunger, of misery, and poverty, they have not experienced the barbarous oppression and domination of the anti-popular regimes and of foreign imperialists. Our youth have not felt on their shoulders the heavy burden of illiteracy and darkness. In socialist Albania, the doors of the schools, beginning with the primary school and ending with the university, are flung open to the sons of workers, peasants, and people's intelligentsia. Our younger generation has not experienced unemployment and uncertainty for the future, this grave wound from which the broad masses of youth even in the most developed capitalist countries as well as in the revisionist countries are suffering and languishing. Our socialist democracy has guaranteed to our youth work according to the capacities and knowledge acquired. It has ensured to them the active participation and an unbounded creative role in all the fields of our social life. The youth in our country look forward with confidence to the future. Diamond Suit. 74. The preoccupation of our youth, student, or intellectual, quite unlike the countries, where capitalists and revisionists are ruling, is their personal fate, the problem to ensure or wear a place in the sun for themselves and their families. They do not study and fight a place in the sun, so as to avoid being pressed by others, to avoid being devoured the big wolves. The ideal of our student or intellectual is not security or advancement for himself to cope with the tempests of an oppressive and exploiting society. His ideal is very fit, very militant and very inspiring. Our revolutionary youth learns and develops his capacities himself, not from his narrow arsenal interest, to occupy a position in life, and to better serve his people, socialism, the Homeland. He learns and works, not to amass culture for himself, nor to distinguish himself by scholasticism but to raise the national economy to a higher degree, to make the plains more fertile, to spread culture more widely and more deeply even to the most distant corners if the homeland, to make science a property if the masses and for the masses. We are led by the fact that our youths who finish coals, almost without exception, go where the country needs them, without looking for some mug corner. This is a valuable characteristic of our new intelligentsia. The devoted and unconditioned service to the cause of the party and the interests of the people, which stems from the existing conditions in our country, from the very socialist system and the deep inward conviction this is the ideal and motive of the life of our youth, be he a worker, a peasant, or a student and intellectual. Of course, with this I by no means want to say that we in our country have achieved everything, that we have overcome without exception the consequences of the inherited backwardness and difficulties and that we have resolved all the problems. We are fully aware that we still need a great, insistent, and protracted struggle and work, to fully build up socialism, to bring up the new man, to further and incessantly increase the well-being of the people, to make our life more prosperous, more beautiful, more joyful, and more lively. But we are on a correct path, we are determined to forge ahead undauntedly, and nobody will be able to halt us in our advance. Our people and youth view their future with optimism. The universities themselves. It is, of course, completely untrue, the universities serve and are controlled by the monopoly capitalists as thoroughly as any other part of the educational system. This can be seen not only by the fact that their governing bodies are dominated by monopoly capitalists but also by where their money comes from. Some universities are themselves big landlords and capitalists, but all university or cities get most of their funds either from the government or from local education authorities. In both cases, of course, the money comes from taxes and rates paid by working class people, but its use is controlled by the capitalist class through its government agencies. In addition, there is some direct financing of universities by monopoly capital. Several of the giant monopolies provide research grants and scholarships. The facts and figures given above were mostly obtained from the Robbins Report on Higher Education, a couple of pamphlets about the educational system in England and Wales published by the Department of Education and Science, and a 1950s pamphlet published by the CPGB. Much more concrete detail needs to be obtained about how the educational system serves imperialism. The research done at Sussex University and at the Regent Street Polytechnic, revealing the direct connections between monopoly capital and the governing bodies, is an important step in this direction. We should also study how discrimination in education is practiced against colored students and how this is related to the whole system of racism in Britain. We should look into education for women and how this prepares them for their particular role in capitalist society. Another important task is analyzing the way subjects are taught. In this way the struggle can be taken right into the classrooms and lecture halls. Capitalist restoration in USSR. Documents on Mideast struggle. Japan's imperialists and revisionists. Indonesia's PKI, E-Ground End Program. Report by French ML Underground. A note to our readers. With this issue, our second year of world revolution begins. In reviewing our first year of publication, we are gratified at the very positive response we have obtained. Based upon the past year's experiences, the criticisms and suggestions many of you have made, we have decided to add a new dimension to world revolution in order to better fulfill our responsibilities toward the developing revolutionary movement in the United States. In our original statement of purpose in Volume 1, Number 1, we said, our purpose is to reprint outstanding articles and statements from revolutionary sources in other countries and, when no definite article is available on a crucial event, to round up the reports and comments of the most reliable sources available. We will continue to maintain this objective and strive to do an even better job in the future. However, we now believe that we must go a step further. In addition to reprints and roundups, we will present more background and polemical articles. For example, in this issue, see the background article on the Communist Party of Indonesia and the critique of the anti-Marxist-Leninist policies of North Korea's Premier Kim Il-sung. Also, our introductions to articles will attempt to be more explanatory with critical comments where deemed necessary. The world Marxist-Leninist movement is in the process of rebuilding and renewal. The old communist movement that was once headed by the first great socialist state, the Soviet Union, has degenerated into revisionism. Wherever the revisionists have state power, they have restored the oppressive capitalist system of profits before people. The New World Marxist-Leninist movement has many factors favoring its future development, such as the deepening crisis of world imperialism, the growing exposure and disintegration of the revisionists, the revolutionary and militant upsurge of the workers, peasants, and students throughout the capitalist world, the growth of armed struggle of the oppressed peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, including the militant rebellions of the Afro-American people in the U.S., the summarizing of the lessons of the historical experiences of the working class and the dictatorship of the proletariat as best exemplified by the Marxist-Leninist thought of Mao Zedong, the lessons and achievements of China's great proletarian cultural revolution, and the continuing shining example of the Albanian Party of Labor's adherence to Marxism-Leninism, surrounded as it is by the US and Soviet imperialists and their cohorts. In spite of these many favorable factors, the world Marxist-Leninist movement has a long way to go in developing new strong parties capable of leading the oppressed masses to the victory of THIRD dictatorship of the proletariat. International Marxist-Leninist unity is still a goal to be achieved, and there are still many fundamental questions that need further examination and clarification. For example, the relationship of national liberation struggles to the dictatorship of the proletariat and the vanguard role of the ML party, the question of nationalism versus internationalism, the question of the origins of international modern revisionism, the popular front line of the Seventh World Congress of the Comintern, etc. Together with Progressive Labor, our MAT ideological party organ, and Challenge, OU monthly newspaper, we hope that World Revolution will play a significant role in raising our ML ideological understanding of these and other questions. For those readers whose subscriptions TWR have expired, we urge that you renew non. For all 3 PLP publications we are offering a special $6 a year bargain star. Put your order today, not only for yourself, but for a couple OT friends. Also we remind you, that we will send to several of your friends a free sample copy upon your request. We ask only that you enclose the cost of postage. Thank you for your past year's support, and again we urge that you keep your letters, criticisms, and suggestions coming in to help us build a bigger and better world revolution in the future. World Revolution. A quarterly of world Marxist-Leninist struggle and thought. Vol. 2, No. 4 Jan. March 1969. $50 Milton KOMN, Dieter. Table of Contents. Editor's Desk. Letters to the Editor. 2. Latin America. Bolivian camp rebuts Castro by Icar Zamora. 4. China. How the Shanghai workers took over their wharves by Gerald Tannenbaum. 10. Chiman Mao's Special 1949 Report. 18. India. Is India really independent? By S. Gunna. 26. Build a Revolutionary Party by Charu Mazumdar. 37. To My Comrades by Charu Mazumdar. 39. Korea. Kim Il-sung's revisionist policies refuted by J.S. Merrick. 40. Japan. Japanese imperialism in South Korea, W.R. Roundup. 45. Japan's revisionists, Miyamoto Gang. 46. Indonesia. Indonesia's PKI, Background Report, W.R. Roundup. 49. New program of Indonesia's PKI, Central Conranides Introduction. 51. The PKI Program for a People's Democracy. 53. Vietnam revisionists betray Vietnam. 60. Italy worker-student upsurge in Italy. 61. England an open letter to Czech students. 62. France a report from French underground MLCP. 63. Palestine Liberation Movement. 67. Joint appeal by AAJA and AAWB on Palestine Day. 70. Identity of a revolutionary. 71. Africa. Zimbabweans must triumph. 72. USSR. How Soviet revisionists use the CMEA to plunder and exploit East European people. 75. Soviet revisionist renegades step up capitalist reorganization of economy. 78. World Revolution, P.O. Box 208, Church Street Station, Viewfork, BI 10008. Printed entirely by Union Labor. Letters to the Editor. Opposes Zionists and Arab rulers. Dear Editor, the recent raid on the Beirut airport has again thoroughly exposed the arrogant gangster character of the Israeli Zionist regime. So crude was this latest aggression that even its parents, the imperialists, were forced to give their offspring a verbal spanking by having the UN adopt a meaningless resolution of condemnation. The Israeli Zionist regime is the main tool used by US imperialism to maintain its grip on the Mideast. The Zionists have always had one policy: imperialist-backed aggression to support Jewish bourgeois rule. So long as Zionist aggression continues, Arab nationalism is naturally inflamed. This Arab nationalism also helps maintain the rule of the pro-imperialist Arab ruling cliques. Premier Yafel of Lebanon, an imperialist stooge, explained the demagogic militancy of the Arab rulers in a NY Times interview on January 2, 1969, I know THO difficulties of THO Arab leaders. I see THO ferment among THO people here, there, and everywhere. However much the Arab ruling cliques fear THO developing armed upsurge of the Arab masses, THO US and Soviet imperialists and THO Israeli Zionist regime fear it even more. Indeed, it has been this growing militancy of THO Arab masses that prompted Nixon to dispatch Gov. Scranton to THO Mideast immediately after his presidential election. Upon his return from this fact-finding tour, Gov. Scranton indicated on an NBC TV interview that there are three basic reasons why THO US must adopt a more even-handed policy which would strengthen relations with the Arab ruling classes. The reasons given by Scranton were: we have economic ties and interests there. We need greater influence in order to achieve a peaceful solution for Israel's security. We must avoid a confrontation with THO Soviet Union. In other words, THO US ruling class must step up its efforts to secure a Mideast deal with THO Soviet revisionists and THO Arab ruling cliques in order to secure their multi-billion-dollar investments in that oil-rich area. Mideast oil investments yield a higher rate of profit than anywhere else in THO world. In addition, U.S. imperialism's global strategy of alliance with THO Soviet revisionist ruling class requires a Mideast accommodation with them. Scranton's even-handed policy was supported fully and publicly by none other than General Moshe Dayan, chief of THO Israeli aggressor armed forces, who had come to see Nixon for more U.S. planes, weapons and dollars. Gen. Dayan's support for increased U.S. influence with THO Arab ruling classes may seem strange to those who view the Mideast struggle merely in a nationalist context of Jews vs. Arabs. But Dayan knows that THO Israeli Zionist regime's class interests which are tied to U.S. imperialism can best be secured by a U.S. Soviet Arab ruling class deal. None of THO three factions imperialism, the Zionists, and the Arab ruling clique can live without THO others. The Arab masses are coming to understand this, and hopefully the Jewish working people will also. Scranton disclosed in THO NBC interview his deep fear of THO tremendous growth of the guerrilla forces in Palestine and the fact that THO Arab masses, particularly THO youth, were violently opposed to U.S. imperialism. Dayan's support for THO Scranton even-handed policy also reveals that THO U.S. Soviet Zionist axis hope that a political deal will undermine THO developing armed struggle of THO Arab masses. Imperialist revisionist wheeling and dealing, however, will not solve the basic class contradictions in the Mideast any more than they will in Vietnam. The oppressed peoples will continue to resist and will ultimately triumph over all their enemies. Fraternally, MSWR. Exposes Indian Revisionists. Dear editor, we are regular subscribers of your magazine. The distribution of THO magazine in West Bengal has long been done by the National Book Agency, Calcutta. Of late they have stopped distributing and selling all the magazines of your party, viz. PL, WR, and Challenge. This, perhaps, is logical. For your articles in the World Revolution Volume 1 No. 2 have unmasked the neo-revisionist anti-China character of the Communist Party of India, which they have cleverly, for years, succeeded in concealing. As a matter of fact, the National Book Agency is a wing of THO neo-revisionist CPI. The developments, in short, have two effects. First, by their act of suppressing THO circulation of THO P.L.P.S magazines, Ranadiv Jyoti Basu clique have further revealed their true pro-Soviet anti-China character. This is a positive gain. Secondly, by their action the communist revolutionaries here are being deprived of the PLP magazines and thereby partially deprived of international experiences of revolution. This is the negative side of the development. But this cannot be of permanent nature. This is bound to be ephemeral. World revolution is 2. Ever more strong today. The reactionaries will certainly be dismayed in their attempt to hold tack the will of history. In order to overcome these difficulties, we comradely ask you to send at least one copy each of the magazines IEPL, WR, and Challenge, so that we may copy the important articles and circulate among us. Since some bourgeois technicalities, e.g. foreign exchange and the like, stand in the way, we find no avenue other than the aforesaid one open to us. We hope you will appreciate and assess our difficulties and act accordingly. With revolutionary greetings, SS. Mexican Struggle continues. Dear Editor, 1 a.m. sending you some excerpts of a leaflet that was circulated November 12, 1968 in Mexico City by some revolutionary Mexican students. The leaflet was entitled, "The struggle begun by the students is a struggle of all the working people of Mexico. The struggle against the repressive forces of the government and for gaining democratic liberties continues. The student strike has not been stopped, in spite of the concentrated efforts of the government, the press, the internal agents, and the brilliant sociologists like Fiores Olia. These gentlemen will certainly continue their attempts, but the position of the overwhelming majority of the students, proven in meeting after meeting, vote after vote, is to move ahead, to fight until victory. The relaxation of government oppression in the days following the Olympic Games, the call to go back to classes of Yanez, the fury town by the rightist papers, all this shows the fear, the desperation of the ruling class. The sections of the bourgeoisie which favor the policy of Ike Iron Fist as much as those who incline toward negotiations show in their threats, appeals, and maneuvers, how the popular struggle affects them. Now the teachers of the primary and secondary schools are integrating themselves in the movement. The struggles, still small to appearance, of other sections of the working people are still developing. Those who vacillate, who temporarily lose confidence in the masses and show fear in continuing the fight, will soon be able to see how much they are mistaken. The people are not tiring, the masses have more energy than some believe. From now on, if the leaders do not explain the situation, if they do not indicate the route, it is impossible to continue marching. But if the route is made clear, the march continues. Diamond suit. In the first place, it is necessary to repeat that, even though the students appear as organizers and leaders of the movement, this is a movement of all the working people. It is first manifested through the students because they, not being involved in production, have greater liberty to mobilize themselves than other sections of the working people, who are subject to more rigid conditions of political and organizational coercion. It is precisely because the central objective of the movement is not a student objective but an objective of all the oppressed people, including the students, that the problem is to get better weapons for the struggle against the oppressors and to take away the oppressors' weapons. Why do we demand liberty for political prisoners? Why do we demand the repeal of Article 145 of the Federal Penal Code? Why do we raise a whole series of democratic demands? Because these demands indicate something which is really happening in the country and indicate in part the objectives of the struggle. Why do the brigades see the necessity for raising the fight for trade union democracy, the fight against the exclusionary clause, the fight against strong-arm tactics? Because reality demands it, because the struggle is wider than is expressed by the present 6 points, because these do not express the whole content of the struggle against the repressive forces of the government and for the winning of democratic liberties. It is necessary to state that what is being discussed is raising a broader program which unifies the democratic demands of all the oppressed people. A broader general program which would include demands that express the needs and the struggles of thousands and thousands of workers and family heads, teachers, etc., in the same way that the demand for the liberty of the political prisoners expresses the struggles of the doctors, railroad workers, teachers, students, etc., against bourgeois repression. A broader program will correspond to a broader organization of the movement. From the popular assemblies organized by the teachers of the primary and secondary schools there should evolve mixed broader committees, representative of the whole democratic movement of the Mexican people. Fraternally, finds Wr. Useful. J.V. Dear Editor, I am honored by your selections from my letters in World Revolution, Volume 1, Number 2, but I am especially pleased and agreeably surprised with most of the articles from various revolutionary groups around the world. Of course, a sizable collection of imperfections could be counted on page 78. 3. Bolivian CP rebuts Castro. World Revolution received the following open letter to Castro written by Oscar Zamora, first secretary of the Communist Party of Bolivia, from fraternal sources. This letter exposes the reasons for the attack Castro made against Zamora and his party in his introduction to Che's diary and reveals the consequences of Castro's anti-Marxist-Leninist line. Mr. Fidel Castro Ruz, Prime Minister of the Republic of Cuba. Havana. Mr. Castro. Harassed by the repressive forces of the military government, I am writing to you through this public letter from somewhere in my country in order to establish some truths concerning the guerrilla movement developed during the past year in the southeast of Bolivia under the direction of Escobedo Che Guevara. I write with the object of unmasking the meaning of your premeditated provocation against the party and my person in mentioning my name and that of my party in a paragraph in your so-called necessary introduction in the book The Diary of Che. Arbitrarily and with great malice using the name of Che, who in no way mentions it in his diary, you say. Later he invited Moises Guevara, a mining and political leader who left that party in order to cooperate in the formation of another organization, and from which he later withdrew due to disagreements with Oscar Zamora, another Monje, who had once promised to work with Che on the organization of an armed guerrilla fight in Bolivia and who later withdrew his commitments and cowardly folded his arms when the hour for action arrived, becoming one of the most poisonous critics in the name of Marxism-Leninism after Che's death. These affirmations, which distort reality, have the fundamental objective of attacking Marxist-Leninist forces and therefore have the character of open provocation in the service of the enemies of the working class. This necessarily demands the clarification of the truth not only to contradict the Prime Minister of the Republic of Cuba but also so that the people of America and the world should know the truth about the events. You know the damage you are doing to the Bolivian revolutionary movement, with your provocation against the Marxist-Leninist Communist Party. Using your lies, anti-communists of all shades are applauding you. We would have preferred not to have made public our difference, nonetheless you discharged your lies publicly and now we are obliged to reply publicly with the truth. I who violated their commitments in the revolutionary struggle in Bolivia and Latin America? You, who handed their revolutionaries over to the mercy of revisionist treachery? Or we, who are loyal to the revolutionary principles of Marxism-Leninism? We will begin by pointing out that Escobedo Che Guevara, in no part of his diary nor by any inference, speaks of me or of my party, still less of the supposed compromise which you indicate. In reality, you make this slanderous contribution to the diary, abusing the memory of Che himself, with the sole objective of continuing your campaign against the Marxist-Leninists of Latin America and Bolivia. To have been honest to Che, you would have respected the reasons for which he does not mention us in his diary. This honest attitude of Escobedo Che Guevara, as you yourself call it, is due to the simple reason that he, at the end of 1964 accepted your decision to break all contact with the Marxist-Leninist groups in Latin America, in accord with the agreements of the preparatory meeting of the Conference of Communist Parties of Latin America, over which you presided in Havana. This was clearly confirmed by you when you say, in your necessary introduction, the initial phase of preparing the guerrilla base came to depend fundamentally on a group of valiant and level-headed collaborators, who when the split occurred had remained in Monje's party. It only remains to be added that this particular GRUI was directed by Monje himself. Che's fatal error was to accept the decision of working with the revisionist party. But you will never be able to deny your direct responsibility for this occurrence since you were the one who convened the revisionist conference with Monje and Codovilla, the head of Argentine revisionism. 4. Leader the preparatory meeting, Che re-established relations with the Bolivian and Argentine T-visionists and the other revisionists in Latin America, despite the opinion Che had of them, particularly with respect to Monje, an opinion which you also confirm in your necessary introduction when you say, Che did not have he least confidence in Monje. If Che did not have confidence in Manjay, who obliged him to work with people of Manjay's Tind? You should have explained this in your necessary introduction. You signed the final resolution of the Conference of Communist Paris of Latin America along with the Codovillas, Corvalents, the Manjays, and the other revision smoothies. This resolution concretely indicates breaking off all relations with factional ropes, or in other words isolating the Marxist-Leninists of Latin America. This is the established way of betraying revolutionaries and the beginning of your honeymoon with the revisionists. But you went very much further. You took the pretentious initiative of obliging the Communist Party of China to support your activity, and you sponsored the sending of a delegation composed of 8 conniving Latin American revisionists, among them your unspeakable friend Mario Manjay, which in August 1965 reached Peking via Moscow, in order to give the Communist Party of China the agreements of the Conference of Havana. Your personal representative, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, chaired the delegation. He was charged with proposing to Comrade Mao Zedong the immediate break of the Communist Party of China with the Marxist-Leninist movements which were organizing themselves in Latin America, especially with our party, which up until some months before had the total and complete support of the party and government of Cuba. The reply of the Communist Party of China, through Comrade Mao Zedong, which was given to the revisionist leaders who came from Havana via Moscow, pointed out with great clarity that the Communist Party of China would never abandon its aid to all the Marxist-Leninists, that it would continue working with all the revolutionaries of Latin America and of the world, with all its strength, with all who struggle in defense of Marxism-Leninism against revisionism, and for the liberation of their people from the yoke of imperialism. The reply of Mao Zedong is a lesson for all those who attempt to revise and betray Marxism-Leninism. Let us continue. In September-October 1964, a group of young Bolivian students living in Cuba and Europe agreed to initiate, under the banners of Marxism-Leninism, a struggle to build a revolutionary vanguard which would seek to liberate Bolivia. For this goal, we considered it necessary to organize a Marxist-Leninist force separate from the leadership of the Communist Party of Bolivia. For this reason I went to Cuba in search of help. There, Comandante Escobedo Che Guevara indicated his support for the struggle against the corrupt leaders of the communist parties which had fallen into revisionism. He expressed the opinion of favoring struggle in Bolivia by the only road armed struggle. At no time in these conversations did Che, who was then the Minister of Industry in Cuba, show me that he intended to direct some armed action in Bolivia or in any part of the world. At the conclusion of the conversations with Che, we agreed not to inform the directors of the Communist Party of Bolivia of the agreements which were made, but only to inform you. At the same time a group of Marxist-Leninist students was formed in Cuba. On returning to my country, I united with the powerful Marxist-Leninist movement which was developing within the party. In April 1965, the first extraordinary Congress of the party took place. The Congress approved a new political line which showed that the fundamental mission of the party was that of struggling for national liberation. A new revolutionary leadership was chosen for the party, headed by the renowned comrade Federico Escobar, the greatest leader of the mine workers of Bolivia. Our Congress had the sympathy of the international Marxist-Leninist movement, headed by the Communist Party of China. And how did you fulfill your agreements? In December 1964, after being informed by Che of the agreements to combat the revisionist leadership of Manjay and to organize the Marxist-Leninist Party in Bolivia, you personally took the opportunity at the preparatory meeting of the Conference of Communist Parties of informing Mr. Manjay of my conversations with Che, arranged that the group of Marxist-Leninist students in Cuba should be placed under the direction of the revisionist party and, in common agreement with Manjay, decided to break off all relations with us, since we were then called factionalists. So, you used against our party the decision of the revisionist conference to struggle against the forces of Marxism-Leninism. These facts you cannot deny, not now when everyone including even Manjay himself in La Paz in January 1965, told me about it, boasting of having obtained his greatest political victory. Your abandonment of the forces of Marxism-Leninism and your alliance with the Latin American revisionists is not the work of chance but is the consequence of your total surrender to the Soviet revisionists. The revolutionaries of the world will never forget that months before having made a pact with the revisionists of Latin 5. America, you signed the famous communiqué with the renegade Khrushchev, supporting coexistence and the peaceful road. This communiqué is the most complete negation of the Second Declaration of Havana, which proclaims the armed road and condemns peaceful coexistence. From those days of treason in December 1964, you not only abandoned the Marxist-Leninist movement but practically impeded all forms of contact. After the first extraordinary National Congress of Sloglo-20 had come to a close, in accordance with its resolution, we sent a delegation in May 1965 to contact the Cuban embassy in Prague in order to deliver to the Communist Party of Cuba the resolutions and agreements of this Congress. The same measure was adopted for the Marxist-Leninist parties of the entire world. The reply from Cuba was silence, and the proposal to send a delegate to explain in detail our Congress and to establish relations between our parties was frustrated. The Communist parties of China, Albania, Vietnam, Indonesia, Ceylon, Brazil, Ecuador, and others, along with the Marxist-Leninist movement of the world expressed to us their total and complete accord and support. With this moral force, we continued the revolutionary struggle, and we can say today that we have a party which is quantitatively and qualitatively superior to that of the revisionists recognized by you as the vanguard of the Bolivian people. In December 1965 we sent a delegation of the Bolivian Communist Party to the First Tricontinental Conference, uniting with the delegation of the Democratic Council of the People. This delegation was admitted to Cuba thanks to the personal gesture of the president of the delegation in Mexico, Mrs. Lydia G. de Mahler, because the Cuban embassy in Mexico was prohibited from issuing a visa to the Marxist-Leninists of Latin America without the okay of the revisionists. But as soon as the delegation arrived in Cuba it was isolated in the Hotel Riviera and officially told that it would not have access to the Tricontinental Conference and that, on instructions, only the representative of PRIN, Mrs. de Mahler, and the delegation of Full in La Paz could attend if they agreed to being included in the official delegation presided over by Mr. Monge. The loyal and worthy attitude of Mrs. de Mahler and the delegate of Full prevented this maneuver from working, and the complete delegation found itself obliged to leave Cuba without participating in the conference. In the Tricontinental, Mr. Monge spoke for the revolutionaries of Bolivia. According to the notice of the meeting, this conference was made up of national liberation forces. Nonetheless, in practice the revisionists were the ones who had the voice in representing the peoples of Latin America, viz., the Codovillas, the Corvalents, the Monges and the Vieiras. You made use of this conference not only to isolate the Marxist-Leninist movement of Latin America but also to launch the most irresponsible accusation against the people, the party, and the government of People's China and against Comrade Mao Zedong, calling them imperialists, traitors precisely against the people and the party who today head the revolutionary struggles of all the people against U.S. imperialism. You also attacked the Guatemalan guerrilla, Comandante Jan Sosa, so it is not to be wondered at that you attacked me and my party. This is the truth of the Tricontinental. Do you believe that this is the treatment which should be given to a revolutionary force and to demand of it, with no right, the achievement of agreements which never existed? You should tell this truth to the Cuban people and the people of all the world, and also say how you served international revisionism in the Tricontinental. At the OLAS Conference, July 1967, only the delegation organized by Monge's party took part on behalf of Bolivia, despite your knowledge, through a communication from Che to Manila of the treachery of Monge and the revisionists in the guerrilla movement, a treachery discovered on December 31, 1966. You invited this delegation and, what is more, allowed it to read a supposed message from the Bolivian guerrilla war. You already know what Che in his diary says about this telepathy. Che gave a very good description of the Bolivian delegation which you brought to the conference. Or perhaps you weren't informed of the betrayal of Che's guerrillas, or did you still believe the promises which Cal, Reyes, and Ramirez made to you in Havana? Your blind confidence in the revisionists certainly needs an explanation. In order to establish the magnitude of the damage caused by your policy of allying with modern revisionists, we recall some important facts which the Cuban people and the people of all the world must know. We do this, bearing in mind your own words in your necessary introduction, in the sense of finishing with the ridiculous ostrich politics, which has nothing to do with the internationalist character of contemporary revolutions. With the death of Che, Mr. Monge at the head of his revisionist clique has committed the third consecutive betrayal of the revolutionary movement in Latin America, as we go on to show. First, Puerto Maldonado, Peru, a locality situated on the frontier with Bolivia, was the 6th stage for betrayal by the Monge revisionists. The Peruvian guerrilla group, on your instructions, remained in Bolivia under the custody and direction of Monge and his clique. The political police of Bolivia, directed by San Roman, were informed of the presence of these guerrillas personally by Monge. The Monge-San Roman link is now openly confirmed. Through the CIA, which worked jointly with San Roman, the Peruvian government was informed of the presence of the guerrillas and of their future incursion into Peruvian territory. As a result, several guerrillas were killed before they were much over the border. The fall of the revolutionary poet, Javier Girard, is the symbol of the treachery of revisionism. The guerrillas who managed to return to Bolivian territory, after being released as foreign refugees, lived in the homes of the Bolivian Marxist-Leninists, showing in this manner their repudiation of the treachery of Monge and his clique. There are witnesses to the action at Puerto Maldonado, survivors who can establish the historical truth of these two questions: who turned them over to the hands of the revisionists and what was the role of the revisionists. Second, Tartagal, Argentina, the scene where the guerrilla movement of young Argentinians was betrayed by the Bolivian and Argentine revisionists. Despite the fact that you had been fully informed through your embassy in La Paz and directly in Havana of the treachery of Monge and his clique towards the guerrilla movement in Peru, you personally decided once more to give Monge and his party the task of receiving and orienting the Argentine guerrilla group which, soon after putting the frontier behind them, were ambushed by the Argentine police in Tartagal. General San Roman, chief of the Bolivian political police, was also informed by the revisionists of this activity. When I interviewed Escobedo Guevara in Havana in 1964, we fully agreed that the one who was to blame for the Tartagal tragedy was Monge through his contacts with the Bolivian police. Guevara said specifically, "Tartagal is a betrayal of the Argentinians by Monge, as Fidel already knows." The Communist Party of Argentina was fully informed by Monge of the guerrilla movements, despite the agreement that they should not be informed, since the guerrillas acted outside the Communist Party of Argentina. To be precise, the resolution of the Conference of Communist Parties of Latin America, signed by yourself in the name of the Communist Party of Cuba, by Mario Monge and by Victorio Codovilla, has a lot to do with the need to cover up what happened in Tartagal. Third, Nancahuazú, Bolivia. Despite what happened in Puerto Maldonado and in Tartagal, of which you were fully informed, you continued to confide in Monge and his clique, more deeply this time since it concerned a guerrilla movement directed by Escobedo Che Guevara. You did not explain in your necessary introduction the reasons why Monge was to be trusted with the Third Revolutionary Movement, though his history was known. In order to cover the truth, you launched the infamous slander that I did not know how to fulfill supposed agreements. But Che himself, with revolutionary honor, charged himself with the task of making clear the truth that the Monges, the Cals, and other revisionists were the only ones to whom you handed over the task of preparing the guerrilla base. Che would never have failed to mention in his diary my compromise of the guerrilla struggle, to which you assigned so much importance, if such a compromise had existed. The truth of your provocation has its roots in your trying to confuse Marxist-Leninists with revisionists. In part, you want to save the revisionists because by saving the revisionists, you would be less compromised with what has happened in southeast Bolivia. You and all those who have read the diary of Che know that we had nothing to do with it. But with the objective of trying to politically condemn us, you have raised a false accusation in your necessary introduction. But your attempt to condemn us is in vain because the people, especially the Bolivian people, know how to distinguish between Marxist-Leninists and the revisionists and their friends. The Bolivian people, based on the diary of Che, have concretely established that the revisionists of Bolivia and of other countries are the traitors and that the Communist Party of Bolivia, of which I have the honor of being the first secretary, had nothing to do with the guerrillas, as a result of having no relations with you or with the Communist Party of Cuba. Che's diary does not refer to a single compromise on our part, therefore if one exists, it is yours along with the revisionists headed by Monge, a compromise that goes from Puerto Maldonado, through Tartagal, to Nancawazoo, and the results of which are known to history. Who remained with arms folded in cowardice in the hour of action, the revisionists and their friends off Manila who were responsible and were free, or we the Marxist-Leninists who were in concentration camps without even knowing of the presence of Che in Bolivia. Cowards are those who have compromised their principles for the sake of unity, and being revolutionaries once, have ended up in the arms of the revisionists. Cowards are not those who have consecrated their lives to the working 7. class and their people. Therefore, I personally do not accept your description when you say that I crossed my arms in cowardice in the hour of action, since, by this means, you intend to fling mud at my party, who like me, did not know of and had nothing to do with the guerrilla war directed by Che. It is easy to insult from the position that you have, but nothing gives you the right to insult those with whom you cut off all relation and contact because of their Marxist-Leninist position, from the moment when you fell into revisionism. My people are the ones who will measure the courage of their own sons in the struggle for liberation. Neither you nor anyone advised us of the intention of Che Guevara to come to my country to lead a guerrilla struggle. In confinement in the leprosy center of Puerto Moreno, 3 months after the beginning of the guerrilla accession, this is where I learned of the possible presence of Che in the guerrilla zone of Nancawazoo. Only you and the Bolivian revisionists had the heritage of contacts, of the connections and resources of the guerrilla war, as you confirmed in your necessary introduction and as did also the 3 surviving Cubans in their declarations in Santiago, Chile. The fortune of the guerrillas was in your hands and those of the revisionists from the beginning. In the hour of testing, you know from your own experience, that guerrilla war depends on logistics, and that in the beginning success depends on those who have charge of those logistics. The responsibility rests solely and exclusively on those who had in their charge the major part of the logistics, that is to say, Manila and Monge's revisionists. In order to hide this truth, you try to mix me into something with which I had nothing to do, going so far as to slander me in your necessary introduction, but you do not say anything about the relations between Che and Manila. Why do you not explain, although it be only for experience, to what is owed the breaking of contact between Che and Manila? It is your duty to tell your people the truth, and this truth is that Manila also failed in the guerrilla logistics, and that Manila is the leadership of the Communist Party of Cuba. We agree with you that in the diary the Cuban government is referred to repeatedly and therefore ostrich politics are ridiculous, but that you should be quiet and not mention it because the contacts and logistics in the charge of the Cuban government collapsed, is simply inexplicable. Why do you not refer in your necessary introduction to your own responsibility in this guerrilla war, your own position of overall director of Manila? Or is it that I also am Manila? With respect to the peoples of America, the Bolivian people and the Cuban people, I would like to make it clear that 3 months before the initiation of the guerrilla war I was already in a concentration camp, held prisoner until July 3 of the same year. From the concentration camp, I went into the hospital and after 2 months of treatment I returned to the underground to continue working for my party and the cause of my people. Most of the leadership of my party have been through the same or worse conditions, including Comrade Justiniano Ninavia, leader of my party, who today is still imprisoned. You will have the opportunity to measure our action under the banners of the Marxist-Leninist Communist Party and our decision to struggle against US imperialism and against the guerrillas that govern my country. To sum up, only Manila and the Manje revisionists crossed their arms in cowardice in the hour of action, destroying all the logistics of the guerrilla movement in southeast Bolivia. This is the fundamental cause of its collapse. 3. Who are the venomous critics of Che, the revisionists and opportunists protected by you or we who from the time he died pointed to the truth? Your affinity for intrigue and for disfiguring the facts reaches its peak when you say that we have become the most venomous critics of Che after his death, in the name of Marxism-Leninism. Your hatred for the loyalty of my party to Marxism-Leninism leads you to falsify truths which are publicly known and can be proven immediately. My party, the day after the news of Che's death, gave out a communiqué with my signature, in which Che's revolutionary life was evaluated, denouncing the murder perpetrated by the Bolivian guerrillas in connivance with the CIA and establishing that the presence of the revisionists in his revolutionary activity led to his downfall. Possibly the fact that we pointed out the treacherous activity of the revisionists is the reason for your infamous slander against the Marxist-Leninists. It is well known to the Bolivian people what we said about Escobedo Guevara after his death. To the present day we are suffering from the furious repression of the government, among other reasons, for having denounced the murder of Che in October 1967 and for having published a complete gallery in our official organ Liberation of all those who directly or indirectly had participated in the murder of Escobedo Guevara. Perhaps it did not please you that in this gallery we rightly included Mario Manje and Jorge Cal. My party never endorsed Che's practice, since the light of Marxism-Leninism has shown in all honesty his differences from us in the 8. Development of tactics and revolutionary strategy to liberate the Bolivian people from the imperialist yoke. Our point of view with regard to armed struggle in Bolivia can be summed up in the three following points. 1. To place politics first in the conduct of people's war. This means that it is essential to rely on Marxist-Leninist leadership, eliminating all counter-revolutionary trends such as modern revisionism. 2. People's war is the armed political struggle of the masses for liberation. For this, political work among the masses, particularly the workers and peasants, is inseparable from military activity. This political work must be done before and during armed struggle. 3. People's war is developed in three stages: guerrilla war, linked with peasant uprising, mobile warfare, and war of positions, that is, the taking of cities by the countryside. We consider that mass bases of support, with their own characteristics in each stage, a fundamental prerequisite to achieve victory in a prolonged war, as will be the People's War which the Bolivian people will carry out for their liberation. The differences which exist have not brought us to disparage the intrinsic courage of the revolutionary character of Escobedo Guevara, nor to fail to indicate that his grave error was in having accepted the command to struggle along with the revisionists. On the other hand, in the evaluation you make of the events in southeast Bolivia, there is the unmistakable stamp of opportunism, since you avoid any form of precise reference to modem revisionism, directed and sustained by the revisionist clique of the CPSU, which is responsible in great measure for the breakup of the guerrilla action. You talk of Amarlo Manje alone, detached from the ideology which he represents or of his ties with international revisionism. Men participate in politics guided by the ideology which they represent. As the first secretary of the revisionist party, Manje worked guided by revisionism, and those who trusted that counter-revolutionary ideology of modern revisionism. For Marxist-Leninists, there is no difference between the treachery of the Venezuelan revisionists toward the armed struggle of their people and the treachery of Manje toward the movement in the southeast. The object of revisionism is to betray the revolution of the people for the benefit of US imperialism. Comrade Mao Zedong, whose thought is the Marxism-Leninism of our epoch, teaches us to support all that the enemy opposes and to oppose all that the enemy supports. We will oppose all that the revisionists and imperialists support, and we will support all that the revisionists and imperialists oppose. On principle, We have not struggled against Che because he was opposed in practice by the imperialists and revisionists. We do not deny that we speak with class hatred about the revisionists and the traitors who serve imperialism and attempt to eternally prolong the suffering of the oppressed peoples who are suffering under the exploitation and oppression from the foreign monopolies. To conclude this necessary reply, I ask you to bring this to the knowledge of the Cuban people, since we have great admiration for the proof that they have given of their indefatigable struggle against U.S. imperialism. Because of your slander, the Cuban people must know the reply, since we have to learn in order to make our lives effective instruments in the revolutionary struggle of our people. On our part, we will publish in Liberation all that you may say in relation to us so that our militants and our people may know about your criticism and your opinion. The Marxist-Leninist Bolivian communists do not have any fear of the truth, only the Monjes and their friends fear the truth. Undoubtedly, you will continue your intrigues and slanders against us, so we are telling you that we intend to carry on this clarification to the end in order that the truth will be totally and completely known. We have indicated only what is most indispensable and most urgently necessary to establish the true relationship of events in the instances under discussion. The Communist Party of Bolivia, guided by Marxism-Leninism and Tao thought of Mao Zedong, will follow Tao revolutionary line to totally liberate our homeland. Our assignment is to develop People's War until the successful liberation of Bolivia is accomplished. Attentively. Oscar Zamora M. First Secretary of the CPB. 9. How the Shanghai Workers Took Over Their Wharves. By Gerald Tannenbaum. Gerald Tannenbaum, an American, has been living in China since 1945. He was sent to China by the U.S. Army in World War II as head of the Armed Forces Radio in the CBI Theater. Holding the rank of major, he was stationed in Chongqing. Later, after a conversation with Madame Sun, he became an organizer of the China Welfare Fund which she had set up. Before going to China, Tannenbaum had been a labor organizer in the U.S. and a ballet dancer. In recent years, he has been working on motion pictures in China. Recent issues of Eastern Horizon magazine have carried several articles by Tannenbaum on China's cultural revolution. So excellent are all his contributions that W.R.S. editors found it difficult to choose only one to reprint at this time. Revolution in Shanghai Harbor appeared in Eastern Horizon, July 1967, and, after sending it to the printer, we learned that Tannenbaum has another fine article in the current September-October issue on revolutionary committees. We were welcomed to the No. 5 wharf area along the north side of Shanghai's waterfront by Wu Hsu Yang, the driver of a forklift truck. He stood only some 5 feet but was sturdy of build and brimming with confidence. As we shook hands, I noticed the red cloth on his left arm inscribed with the characters meaning rebel group. He seemed in charge of things, and indeed he was. The former director of the area, Sung Lin Chang, introduced him as one of the responsible members of the Provisional Revolutionary Organization now running the wharf. When I asked Wu his age, I was amazed to be told he was all of 19 years. From his memoir, we could see Xiao Wu, as he immediately thereafter became known to all of us, did not allow him limited number of years on this earth to interfere with his feeling that along with his fellow workers he was one of its masters. Wharf No. 5. Long before the great proletarian cultural revolution, Wharf No. 5 had an established reputation. Stretching some 1,200 meters, it can berth 610,000-ton ships simultaneously. With its 114,000 square meters of warehouse space and 78% mechanization, it handles 3 million tons of cargo a year, 60% of which is import-export. This makes the area one of the busiest wharves in all of China. The spring day we inspected it, there were ships from Norway, England, 2 from Greece and 1 domestic cargo carrier about to embark on a trip up the Yangtze. Out in the Shanghai roads off Wuzhen, there were other foreign ships awaiting their turn to tie up at No. 5, to unload and then reload. It was at the turn of the year that this wharf drew international attention, and in fact became one of the crucial centers of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in Shanghai. Because it is a point of contact with the outside world, it made news when a part of the 2,400 workers here, having been deceived by some of the leadership of the city and the wharf who had turned bad, laid down their tools and threatened to clog the port to import-export traffic. The Western press was quick to grasp this juicy morsel, reading into it all sorts of dire consequences for the Cultural Revolution and China, but failing to see the incident as part of a massive class struggle which is taking place throughout the country and in every one of its units. To get the full story, let us go back to the beginning. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution is without doubt the most intensive examination of a political party in power history has ever recorded. Conceived and led by Chairman Mao Zedong himself, it has placed all the actions of leading members of the Chinese Communist Party and the government administration on all levels under the microscopic scrutiny of 700 million politically awakened minds. The point of departure for this grand inspection is whether or not during the past 17 years the lead airship of each party and government cadre was aiming toward the building of a socialist society, or whether in one way or another, in one degree or another, it was fostering the restoration of capitalism. What had become evident since June 1966 when this movement was put into high gear was that two lines of thought had for some time existed, reflecting class struggle inside Phi Party. One was represented by Chairman Mao Zedong, upholding his revolutionary policies which had led the people in winning political power in 1949 and in achieving outstanding success in socialist construction since. This was always the dominant line, but simultaneously there was a second, represented by several other leading members of the Communist Party, which set out to revise Chairman Mao's policies, water them down or do away with them completely. Already exercising extensive power, they were allowing the very forces in society, the landlords, bourgeoisie, rightists, and counter-revolutionaries which had been overcome in a long and bloody conflict lasting 22 years to make a comeback via the ideological, educational, artistic, publishing, cinematic, stage, and other fields. They were exerting their influence in 1,000,001 ways throughout all of society, surreptitiously trying to undermine the prestige of Chairman Mao himself, covertly preparing to seize power. In other words, during the period of comparative peace after the liberation, the revolutionary will of a handful of leading cadres had been gnawed away, changing them from revolutionaries into counter-revolutionaries who put their personal interests above those of the people they were supposed to serve. They had deteriorated to the point where they were ready to throw away the fruits of the magnificent struggle the Chinese people had put up against imperialism, feudalism, and capitalism over the past 100 years. The policies they carried out had repercussions in every unit throughout the land. And during this latest period, this became most evident in the way the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution was distorted by them as they wielded the reins of power in the leading organs of the Communist Party. 10,000 posters related to the Fifth Wharf area of Shanghai, its party committee was infected with this political virus. On top of that, a similarly hued work team had been sent from the Port Authority headed by the Deputy Director of the North Sea Marine Transport Bureau to assist in carrying out the Cultural Revolution. As can be imagined, instead of running the movement to examine the deeds of the leadership itself, the spearhead was directed toward examining the ideology of the workers. Thus, the area was turned into a stronghold of what became known as the reactionary bourgeois line in the Cultural Revolution, because it set out to pick on those people who had opinions and criticisms against the party committee, to enlarge on their faults and perhaps even mistakes, to pull them out as rightists and counter-revolutionaries, all of this done to make a screen behind which the party committee itself could hide from the review of tiny masses of workers. This was the tense atmosphere around the area in June 1966 when the workers felt they could not say a word. On the surface, the party committee appeared in complete control. But underneath there was a cauldron of protest boiling. Then on June 1, Chairman Mao gave public approval and airing to a Dazabao written by Nye Yuanzi, a philosophy teacher at Peking University, and 6 others which severely criticized the university administration for doing there exactly what had been done at Area 5. This set off a chain reaction throughout the land, because the bourgeois reactionary line had been put into effect nationally. The cauldron burst all along the wharf. In one day over 10,000 posters appeared, mainly directed against the former party secretary who had been promoted away from the area, but who for 8 years had harshly suppressed the opinions of the workers and imposed on them many unfair systems of pay and work. His victims were pleased mightily to have a crack at airing their views, and many old workers who could not write enlisted the younger ones to put to paper what had been in their minds and hearts for a long time. Overnight the atmosphere at the wharf changed and the situation was exactly in conformity with what Chairman Mao expected out of the Cultural Revolution. But this enthusiasm of the workers frightened the party committee and the work team. They were stung by the deluge of on-target criticism, especially the conclusion that the former party secretary had been carrying out a capitalist line administratively and economically, whereas ideologically politics had been submerged when Chairman Mao had instructed that they be put into command. Giving the excuse that if this outburst of adverse opinion continued it would result in chaos in the port, these officials began taking measures to suppress the movement. They issued a decree saying all dazabayo had to be posted inside the warehouses because their content was an internal matter. This meant the posters would not be seen by the majority of the workers. Through this and other measures they tried to tie the workers hand and foot, tried to shut off the criticism of their administration. Tension on the wharf. Naturally, the workers were very dissatisfied with this turn of events. One docker said, "We put up dazabayo not only for ourselves but to educate others, including the foreign seamen." He was immediately attacked by work team members as trying to create tension on the wharf. Shia Wu and another worker posted 6 dazabayo supporting the docker, saying his action and ideas were correct. The work team sent people to spy on these two activists, and just as the masses were once again being roused into action, personal attacks were organized against the poster writers. One electrician put up a dazabayo saying, "We definitely don't want the work team here." 10 minutes later over 50 replies appeared, written by other workers who had been deceived by the work team, making them think they were defending the party by fighting back such attacks. The electrician was forced to write a self-criticism, and the work team put an anti-party label on him. In a frenzy, they kept him locked up in a room for 12 hours. He couldn't understand why he was being treated with methods of white terror, for he had always been a staunch supporter of Chairman Mao and the party. But he felt he was right and the work team wrong because it was violating Chairman Mao's instructions on taking the mass line in all work. The other workers, upon hearing of the electrician's plight, wanted to speak up for him, but the party committee and work team used his example to intimidate them into silence. The wharf workers called this killing a chicken to frighten a monkey. However, the young workers could not contain their indignation. Up went their posters of protest, only to be met 10 minutes later with dazabayo written by political workers, members of the Young Communist League and some demobilist soldiers. The YCLERS had been threatened by the party committee and work team that, if they supported those protesting, their applications to become party members would never be approved. The others were accused of political wavering. In this base way the name of the party was misused to suppress a mass movement which the party was advocating. When Xiao Wu and his friends were called in for such talks, they replied, "We defend the party of Chairman Mao, not the party of the Fifth Wharf area." This sentence was added to their crimes, the inference being that to oppose the Wharf Party Committee and the work team was to oppose Chairman Mao and the Central Committee. Using such tactics, the party committee and work team managed to turn the main force of the Cultural Revolution away from its true target, those in power taking the capitalist road, to aim it at the masses. Out of the 2,400 workers, over 532 had posters put up against them and all kinds of political misdeeds heaped on their heads. Those carrying out this bourgeois reactionary line had determined that there existed 5 anti-party cliques on the wharf. Another 32 persons were labeled as new or old counter-revolutionaries, depending on whether they wrote critical posters sooner or later. This policy of hitting at the many in order to protect the small leading clique splintered the unity among the worked on the wharf. Apprentices would not talk to one another. Master workmen kept silent around their apprentices. Everyone feared get toy stuck with the name of a rebel. It was to deadly atmosphere of guilt by association, st familiar in capitalist society. Production fell as a result. Many workers cried out, saying, "We criticized the party because we love and respect it, but you turn us into counter-revolutionaries." These protests were met with even more vicious practices. The work team organized a group to collect material on those who refused to knuckle down, copying even word they uttered, recording to whom the asterisk talked and so forth. Some of the young workers on the wharf were tricked into gathering Sioux, black materials, and Shiawu among others was declared as being unreliable. Was truly a reign of white terror, and it lasted from June/July to September 1966. The Rebellion. Chairman Mao has written, "Where there is oppression, there is sure to be resistance." This is the thinking with which the young people of China have been nurtured. Therefore, immediately after Lin Piao's October 1 address so Tiananmen, in which he called for the whole country to struggle against the bourgeois reactionary line, the young workers responded, putting up 6 posters on the outside wall: "See the warehouses," which had earlier been forbidden. The party committee immediately grabbed one of the workers and took him to the war dining hall, where they conducted a struggle meeting against him because his criticisms have been especially sharp in exposing the defect in the party committee and several of th leading people in the upper levels of the administration. This was followed by constant spying on the young workers, putting up poster against them, reporting on their meetings and generally creating unrest along the whole wharf. In July, Chairman Mao had criticized sending of the work teams and called for the immediate withdrawal. Here it was already October, and with the collusion of its levels, the work team had been changed to liaison group, whose head was the Fermi deputy leader of the team. They clearly tended carrying on business as usual, and workers dubbed them the mummy whose bad influence persisted. Under these circumstances, it was in November that the workers decided to organize themselves into a rebel group. They saw there was no hope of the regular party or administrative organs coming over to the line of Chairman Mao, of their changing their method of thinking and working. They had waited and hoped for this, but instead 12. After time they had seen with their own eyes those party and administrative leaders violate the word and letter of instructions sent by Chairman Mao and the Central Committee. These people had lost their class character. They were no longer of the working class, they represented a degeneracy from working class codders to instruments in the hands of a small group in the Central Committee and the Shanghai City Committee, who by protecting their privileges were dead set on taking the capitalist road. Chairman Mao in no uncertain terms supported the rebels, and he had said there was every justification to rebel. This is what the workers decided to do. At their first meeting there were 19 people, 12 young workers and 7 older ones. And suppression from its first appearance, the party committee and liaison group feared this small rebel group. Each time they posted a Dajjal Bayo, the party committee sent people to copy it, indicating this would be put in the files and accounts settled later. Utilizing those workers still under their control, they tried to whip up public opinion against the group, circulating rumors, reprinting and distributing black leaflets from the Shanghai City Party Committee, whose leadership had retrogressed to the most serious extent. The group's very footsteps were dogged and the telephone switchboard was used to monitor their calls. The party committee went to the ludicrous degree of boring a hole in the floor of one of the offices so they could watch the activities of the rebels below, and planted a tapping device in their offices. The rebels knew all this, but were not bothered by it. They had faith in Chairman Mao's line, and they had faith in themselves that they were carrying that line out. To them it was a case of saving the Chinese Revolution, so despite all the obstacles put in their path, they worked patiently, explaining and educating the workers in all departments of the wharf. Gradually their numbers grew to 121, and they even won over the switchboard operator star. The time had come to take some decisive action, and the rebels selected as their focal point the black materials, for this was the most obnoxious outcropping of the bourgeois reactionary line. They voted to seal these, and await instructions on how to handle them. This they did in a flash move on December 25, which caught the party committee totally unprepared. The rebels had hit at the committee's mortal spot, because the materials were first-hand evidence that its line was contrary to what Chairman Mao and the Central Committee had called for. Thereupon, losing their heads completely, the committee members branded the action and those who sealed the taboo materials as counter-revolutionary. Open debate. The rebels were not cowed in the least and called for an open debate among the workers on exactly this point. But the minds of many workers were still beclouded by the party committee, which demanded slavish obedience. Some workers were persuaded to physically surround the rebels and violence was threatened. The rebels called on their class brothers to cool down. They told them they would not fight under any circumstances with fellow workers, and so withdrew. They went to the party committee offices and demanded that the officials there admit their serious provocations and crimes against the wharf workers, otherwise they would call a sit-down strike. The party committee countered by sending for a detachment of the Chi Wei Pool, a section of Shanghai workers deceived by and under the influence of the city party committee leadership. Once again the rebels were surrounded and the situation grew tense as fighting was imminent. The rebels talked it over and decided to withdraw. They would not strike a blow against their class brothers, no matter how they were provoked. Instead they again called for open debate, and the site they selected was the North Sea Marine Transport Bureau. They asked that Xiaoming, the Deputy Minister of Communications, who had come to Shanghai to lead the socialist education movement at the wharf, participate. The argument waxed hot for 4 hours, after which one of the political workers of the party committee admitted that what the rebels had done was correct and revolutionary. But the party secretary forced him to retract his statement, and again the rebels were capped as counter-revolutionaries. The rebel group marched on the party committee offices with 4 demands. The party secretary had to tell the true story of what had happened to all 3 shifts on the wharf. The party committee must rehabilitate the honor of the rebel group. The party committee must admit that sealing the black materials was revolutionary action. The party committee must admit publicly that surrounding the rebels was pitting the masses against masses, and all consequences growing from that unlawful act should be accounted for by the party committee. When these demands were turned down, the rebels sat down in front of the committee offices for 20 hours. In a 30,000-character dazabayo they systematically exposed all the crimes of the secretary and his committee, and this was posted all along the 13. Wharf. In retaliation, the secretary at 11 at night sent a group of strong arms to attack the rebels. Under a rain of blows, the rebels started reading from their little red booklets of Chairman Mao's quotations. This so moved the attackers they immediately withdrew. Again the rebels resumed the debate with the party secretary and committee, refusing to stop for either lunch or dinner. The secretary, saying this would affect the health of the workers and not wanting to shoulder any responsibility for this, suggested recessing to eat and then resume negotiations. But by this time the rebels were onto his tricks. It was an attempt to evade the talks and the signing of the 4 demands, whereupon they were determined to continue the debate. One old worker stood up and scolded the party secretary to his face, telling him to sign the demands. But this person refused to concede his defects and wrong actions. The talks went on. Finally at 4 a.m. the next morning, Xiaoming, who had long had his doubts about the correctness of the bourgeois reactionary line, agreed to the 4 demands over the head of the party secretary. The rebels asked him to use his persuasion to get the secretary to see the light. This he did, and in the end the secretary agreed to the demands. Both he and his deputy signed the document at 5:35 a.m. This was a great victory for the rebels, but they did not let it turn their heads. They immediately plunged into serious study of all the editorials and articles regarding the great proletarian cultural revolution which had appeared in die papers and the party journal Red Flag. This enabled them firmly to grasp the basic principles of the movement, so they could successfully carry it through to the end. Out of this study came 3 databao of a total of 100,000 characters, which completely laid open the black line and how it had been transmitted from the city party committee right down through the party organization of their area. This was their political offensive, to let the workers see the truth. It opened the eyes of many, a considerable number of whom had joined Thai reactionary Chi Wei Dui but now threw away their armbands and came over to the rebels. By the end of December, the Chi Wei Dui on the wharf had all but collapsed. This was another great victory for the rebel group, a sign that they were growing not only in numbers but, more important, were maturing politically. Economism. Chairman Mao has said, make trouble fail, make trouble again, fail again. Till their doom, this is the logic of the imperialists and all reactionaries the world over in dealing with the people's cause, and they will never go against this logic. This is a Marxist law, it held true for the situation in Shanghai and Wharf Area No. 5. For the struggle and victory of the rebel group at the wharf was being duplicated many times over in innumerable units throughout the city, and in fact the class struggle had broken wide open. Already the former first secretary of the Shanghai Party Committee and the former mayor had been struggled against in a mass meeting with over 100,000 people attending. But this did not deter them from making a last frantic attempt to salvage their reactionary line. Chairman Mao has written, if you don't hit reactionaries, they won't fall. It certainly applied in this case, because just as it seemed the rebel groups had things in hand, a wave of economism broke out over the city, engulfing Wharf No. 5 as well. Those who had perpetrated the bourgeois reactionary line, from the city committee down to the smallest units, had been defeated in one battle after another, but rather than retreat from the field, they changed their tactics to fight the rebels and the Cultural Revolution. Still vainly hoping to make a comeback, their desperation led them to economism, or, to put it more bluntly, to their very concise attempt to wreck the economy. This was their tactic to halt the Cultural Revolution and its assault against their bureaucracy, their revisionist ways of living and working, and the many other accounts that had to be settled with them. Economism stemmed from their reactionary class interests, but it was based on their taking advantage of a certain degree of non-proletarian thinking which still exists in the minds of the people. 17 years is but the barest glimpse of time in which to remold people's thinking so that it is ideally selfless. During the period of socialism, too, there are still instances of inequalities and gaps as the economy is being built up with the purpose exactly to eradicate such discrepancies. Certainly in a country such as China, which suffered imperialist oppression and thus started with so poor an economic foundation, the elimination of inequalities takes time, and not all the problems can be solved at once. Therefore, those persisting in taking the capitalist road in China, when they found their way blocked politically and ideologically, on the final analysis resorted to the despicable means of economism, which played on personal economic interests. But if allowed to run its course, the result would be to do so much damage to the economy that it would make impossible the satisfaction of even reasonable demands over either one. 14. Short or long period. This is a lesson many had to learn. Some workers, when it came to criticizing the bourgeois reactionary line, were clear-headed and correct. But when they were offered bait in the form of increased wages, welfare benefits, bonuses, and so forth, which touched on individual interests over those of the collective, they did not stop to think out whether there was an economic basis for these or not. For example, at the wharf some young workers after graduation from middle school, instead of being given trainee status, were classified as apprentices. The difference in wages was considerable. So, naturally, when the administration out of the blue offered to make an adjustment, it was eagerly accepted without considering what was behind the sudden magnanimity. Another example concerned old workers, those who had lost the ability to handle heavy labor. They would be assigned to lighter work, and the party's policy was that there should be no change in wages. But the administration of the wharf had violated this rule, cutting almost a third off their wage. Here again, at this crucial juncture, the administration tried to gain some backers by overnight restoring the cuts. There were similar attempts in the cases of temporary workers, workers becoming cotters and the reverse. With the management of the wharf now so amenable to the economic demands of the workers, in 2 weeks over 16 different organizations sprang up, seriously splitting the unity of the working class and bringing about a shite of anarchy. The old workers had their representation, the young workers theirs, those who came after 1957 theirs, and so forth. The reactionaries took advantage of this, playing a game of hide and seek with the workers' representatives. They would let their whereabouts be known only to their favored groups, and when found would agree to the economic demands. Many workers left their posts seeking those who had authority to sign checks or agreements. One group tagged after such a person who had gone to the toilet and kept him there 7 hours until he signed what they wanted. Of course, this affected the work of the port. There were not enough people to man the machines and trucks, to do die checking and stacking. Once the leaders of the administration and party gave up, the whole system was about to collapse. There were those who did not stick to proletarian discipline out of political confusion. But there were also some bad eggs who were bent on causing as much trouble as possible. Fight against economism. This was when Shanghai's No. 5 wharf area became world news, but as usual only one side of the story was told. The hold-up in unloading and loading the foreign ships gave the capitalist press the chance to spread rumors and lies about China, which they are only too willing to do. But these were soon spiked, because the rebel group had already taken on the internal enemy and the task of obliterating economism. At the same time they took on the job of parrying the blows of the external foes and of carrying out the duties of the port. Work never came to a full halt in Area No. 5. The rebel group summoned all their strength to educate and enlighten the masses of workers. By posters, meetings big and small, they explained that the great proletarian cultural revolution was a serious political struggle aimed at solving the question of whether China takes the socialist road or the capitalist road. It was not an economic struggle. The authorities should criticize themselves for allowing discrepancies to exist, and at the proper time these would be settled in a correct way, taking into account both the interests of the workers and the state, which belonged to the workers. But in the meantime, they appealed to those who had been fooled to let go of that smelly bait thrown out to them by the reactionary line. The problem was not a personal one, but whether the proletariat was going to rule China or there was to be a resurgency of the bourgeoisie and the restoration of capitalism. They urged the workers to come back to their working class point of view, to put things in their proper perspective, to return the money doled out and, above all, to keep the work of the wharf going. One Japanese ship came into port on December 29. The captain asked the wharf authorities when the unloading would start. He was told there was no work on rainy days, which was a lie. The director of the area also lied when he said that just before and after the new year there was no work. They were trying to make the port look bad in the eyes of the world, and attribute this to the rebel group. After 4 days the captain cabled the State Council of the People's Republic and protested. This was forwarded to the Ministry of Communications, which immediately contacted the rebel group of Area No. 5. At once a contingent of workers was organized and the ship unloaded in quick order. Another time, the captain of a Greek ship sizing up the situation in the harbor provocatively cabled his government asking permission to leave without unloading. But when the rebel group heard of this, once again they went into 15. Action and without considering work shift or hours unloaded that particular ship 3 days ahead of schedule. When a West German captain flew the Chinese national flag upside down in protest against the delay, the rebels did a record job of unloading, even carrying the cargo in their arms if necessary, and then in no uncertain terms dressed that captain down. They warned him that, if he ever insulted the Chinese people again, it would be better for him not to call at this port. Meanwhile, the political struggle against economism was continuing. Not everyone could be convinced at one sitting. Some felt the workers' demands were a mass movement and should be supported, while others deplored the dislocation of the work it was causing. The rebel group then called upon all the workers to study Chairman Mao's works to find the answers, especially his famous speech on how to handle contradictions among the people, which helped them analyze who was right and who wrong, and his report on the Hunan peasant uprising, which lauded the rebel spirit of the oppressed people. First, the rebel group studied and discussed these documents themselves, and once their views were unified, they set out to mobilize and educate the workers as a whole. Now they were 432 in number, so their strength was not small. On December 30th, the rebels called a meeting for each shift to explain the reactionary nature of economism, how it represented a line in opposition to Chairman Mao's line of thought and action, how it was aimed at wrecking the Cultural Revolution, and how economism itself demonstrated how much the Cultural Revolution was needed. On January 3rd in the new year, the first Dazabao put out by some old workers condemned economism and warned the party committee it would have to be responsible for all losses to the state. They called on their mates to firm up their class stand, resolutely to listen to Chairman Mao and the Central Committee, and to defend and carry out the 16 points which on August 8 of 1966 at the 11th plenary session of the Central Committee had been promulgated as the guidelines for the whole Cultural Revolution. The rebel group immediately put up 2 Dazabao supporting this poster. Red Guards support the rebels. But there were still those who refused to be convinced, so the split continued, with those who supported the posters and those who thought they were poisonous weeds. At this time, the rebel group welcomed the support they received from revolutionary youth and Red Guards from the Shanghai universities and those who had come from various parts of the country. On the one hand, they came to learn from the workers. On the other, they supported the rebels in combating those who opposed Chairman Mao and his line. The young people organized a series of performances, songs, and dances dealing with the Cultural Revolution and with economism in particular. Most of the workers would at least look on, but a few stubborn ones even turned their heads away from the improvised stage. However, the rebels and their young helpers did not give up. They held private talks with the most obstinate. Their lives before liberation and the present were compared. Before you wore straw sandals, now you wear leather shoes. What kind of better shoes do you want, they were asked. Before you were clothed in rags, now you wear suits of good cloth. The more you seek for yourself alone, the closer you come to being a revisionist, they were warned. We've come so far in 17 years, the young people pointed out, but we've got so much further to go. We'll all go there together, sharing will and woe, but rising together. This was most effective among the older workers who remembered that before liberation they were not even looked upon as human beings, let alone as workers, as masters of China. Failure and success. However, try as they might, the rebels could not bring over one fairly large group in the lower paid categories still under the influence of the party committee. The authorities thought they would use them as their last trump card. 2 ships on the Shanghai Shenzhen run were in port, due to leave on January 2nd and 7th. Authorization was suddenly given to any worker who wanted to go aboard for the trip, and thence to Peking, to present their demands free of charge. Both ships were immediately filled with workers who had fallen into the strap. The rebel group reacted immediately, with Xiaowu in the lead. They sent a propaganda team aboard, to persuade the workers not to leave their posts, pointing out that it was wrong to go to Peking and complain to Chairman Mao about a matter which they could solve themselves. Just then some bad elements who had wormed their way into the crowd started a fight. Xiaowu and his comrades were kicked off the ship and it went on its way. Xiaowu and the rebels summarized their experience and found that their arguments had not been convincing enough, therefore they had lost the verbal battle with the result that the workers had followed the wrong lead. For the second ship they organized themselves and their message better, and were more clever in their tactics. On this ship, the workers had been waiting and meals had not been served. 16. Xiaowu and his mates called on the cooks to get the food ready, and they themselves took the hot dishes to the passengers throughout the ship. This moved the workers greatly. Here were some comrades who disagreed with them, but in the spirit of the working class, they were looking after them as brothers. It was then the words of Xiao Wu and his mates reached the hearts of the workers. One old man stood before a portrait of Chairman Mao with tears in his eyes. He shouted, "Chairman Mao, I've wronged you. I've lost my class bearing." With that he announced he was leaving the ship. Most of the workers followed him, and went right back to their posts on the various wharves. On January 7, despite a temperature of 8 below zero and the lack of a complete complement of dockers, the work on the Shanghai wharves was overfulfilled. As for the remainder of the workers on the ship, there were two opinions. Some said, if that's the way they want to be after so much patient explanation, then let them make their own beds and lie in them. But Xiao Wu and others felt this was wrong. He said, "We can stand by and watch our class brothers fall into the pit." This opinion prevailed, and back the rebels went, to isolate the few bad elements and convince the majority. By this time it was already quite late, and when the workers voted to follow the advice of the rebel group and return to work, they were told to spend the night on the ship so they could get a good rest. The next morning Xiao Wu and his mates had organized a hot breakfast for the workers, differentiating between those who came from the north and took scones and fritters, and those from the south who took gruel and salted vegetables or wonton soup. The workers were all the more moved and marched off the ship shouting slogans. The trucks they mounted were decorated with signs such as "Down with Economism" and "Welcome back those who were deceived." January Revolution. By this time the celebrated January Revolution had taken place in Shanghai, in which the various rebel groups in many units took over power from the party and administrative organs and began operating them, and then united on a city-wide basis to take over power from the city party committee and government. The united rebel groups issued their famous letter to the Shanghai people explaining their action, and then an urgent appeal, calling on Shanghai's millions to answer Chairman Mao's call to stimulate production and carry out the revolution. On No. 5 Wharf, even while fighting against economism, the rebels had taken over, for unless they did this they would not have been able to keep the cargo moving. Now the Central Committee had endorsed the January Revolution, so the workers in high spirits went about the job of clearing up the backlog of goods and moving the ships in and out of port as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, by January 14, the workers had returned all the money which had been passed out to them during the wave of economism. Many of them wrote Dazabao announcing this and criticizing those formerly in power for trying to buy them over. They said, "We work for the revolution, not for money." With Till's new atmosphere prevailing, the dockers under their revolutionary leadership created new records in production. On January 18 they topped the 1966 high by loading in 24 hours 10,409 tons. Despite cold, which laid a thick frost, and the unusually heavy rains this spring, they found many ways to handle the cargo, making innovations without asking any money for expenses. Whenever they meet a problem, they refer to Chairman Mao's quote. "What is work? Work is struggle." Thought of Mao Zedong. As Xiao Wu pointed out, all the victories scored are due to the thought of Mao Zedong. Political work is the lifeline of economic work. Armed with this thinking and understanding better how it must be used, a whole new group of young leaders in politics and production have emerged, educated in the midst of a very complicated and sharp class struggle. But Xiao Wu was careful to make clear that he and his comrades lack experience and are still prone to use emotions rather than ideology in analyzing and deciding questions. Therefore, they must make their study of Chairman Mao's works more penetrating and keep the door open to the masses, to accept their supervision and criticisms. At the same time, they are cooperating with those former leading cadres, other than the few who had taken the capitalist road, if they can recognize their mistakes and make amends. In Till's way the great majority, over 95% of the workers and cadres, will be united behind Chairman Mao Zedong's line. The story of the workers on Wharf No. 5, which is typical in so many respects, expresses the worldwide significance of the great proletarian cultural revolution. It shows the Chinese working class under the leader SNP-OT chairman Mao Zedong braving wind and storm to prevent the restoration of capitalism in China. It shows the correctness of Chairman Mao's unswerving reliance on the masses of the Chinese people, of his unshakable belief in them as revolutionaries capable of educating themselves in the midst of struggle as to what is right and wrong, capable of liberating them 17 selves by their own initiative, discovering for themselves the correct and incorrect way of doing things. It is proletarian democracy practiced in its broadest sense, and the workers of Wharf No. 5 along with the revolutionary people of Shanghai are amply demonstrating that this trust in them has been well placed, that they can draw a clear line between the enemies and themselves, that they can keep China on the socialist path. Study Mao's 1949 report. 20 years ago in March 1949, on the eve of the great victory of the Chinese people's democratic revolution over the reactionary, pro-imperialist forces of Chiang Kai-shek, Chairman Mao Zedong made a major report to the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. We have reprinted this report in full because it deserves the thoughtful study of every revolutionary. This report was recently republished in China and made available to the peoples of the world particularly because it helps to explain the historical roots of the great proletarian cultural revolution. The report proves that the origins of the intense struggle between two lines and two roads go deep into the history of the CPC. Prior to the Cultural Revolution, the struggle between the two lines was essentially conducted within the framework of an inter-party struggle. However, after studying and analyzing the historical experiences of the degeneration of the first dictatorship of the proletariat in the Soviet Union and the resociation of capitalism there, Chairman Mao Zedong concluded that an inter-party struggle against revisionism that did not involve the masses of the Chinese people would not succeed in guaranteeing China's socialist future. Therefore, at his personal initiative and under his leadership, the great proletarian cultural revolution was charted at the 11th plenary session of the STH Central Committee in August 1966. Over the past 2 years, literally hundreds of millions of workers, peasants, soldiers, students, intellectuals, and party cadres have been engaged in a most intensive, complicated and far-reaching class struggle to isolate and smash counter-revolutionary revisionists who had obtained important positions of power in the party and state. Through great public debates, extensive investigations, mass public criticism and complete repudiation of the die-hard revisionists, a great revolutionary transformation has developed and continues to develop throughout China. In Peking, from October 13 to 31, 1968, the victory and achievements of the Cultural Revolution were summarized at the 12th enlarged plenary session of the STH Central Committee. In the communiqué issued by the Central Committee at the close of the session, it was declared that the Cultural Revolution was absolutely necessary and timely for consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat, preventing capitalist restoration and building socialism. As the communiqué clearly stated, the main aspect of the Cultural Revolution is that the struggle centers on the question of political power, the question of the fight for leadership between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and question of whether leadership of party and state is to be in hands of Marxists or revisionists. Liu Shaoqi, who was widely referred to during Cultural Revolution as number 1 party person in authority taking capitalist road and China's Khrushchev, was unanimously expelled from party by plenary session and branded as a renegade, a traitor and scab hiding in party. Many readers have raised question of how it was possible for Liu and Otto or revisionists to have risen so high in authority in such a great Marxist-Leninist party as CPC and presumed that there had been no serious history of inter-party struggle against Liu's line prior to Cultural Revolution. A careful study of following report of Chairman Mao will be extremely helpful toward answering this question. In future issues we will present more material to help our readers understand Cultural Revolution. 18. Report to the Second Plenary Session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Peking Review, No. 48. November 29, 1968. Mao Zedong. March 5, 1949. With the conclusion of the Liuxi Shenyang, Huaihai and Peeping Shensin campaigns, the main force of the Kuomintang army has been destroyed. Only 1 million odd of its combat troops are left, dispersed over vast areas from Xinjiang to Taiwan and over extremely long fronts. From now on there can be only 3 patterns for disposing of these Kuomintang troops: the Tientsin pattern, the Peeping pattern, or the Suiwen pattern. To dispose of the enemy forces by fighting, as we did in Tientsin, must still be the primary object of our attention and preparations. The commanders and fighters of the entire Chinese People's Liberation Army absolutely must not relax in the least their will to fight. Any thinking that relaxes the will to fight and belittles the enemy is wrong. The possibility has increased for solutions on the Peeping pattern, that is, to compel enemy troops to reorganize peacefully, quickly, and thoroughly into the People's Liberation Army in conformity with the latter's system. For the purpose of rapidly eliminating the vestiges of counter-revolution and liquidating its political influence, this solution is not quite as effective as the solution by fighting. However, it is bound to occur and is unavoidable after the main force of the enemy has been destroyed. Furthermore, it is advantageous to our army and the people because casualties and destruction can be avoided. Therefore, the leading comrades of the various field armies should all pay attention to this form of struggle and learn how to use it. This is one form of struggle, a form of struggle without bloodshed. It does not mean that problems can be solved without struggle. The Suiwen pattern is deliberately to keep part of the Kuomintang troops wholly or nearly intact, that is, to make temporary concessions to these troops in order to help win them over to our side or neutralize them politically. Thereby, we can concentrate our forces to finish off the main part of the remnant Kuomintang forces first and then, after a certain period, proceed to reorganize these troops into the People's Liberation Army in conformity with its system. That is another form of struggle. It will preserve more of the vestiges and political influence of counter-revolution than the Peeping form and for a longer period. But there is not the slightest doubt that they will eventually be eliminated. It must never be assumed that, once they yield to us, the counter-revolutionaries turn into revolutionaries. 19. That their counter-revolutionary ideas and designs cease to exist. Definitely not. Many of the counter-revolutionaries will be remolded, some will be sifted out, and certain die-hard counter-revolutionaries will be suppressed. 2. The People's Liberation Army is always a fighting force. Even after countrywide victory, our army will remain a fighting force during the historical period in which classes have not been abolished in our country and the imperialist system still exists in the world. On this point there should be no misunderstanding or wavering. The People's Liberation Army is also a working force. This will be the case especially when the Peeping or the Suiwen pattern of solution is used in the south. With the gradual decrease in hostilities, its function as a working force will increase. There is a possibility that before very long the entire People's Liberation Army will be turned into a working force, and we must take this possibility into account. The 53,000 cadres now ready to leave with the army for the south are very inadequate for the vast new areas we shall soon hold, and we must prepare to turn all the field armies, 2,100,000 strong, into a working force. In that event, there will be enough cadres and the work can develop over large areas. We must look upon the field armies, with their 2,100,000 men, as a gigantic school for cadres. From 1927 to the present, the center of gravity of our work has been in the villages, gathering strength in the villages, using the villages in order to surround the cities and then taking the cities. The period for this method of work has now ended. The period of from the city to the village and of the city leading the village has now begun. The center of gravity of the party's work has shifted from the village to the city. In the south, the People's Liberation Army will occupy first the cities and then the villages. Attention must be given to both city and village, and it is necessary to link closely urban and rural workers and peasants, industry and agriculture. Under no circumstances should the village be ignored and only the city given attention. Such thinking is entirely wrong. Nevertheless, the center of gravity of the work of the party and the army must be in the cities. We must do our utmost to learn how to administer and build the cities. In the cities we must learn how to wage political, economic, and cultural struggles against the imperialists, the Kuomintang and the bourgeoisie, and also how to wage diplomatic struggles against the imperialists. We must learn how to carry on overt struggles against them. We must also learn how to carry on covert struggles. The 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China held its second plenary session in Sipapo Village, Pingshan County, Hopei Province, from March 5 to 13, 1949. 34 members and 19 alternate members of the Central Committee were present. This session, which was convened on the eve of the countrywide victory of the Chinese People's Revolution, was extremely important. In his report at the session, Comrade Mao Zedong set forth policies to promote the speedy achievement of the countrywide victory of the revolution and to organize this victory. He explained that with this victory the center of gravity of the party's work should be shifted from the village to the city, define the basic political, economic, and foreign policies the party should adopt after victory, and set the general tasks and main course for transforming China from an agricultural into an industrial country, from a new democratic into a socialist society. In particular, he analyzed the current conditions in the different sectors of China's economy and the correct policies the party had to adopt, pointed out the necessary ways to realize the socialist transformation in China, criticized various left and right deviations on this question, and expressed the firm conviction that China's economy would develop at a comparatively high speed. Comrade Mao Zedong appraised the new situation in the class struggle both at home and abroad following the victory of the Chinese People's Democratic Revolution, and gave timely warning that the sugar-coated bullets of the bourgeoisie would become the main danger to the proletariat. All this gives the document great significance for a long historical period. This report and his article on the People's Democratic Dictatorship, written in June of the same year, formed the basis for the polita embodied in the common program adopted by the first plenary session of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, which served as a provisional constitution after the founding of New China. This second one-on plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the party adopted a resolution based on Comrade Mao Zedong's report. After the session, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China moved from Sipapo, Pingshan County, Hopei Province to Pepindon. Against them. If we do not pay attention to these problems, if we do not learn how to wage these struggles against them and win victory in the struggles, we shall be unable to maintain our political power, we shall be unable to stand on our feet, we shall fail. After the enemies with guns have been wiped out, there will still be enemies without guns. They are bound to struggle desperately against us, and we must never regard these enemies lightly. If we do not now raise and understand the problem in this way, we shall commit the gravest mistakes. 4. On whom shall we rely in our struggles in the cities? Some muddle-headed comrades think we should rely not on the working class but on the masses of the poor. Some comrades who are even more muddle-headed think we should rely on the bourgeoisie. As for the direction of industrial development, some muddle-headed comrades maintain that we should chiefly help the development of private enterprise and not state enterprise, whereas others hold the opposite view, that it suffices to pay attention to state enterprise and that private enterprise is of little importance. We must criticize these muddled views. We must wholeheartedly rely on the working class, unite with the rest of the laboring masses, win over the intellectuals and win over to our side as many as possible of the national bourgeois elements and their representatives who can cooperate with us or neutralize them, so that we can wage a determined struggle against the imperialists, the Kuomintang, and the bureaucrat capitalist class and defeat these enemies step by step. Meanwhile we shall set about our task of construction and learn, step by step, how to administer cities and restore and develop their production. Regarding the problem of restoring and developing production, we must be clear about the following. First comes the production of state industry, second the production of private industry, and third handicraft production. From the very first day we take over a city, we should direct our attention to restoring and developing its production. We must not go about our work blindly and haphazardly and forget our central task, lest several months after taking over a city its production and construction should still not be on the right track and many industries should be at a standstill, with the result that the workers are unemployed, their livelihood deteriorates and they become dissatisfied with the Communist Party. Such a state of affairs is entirely impermissible. Therefore, our comrades must do their utmost to learn the techniques of production and the methods of managing production as well as other closely related work such as commerce and banking. Only when production in the cities is restored and developed, when consumer cities are transformed into producer cities, can the people's political power be consolidated. Other work in the cities, for example, in party organization, in organs of political power, in trade unions and other people's organizations, in culture and education, in the suppression of counter-revolutionaries, in news agencies, newspapers, and broadcasting stations, all this work revolves around and serves the central task, production and construction. If we know nothing about production and do not master it quickly, if we cannot restore and develop production as speedily as possible and achieve solid successes so that the livelihood of the workers, first of all, and that of the people in general is improved, we shall be unable to maintain our political power, we shall be unable to stand on our feet, we shall fail. V. Conditions in the South are different from those in the North, and the party's tasks must also be different. The South is still under Kuomintang rule. There, the tasks of the party and the People's Liberation Army are to wipe out the Kuomintang's reactionary armed forces in city and countryside, set up party organizations, set up organs of political power, arouse the masses, establish trade unions, peasant associations and other people's organizations, build the people's armed forces, mop up the remnant Kuomintang forces and restore and develop production. In the countryside, our first tasks are to wage struggles step by step, to clean out the bandits and to oppose the local tyrants in order to complete preparations for the reduction of rent and interest. This reduction can then be accomplished within a year or two after the arrival of the People's Liberation Army, and the precondition for the distribution of land will thus be created. At the same time, care must be taken to maintain the present level of agricultural production as far as possible and to prevent it from declining. In the North, except for the few new liberated areas, conditions are completely different. Here the Kuomintang rule has been overthrown, the People's rule has been established and the land problem has been fundamentally solved. Here the central task of the 21 Party is to mobilize all forces to restore and develop production. This should be the center of gravity in all work. It is also necessary to restore and develop cultural and educational work, wipe out the remnants of the reactionary forces, consolidate the entire North and support the People's Liberation Army. 6. We have already carried out extensive economic construction, and the party's economic policy has been implemented in practice and has achieved marked success. However, there are still many mud-led views within the party on the question of why we should adopt this kind of economic policy and not another, i.e., on a question of theory and principle. How should this question be answered? In our opinion, the answer should be as follows. Before the war of resistance against Japan, the proportions of industry and agriculture in the entire national economy of China were, modem industry about 10% and agriculture and handicrafts about 90%. This was the result of imperialist and feudal oppression. This was the economic expression of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of the society of old China, and this is our basic point of departure for all questions during the period of the Chinese Revolution and for a fairly long period after victory. This gives rise to a series of problems regarding our party's strategy, tactics, and policy. An important task for our party at present is to reach a clearer understanding of these problems and their solution. That is to say, 1. China already has a modern industry constituting about 10% of her economy. This is progressive, this is different from ancient times. As a result, China has new classes and new political parties, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Proletarian and bourgeois parties. The proletariat and its party, because they have been oppressed by manifold enemies, have become steeled and are qualified to lead the Chinese people's revolution. Whoever overlooks or belittles this point will commit right opportunist mistakes. 2. China still has scattered and individual agriculture and handicrafts, constituting about 90% of her entire economy. This is backward. This is not very different from ancient times. About 90% of our economic life remains the same as in ancient times. We have abolished, or will soon abolish, the age-old feudal ownership of land. In this respect, we have become, or will soon become, different from what we were in ancient times, and have or will soon have the possibility of modernizing our agriculture and handicrafts step by step. In their basic form, however, our agriculture and handicrafts today are still scattered and individual, somewhat as they were in ancient times, and they will remain so for a fairly long time to come. Whoever overlooks or belittles this point will commit left opportunist mistakes. 3. China's modern industry, though the value of its output amounts to only about 10% of the total value of output of the national economy, is extremely concentrated. The largest and most important part of the capital is concentrated in the hands of the imperialists and their lackeys, the Chinese bureaucrat capitalists. The confiscation of this capital and its transfer to the People's Republic led by the proletariat will enable the People's Republic to control the economic lifelines of the country and will enable the state-owned economy to become the leading sector of the entire national economy. This sector of the economy is socialist, not capitalist, in character. Whoever overlooks or belittles this point will commit right opportunist mistakes. 4. China's private capitalist industry, which occupies second place in her modern industry, is a force which must not be ignored. Because they have been oppressed or hemmed in by imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, the national bourgeoisie of China and its representatives have often taken part in the people's democratic revolutionary struggles or maintained a neutral stand. For this reason and because China's economy is still backward, there will be need, for a fairly long period after the victory of the revolution, to make use of the positive qualities of urban and rural private capitalism as far as possible, in the interest of developing the national economy. In this period, all capitalist elements in the cities and countryside which are not harmful but beneficial to the national economy should be allowed to exist and expand. This is not only unavoidable but also economically necessary. But the existence and expansion of capitalism in China will not be unrestricted and uncurbed as in the capitalist countries. It will be restricted from several directions in the scope of its operation and by tax policy, market prices, and labor conditions. We shall adopt well-measured and flexible policies for restricting capitalism from several directions according to the specific conditions in each place, each industry, and each period. It is necessary and useful for us to apply Sun Yat-sen's slogan of regulation of capital. However, in the interest of the whole national economy and in the present and future interest of the working class and all the laboring people, we must not restrict the private capitalist economy too much or too rigidly, but must leave room for it to 22. Exist and develop within the framework of the economic policy and planning of the People's Republic. The policy of restricting private capitalism is bound to meet with resistance in varying degrees and forms from the bourgeoisie, especially from the big owners of private enterprises, that is, from the big capitalists. Restriction versus opposition to restriction will be the main form of class struggle in the new democratic state. It is entirely wrong to think that at present we need not restrict capitalism and can discard the slogan of regulation of capital. That is a right opportunist view. But the opposite view, which advocates too much or too rigid restriction of private capital or holds that we can simply eliminate private capital very quickly, is also entirely wrong. This is a left opportunist or adventurist view. 5. Scattered, individual agriculture and handicrafts, which make up 90% of the total value of output of the national economy, can and must be led prudently, step by step and yet actively to develop towards modernization and collectivization, the view that they may be left to take their own course is wrong. It is necessary to organize producers, consumers and credit cooperatives and leading organs of the cooperatives at national, provincial, municipal, county and district levels. Such cooperatives are collective economic organizations of the laboring masses, based on private ownership and under the direction of the state power led by the proletariat. The fact that the Chinese people are culturally backward and have no tradition of organizing cooperatives may confront us with difficulties, but cooperatives can and must be organized and must be promoted and developed. If there were only a state-owned economy and no cooperative economy, it would be impossible for us to lead the individual economy of the laboring people step by step towards collectivization, impossible to develop from the new democratic society to the future socialist society, and impossible to consolidate the leadership of the proletariat in the state power. Whoever overlooks or belittles this point will also commit extremely serious mistakes. The state-owned economy is socialist in character and the cooperative economy is semi-socialist. These plus privat capitalism, plus the individual economy, plus the state capitalist economy in which the state and private capitalists work jointly, will be the chief sectors of the economy of the People's Republic and will constitute the new democratic economic structure. 6. The restoration and development of the national economy of the People's Republic would be impossible without a policy of controlling foreign trade. When imperialism, feudalism, bureaucrat, capitalism and the concentrated expression of all three, the Kuomintang regime, have been eliminated in China, the problem of establishing an independent and integrated industrial system will remain unsolved, and it will be finally solved only when our country has greatly developed economically and changed from a backward agricultural into an advanced industrial country. It will be impossible to achieve this aim without controlling foreign trade. After the countrywide victory of the Chinese Revolution APD, the solution of the land problem, two basic contradictions will still exist in China. The first is internal, that is, the contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie. The second is external, that is, the contradiction between China and the imperialist countries. Consequently, after the victory of the People's Democratic Revolution, the state power of the People's Republic under the leadership of the working class must not be weakened but must be strengthened. The two basic policies of the state in the economic struggle will be regulation of capital at home and control of foreign trade. Whoever overlooks or belittles this point will commit extremely serious mistakes. 7. China has inherited a backward economy. But the Chinese people are brave and industrious. With the victory of the Chinese People's Revolution and the founding of the People's Republic, and with the leadership of the Communist Party of China, plus the support of the working class of the countries of the world and chiefly the support of the Soviet Union, the speed of China's economic construction will not be very slow, but may be fairly fast. The day is not far off when China will attain prosperity. There is absolutely no ground for pessimism about China's economic resurgence. 7. Old China was a semi-colonial country under imperialist domination. Thoroughly anti-imperialist in character, the Chinese People's Democratic Revolution has incurred the bitter hatred of the imperialists who have done their utmost to help the Kuomintang. This has aroused the Chinese people to even deeper indignation against the imperialists and deprived them of their last shred of prestige among the Chinese people. At the same time, the whole imperialist system is very much weakened after World War XI, while the strength of the world anti-imperialist front headed by the Soviet Union is greater than ever before. In these circumstances, we can and should adopt a policy of systematically and completely destroying imperialist domination in China. 23. This imperialist domination manifests itself in the political, economic, and cultural fields. In each city or place where the Kuomintang troops are wiped out and the Kuomintang government is overthrown, imperialist political domination is overthrown with it, and so is imperialist economic and cultural domination. But the economic and cultural establishments run directly by the imperialists are still there, and so are the diplomatic personnel and the journalists recognized by the Kuomintang. We must deal with all these properly in their order of urgency. Refuse to recognize the legal status of any foreign diplomatic establishments and personnel of the Kuomintang period, refuse to recognize all the treasonable treaties of the Kuomintang period, abolish all imperialist propaganda agencies in China, take immediate control of foreign trade and reform the customs system. These are the first steps we must take upon entering the big cities. When they have acted thus, the Chinese people will have stood up in the face of imperialism. As for the remaining imperialist economic and cultural establishments, they can be allowed to exist for the time being, subject to our supervision and control, to be dealt with by us after countrywide victory. As for ordinary foreign nationals, their legitimate interests will be protected and not encroached upon. As for the question of the recognition of our country by the imperialist countries, we should not be in a hurry to solve it now and need not be in a hurry to solve it even for a fairly long period after countrywide victory. We are willing to establish diplomatic relations with all countries on the principle of equality, but the imperialists, who have always been hostile to the Chinese people, will definitely not be in a hurry to treat us as equals. As long as the imperialist countries do not change their hostile attitude, we shall not grant them legal status in China. As for doing business with foreigners, there is no question, wherever there is business to do, we shall do it, and we have already started. The businessmen of several capitalist countries are competing for such business. So far as possible, we must first of all trade with the socialist and people's democratic countries. At the same time we will also trade with capitalist countries. 8. All the conditions are ripe for convening the political consultative conference and forming a democratic coalition government. All the democratic parties, people's organizations and Democrats without party affiliation are on our side. The bourgeoisie in Shanghai and in the Yangtze Valley are trying to establish contacts with us. Navigation and postal communications between North and South have been resumed. The disintegrating Kuomintang has alienated itself from all the masses. We are preparing to have negotiations with the reactionary Nanking government. Its moving forces for negotiating with us are the warlords of the Guangxi clique, those factions of the Kuomintang favoring peace, and the Shanghai bourgeoisie. Their aims are to obtain a share in the coalition government, retain as many troops as possible, preserve the interests of the bourgeoisie in Shanghai and the South, and do their best to moderate the revolution. These groups recognize our 8 terms as the basis for negotiations, but they want to bargain so that their losses will not be too great. Those trying to wreck the negotiations are Chiang Kai-shek and his sworn followers. Chiang Kai-shek still has 60 divisions south of the Yangtze and they are preparing to fight. We policy is not to refuse negotiations, but to demand that the other side accept the 8 terms in their entirety and to allow no bargaining. In return, we would refrain from fighting the Guangxi clique and the other Kuomintang factions which favor peace, postpone the reorganization of their troops for about a year, allow some individuals in the Nanking government to take part in the political consultative conference and the coalition government, and agree to protect certain interests of the bourgeoisie in Shanghai and in the South. The negotiations are to be on an overall basis and, if successful, they will reduce many obstacles to our advance into the South and to the takeover of the big cities there, which will have great advantages. If they are not successful, then separate negotiations on a local basis will be held after our army advances. The negotiations on an overall basis are tentatively fixed for late March. We hope to occupy Nanking by April or May, then convene the political consultative conference in Peeping, form a coalition government and make Peeping the capital. Since we have agreed to hold negotiations, we should be prepared for the many troubles which will arise after the success of the negotiations, and we should be ready with clear heads to deal with the tactics the other side will adopt, the tactics of the monkey who gets into the stomach of the princess of the Iron Fan to play the devil. As long as we are fully prepared mentally, we can beat any devilish monkey. Whether the peace negotiations are overall or local, we should be prepared for such an eventuality. We should not refuse to enter into negotiations because we are afraid of trouble and want to avoid complications, nor should we enter into negotiations with our minds in a haze. We should be firm in principle, we should also have all the flexibility permissible and necessary for carrying out our principles. 24. 9. The people's democratic dictatorship, led by the proletariat and based on the worker-peasant alliance, requires that our party conscientiously unite the entire working class, the entire peasantry and the broad masses of revolutionary intellectuals. These are the leading and basic forces of the dictatorship. Without this unity, the dictatorship cannot be consolidated. It is also required that our party unite with as many as possible of the representatives of the urban petty bourgeoisie and national bourgeoisie who can cooperate with us and with their intellectuals and political groups, so that, during the revolutionary period, we can isolate the counter-revolutionary forces and completely overthrow both the counter-revolutionary and imperialist forces in China, and so that, after the victory of the revolution, we can speedily restore and develop production. Cope with foreign imperialism, steadily transform China from an agricultural into an industrial country and build China into a great socialist state. Therefore, our party's policy of long-term cooperation with non-party Democrats should be clearly established in the thinking and work of the whole party. We must regard the majority of non-party Democrats as we do our own cadres, consult with them sincerely and frankly to solve those problems that call for consultation and solution, give them work, entrust them with the responsibility and authority that should go with their posts and help them do their work well. Proceeding from the desire to unite with them, we should carry out serious and appropriate criticism or struggle against their errors and shortcomings in order to attain the objective of unity. It would be wrong to adopt an accommodating attitude towards their errors or shortcomings. It would also be wrong to adopt a closed-door or perfunctory attitude towards them. In each big or medium city, each strategic region and each province, we should develop a group of non-party Democrats who have prestige and can cooperate with us. The incorrect attitude towards non-party Democrats, fostered by the dos-door style in our party during the War of Agrarian Revolution, was not entirely overcome during the War of Resistance against Japan, and it reappeared in 1947 during the high tide of the land reform in the base areas. This attitude would serve only to isolate our party, prevent the consolidation of the people's democratic dictatorship and enable the enemy to obtain allies. Now that China's first political consultative conference under the leadership of our party will soon be convened, that a democratic coalition government will soon be formed and that the revolution will soon be victorious throughout the country, the whole party must make a serious and self-critical examination of this problem and understand it correctly. It must oppose the two deviations, the right deviation of accommodation and the closed-door and perfunctory left deviation, and adopt an entirely correct attitude. Very soon we shall be victorious throughout the country. This victory will breach the eastern front of imperialism and will have great international significance. To win this victory will not require much more time and effort, but to consolidate it will. The bourgeoisie doubts our ability to construct. The imperialists reckon that eventually we will beg alms from them in order to live. With victory, certain moods may grow within the party: arrogance, the airs of a self-styled hero, inertia and unwillingness to make progress, love of pleasure and distaste for continued hard living. With victory, the people will be grateful to us and the bourgeoisie will come forward to flatter us. It has been proved that the enemy cannot conquer us by force of arms. However, the flattery of the bourgeoisie may conquer the weak-willed in our ranks. There may be some communists, who were not conquered by enemies with guns and were worthy of the name of heroes for standing up to these enemies, but who cannot withstand sugar-coated bullets. They will be defeated by sugar-coated bullets. We must guard against such a situation. To win countrywide victory is only the first step in a long march of 10,000 li. Even if this step is worthy of pride, it is comparatively tiny. What will be more worthy of pride is yet to come. After several decades, the victory of the Chinese People's Democratic Revolution, viewed in retrospect, will seem like only a brief prologue to a long drama. A drama begins with a prologue, but the prologue is not the climax. The Chinese Revolution is great, but the road after the revolution will be longer. the work greater and more arduous. This must be made clear now in the party. The comrades must be helped to remain modest, prudent, and free from arrogance and rashness in their style of work. The comrades must be helped to preserve the style of plain living and hard struggle. We have the Marxist-Leninist weapon of criticism and self-criticism. We can get rid of a bad style and keep the good. We can learn what we did not know. We are not only good at destroying the old world, we are also good at building the new. Not only can the Chinese people live without begging alms from the imperialists, they will live a better life than that in TNE imperialist countries. 25. Is India really independent? By S. Gunna. This article by S. Gunna is reprinted from Liberation, which published the original in 2 installments NOS 10 and 11, 1968. Chairman Mao has stressed the necessity for Marxist-Leninists of first making a correct class analysis in order to then work out the correct strategy and tactics applicable to the situation in a particular country at a given time. The example afforded by S. Gunna of how to do this should, therefore, be useful to revolutionaries in India and elsewhere as well. After carefully analyzing India's class stratification, he proceeds to demolish the claim put forward by the revisionists that India is an independent country against the correct Marxist-Leninist characterization of it as semi-colonial and semi-feudal. Here in the United States, the revisionists have gone even further and, when India's troops pushed into China's territory with the support of the US imperialists and the Soviet revisionists, the PUSA even tried to portray India as a country taking the socialist road underscore 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 on. The neo-revisionist gentry, of late, has discovered that there exist serious differences between the glorious Communist Party of China and themselves on various issues connected with the Indian Revolution. They hold that the first St-GE of Indian Revolution, according to them anti-imperialist in character, is already over. Now the Indian Revolution has stepped into the second phase of it. The picture given by their party program, adopted in the 7th Congress held in 1964, never gives in clear terms the characteristics of Indian society. Even when it talks of it, it does make only a vague reference to their expectations unrealized by the Indian bourgeoisie. They are irked at the CPC's characterization that India is semi-colonial and semi-feudal. Of course, they may accept the latter part of it but not the former one. They express their gratitude to the Indian bourgeoisie for having taken India along the path of independent development despite all the maneuvers of British imperialism in the years that followed the formal independence of 1947. They bluster. The British imperialists hope that, despite the transfer of power, they will be able, by their entrenched positions in our economy, to make our independence formal. But the course of historical development since then has been disappointing to the imperialists and their hopes were belied. They babble that so-called independence made it possible for the ruling bourgeoisie to develop the country's economy on the lines of capitalism, to further strengthen its class position in society. Another shameful, but a major evasion in their program is their refusal to discuss the fundamental contradictions within Indian society. We, the genuine Marxist-Leninists, appraise that there are 3 fundamental internal contradictions. They are: 1. Between feudalism and the various sections of the peasantry in the countryside. 2. Between the comprador bureaucrat bourgeoisie and the proletariat in the cities and towns. 3. Between imperialism and the people of India as a whole. Of these, the contradiction between feudalism and the peasantry stands as the principal contradiction at present. This warrants an agrarian revolution in the vast countryside. Therefore, we maintain that the agrarian revolution is the main axis of the Indian Revolution. Their usual empty Marxist phrases can never save them. They keep juggling all through that the Indian bourgeoisie is striving hard for industrialization despite all its vacillations and compromises with imperialism. At times, they go to the extent of portraying the contradiction between the Indian ruling classes and imperialism to be an antagonistic one. As regards the structure of the Indian state, They say that it is the organ of the class rule of the bourgeoisie and landlords, led by the big bourgeoisie, who are increasingly collaborating with foreign finance capital in pursuit of the capitalist path of development. These renegades are bent upon establishing that the Indian bourgeoisie is independent in character despite their compromises with the imperialists. They deny quite firmly that the Indian bourgeoisie is comprador in character. The neo-revisionists have been playing on the same string for quite a long time. This ideological trend is, on the one hand, a product of the disintegration and decay of the Second International and, on the other hand, the inevitable fruit of the ideology of the petty bourgeoisie, whose entire way of life holds them captive to bourgeois and democratic prejudices. They are representing 26. Their masters in a favorable light, sidetracking the revolutionary urge of the revolutionary masses, and trying to perpetuate the rule of the exploiting classes. Their objective role as the props of the Indian ruling classes, imperialism and modern revisionism has cost the oppressed masses of India heavily. They exclaim that the glorious Communist Party of China maintains that the Indian big bourgeoisie is a parasitic class fostered by imperialism, that it represents comprador bureaucratic capital in India, and that the Congress government acts as the chief instrument and the main mouthpiece of this comprador, bureaucratic monopoly capitalist class. These Marxists assert without the least trace of shame that they do not find any valid reason for the present Indian government, which has a wider social base when compared to most of its counterparts in several countries and which does not face the imminent threat of class revolution at home, opting to play the role of a puppet, stooge and lackey of imperialism. The so-called wider social base of the Indian ruling classes could have been put to the test if they held aloft the banner of revolution and if the party did not follow the path of bourgeois parliamentarism. Our understanding is that the Indian reactionary ruling classes now holding power and crippled in an economic crisis are not as strong as claimed by the neo-revisionists. Their democracy is not different from the farce of any other puppet, stooge, or lackey of imperialism. Yet the neo-revisionists babble that the assessment of the CPC leads one to conclude that the new Indian state is not a bourgeois landlord state led by the big bourgeoisie, which pursues the capitalist path of development in collaboration with foreign monopoly capital, but a puppet government, led by bureaucratic capitalism, run by them, principally, in the interests of imperialism while reconciling themselves to live as parasites, depending on the crumbs thrown by their foreign masters. The shameless Marxists cannot even make a correct analysis of Indian society. They maintain that it is the industrial big bourgeoisie which, today, has emerged as a powerful force holding position in the new state and government, and not the comprador element. So in the final analysis, their anti-imperialist struggle is just a sham one. It is not directed against the economic and political tentacles of imperialism which hold the Indian ruling classes in 1,001 ways, but it is an actual collusion with the comprador, bureaucrat bourgeoisie and their US and Soviet masters. The anti-feudal task which they brag of is nothing but the distribution of land to landless. They never talk of agrarian revolution by which political power will be seized by armed peasantry. This can be done only when peasants stand in battle array under leadership of proletariat. The devotees of parliamentarism and peaceful transition think of evading question just by cursing bourgeoisie for not having completed bourgeois democratic revolution. The revolutions in other colonies and semi-colonies have clearly reasserted opinion expressed in 1928 colonial thesis of the Comintern. The task of bourgeois democratic revolution in these countries will never be undertaken by national bourgeoisie. It is proletariat that alone can lead this revolution to victory. Let us deal with some of important problems arising out of our historic struggle against modern revisionism of both brands, old and new. Semi-colonial and semi-feudal structure. At the end of Second World War, imperialists stood pinned down due to waves of attack launched by world proletariat. The onward march of the Great Chinese Revolution and emergence of people's democracies caused an alarm in hearts of imperialist warmongers and colonial looters. In India, heroic struggles waged by workers, peasants, students, and men of army, navy and air force shook British imperialism to its very foundations. The revolutionary struggle of Toh peasants of Telangana in Toh erstwhile princely state of Hyderabad started in 1946. The revolutionary people's war failed to get the blessings either of Toh right-wing opportunist leadership of P.C. Joshi or of Toh B.T. Ranadav Sundaraya Titoy Trotskyite clique. Despite their betrayal, it was spreading like a wildfire. Meanwhile, Toh national liberation movement in India, as a whole, showed Toh tendency to grow militant. The reactionary lead airship of Toh Indian National Congress, led by Toh notorious lackey of British imperialism, M.K. Gandhi, was equally worried as Toh Britishers, because they were in Toh wake of a development which questioned Toh bogey of non-violence and exposed Toh treacherous vacillations of Toh Indian national bourgeoisie. As E.M. Zhukov said in 1949, alarmed at Toh national liberation struggle of Toh peoples, which is rising at Toh present time to a particularly high level and which is being waged under Toh hegemony of Toh working class, confronted with Toh growing revolutionary activity of the working class, confronted with Toh growing revolutionary activity of Toh broad masses, Toh big bourgeoisie in Toh colonies and semi-colonies has finally gone over into Toh camp of 27. Imperialist reaction and betrayed the interests of its country and people. Zhukov continued, as a result of the new policy of imperialism in the colonies and semi-colonial countries, the national big bourgeoisie is often being allowed by them to come to power along with the landlords and other feudal elements. It utilizes this power for the most violent and ruthless suppression of the mass liberation movement of the workers, peasants, and progressive intelligentsia. The position of India shows that the national big bourgeoisie do not yield either to feudal or imperialist colonizers in their ruthless and reactionary nature. This contributes to the fact that the new bourgeois democratic reformist forms and methods of administration which were designed to mask the retention of imperialist domination in the colonies are being rapidly exposed and rendered less effective. The national bourgeoisie, which had sown narrow bourgeois nationalism among the masses, were in a position to win over the vacillating reformist elements in the working class movement in India. Being assisted by these reformist forces, the bourgeois was able to retain his leadership of the anti-imperialist United Front. In the final analysis, bourgeois nationalism served as a great help rendered by the Indian bourgeoisie to their Anglo-US imperialist masters. We, Marxists, do differentiate narrow aggressive nationalism from the revolutionary patriotism of the masses. We discard the former, for it virtually attempts to split the international proletariat and all the other oppressed masses of the world from uniting for the common cause of fighting against and defeating imperialism and all the native revolutionaries allied with them. Bourgeois nationalism is a weapon in the hands of the ruling classes to split the working masses in the name of nation, language, race, culture, and other things. Bourgeois nationalism blurs the vigilance of the revolutionary masses and confuses them so that they may be led astray by the ruling classes. Ultimately, bourgeois nationalism benefits the colonialists and imperialists alone. It leads to the virtual capitulation of the toiling masses and results in giving up the struggle against the imperialists, capitalists, and feudal vultures. As E.M. Zhukov put it, bourgeois nationalism is the most important ideological weapon utilized by the Anglo-American aggressive bloc for the purpose of strengthening the unstable colonial system. He added, that is why a ruthless exposure of reactionary bourgeois nationalistic ideology in all its diverse forms, be it Kemalism or Gandhism, Zionism or Pan-Arabism, accelerates the process of national and social emancipation of the colonial and dependent countries and razes to the ground the provocative designs of the imperialists and their agents. Our very experience confirms this far-sighted exposition. Therefore, unless we oppose and defeat all such filthy attempts of the imperialists and their lackeys, the question of fulfilling our tasks warranted by history is not possible at all. The 1928 Comintern thesis on colonies and semi-colonies stressed the same. The bourgeois learns his nationalism the markets, and its degree varies with even political change that is brought forth. Ever since its birth, the Indian bourgeois, even after its transition from the trading capitalists into industrial capitalists, has remained dependent in character. They remain tied to the apron strings of the Anglo-US imperialists even after attaining a sham independence and their three so-called 5-year plans. The changes which were brought about in the Indian economy have not effected a fundamental change in Indian life. The monopolistic trends in the industrial and financial institutions too have not changed this. 4. The development of India, or the whole, remains one-sided, that too, conditioned by foreign capital. That is why C.M. Maslenikov observed, the imperialists attempted to extend their social base in the colonial countries and increasingly drew over to their side the national big bourgeoisie which served them as a weapon for pumping out the wealth of the colonial countries, and for the still greater enslavement of the colonial peoples. With the assistance of the imperialists, the ruling groups of the local bourgeoisie became centers of anti-democratic struggle in the colonies and semi-colonies. In certain countries, as for example India and China, these groups of the national bourgeoisie have become converted through imperialist support into big monopolist comprador amalgamations. The neo-revisionists, through their Madurai resolution on the CPC, maintain that India is not semi-colonial and semi-feudal as the CPC asserts, but is an independent underdeveloped country. They conveniently forget about the swelling foreign capital and the economic political maneuvers of the Anglo-US imperialists through their aid, assistance, and support. Above all, they refuse to understand the essence of the collaboration agreements of the Indian bourgeoisie with the imperialist camp. They help the ruling classes covering up the repatriation of profits owing these collaborations with the metropolis. Thus, their role is, virtually, to beautify TTT comprador bourgeoisie and their imperialist masters. 28. Of course, the four families in Old China were a clear example of monopolist associations in the old Chinese society. They were not just mercantile bourgeoisie as the neo-revisionists contend. Economic and political power in Kuomintang China was monopolized by them. They had grown fat with a tremendous concentration of capital and the natural riches of the country in their hands only with the help of the US imperialists. They employed not only capitalist but pre-capitalist methods of exploitation and emerged as the most typical representatives of big financial capital which merged both with the state apparatus and foreign capital. Maslenikov said in his report, in exactly the same manner as the Chinese, the Indian monopolist amalgamations made tremendous profits during the war period and this substantially increased their economic strength. The directors of Birla, Tata, Dalmia and other companies had no objection to the passing of anti-British resolutions by the Congress. But they in essence were and continue to remain agents and allies of British capital in India. The rule of foreign imperialists in India is advantageous to the Indian big bourgeoisie. It is interested in the assistance of British imperialism for a struggle against the People's Movement. It betrayed the national liberation movement for the sake of its class interests. The Indian big bourgeoisie has assisted the British imperialists to establish in India after the war a regime which under the outer form of independence has preserved intact the colonial exploitation of the population by British monopoly capital. The situation has not changed at all even today. The monopolist groups which still control India have not at all become independent in nature, disowning all their comprador characteristics. Capitalist development in old China and in the present India may vary in degree, but they are the same in essence. Just citing degree of variation of neo-revisionist gang cannot alter fact that Indian bourgeoisie is comprador in nature. Smash counter-revolutionary bloc. When reality stands so, where is question of India attaining true independence? Due to immaturity of proletariat in India and because of a prolonged state of vacillation on part of its vanguard, Communist Party of India, the leadership of National Liberation Movement fell into hands of treacherous us Indian big bourgeoisie. The Indian big bourgeoisie through its leadership of Indian National Congress made use of mass move, merits just for their own narrow ends so as to bargain and win a few concessions for their own class from British imperialism. The Indian big bourgeoisie has always been anxious not to allow struggle of toiling masses under its banner to assume an active and extensive form, as that would spell its own doom. 2. 4. Real freedom implies freedom not only from the oppression of colonizers but also from oppression of one's own national bourgeoisie. On occasions of growing militant struggle of proletariat and toiling masses of India, bourgeoisie, being frightened by them, colluded with imperialists, overtly and covertly, to put down the revolutionary movements. Thus, we actually see existence of some kind of bloc comprised of imperialists and big bourgeoisie. This is universally applicable. Lenin had emphasized that a certain rapprochement has been brought about between bourgeoisie of the exploited countries and those of colonial countries, so that very often, even in majority of cases, perhaps where bourgeoisie of oppressed countries does support national movement, it simultaneously works in harmony with imperialist bourgeoisie, i.e., it joins latter in fighting against all revolutionary movements and revolutionary classes. The Indian bourgeoisie is an ideal example of such a type. The path of treachery, national betrayal, and compromise with imperialism was pursued by Indian bourgeoisie ever since first stage of the national liberation movement, which was directed mainly against foreign oppression. A clear instance is 1918-22 mass movements. Having this class of big industrial bourgeoisie of India in mind, Stalin pointed out dreading revolution more than imperialism, concerned more about its money bags than about interests of its own country. This section of bourgeoisie, wealthiest and more influential section, is completely going over to camp of the irreconcilable enemies of revolution, having entered into a bloc with imperialism against workers and peasants of its own country. One of main reasons for failure of proletariat and toiling masses of India was their inability to realize this treachery. As a result, vanguard of working class, Communist Party of India, became just a radical appendage of Indian bourgeoisie. So imperialism was not at all defeated, but it ruled directly until 1947 and continues to do so indirectly now, by holding Indian bourgeoisie. 29. By many strings. The toiling masses can never achieve genuine independence and freedom without smashing the counter-revolutionary bloc, which is the outcome of the wedlock between the imperialists and the Indian big bourgeoisie. Stalin pointed out, the victory of the revolution cannot be achieved unless this bloc is smashed. But in order to break this bloc, fire must be concentrated on the compromising national bourgeoisie, its treachery must be exposed, the toiling masses must be emancipated from its influence, and the conditions necessary for the hegemony of the proletariat must be systematically prepared. In other words, it is a question of preparing the proletariat of India for the role of leader in the liberation movement and of dislodging, step by step, the bourgeoisie and its spokesman from this honorable position. The task is to create a revolutionary anti-imperialist bloc and to ensure the hegemony of the proletariat within the bloc. The Indian big bourgeoisie came forward to play the role of a steward of Anglo-US imperialism by rallying all the reactionary and counter-revolutionary scabs of East Asia. It virtually turned India into a bastion of reaction and is actively marketing so-called parliamentary democracy so as to boost the morale of all the anti-communist monsters of the East. It pretends to be the champion of peace in Asia, while at the same time it connives with the imperialists to carry on their aggression on the Asian continent. Its economic policy forms the basis of its external policy. Its political standpoint is essentially anti-communist, though it has allowed the Communist Party with a revisionist leadership to function legally. The appearance of its internal democracy could have been put to test if the Communist Party had taken to a revolutionary path. Stalin had clearly pointed out that fascism is always supplemented by social democracy. The bourgeois always finds his rule comparably safe and stable through an alliance with the social reformists and the renegades from socialism. Without the revisionist leaders of India, the ruling classes could not have had such a lengthy phase of peaceful development. This period of economic development ever since the betrayal of Telangana by the revisionists has not solved in any way the contradiction between the peasantry and feudalism in the countryside or the contradiction between the working class and the comprador bourgeoisie in the cities. The economic situation has remained, as usual, in the doldrums. The entire semi-colonial and semi-feudal structure remains intact. What was the status of India after the formal withdrawal of the British and the partition of India into India and Pakistan? No basic change worth mentioning took place after the so-called independence of 1947. Since then, the diminishing pomp and glory of British imperialism in the world has little affected the economic interests of the British in India. But US usury capital, aided by the Soviet revisionists, has dragged India closer into its neo-colonial orbit. We shall deal with this in detail. A thorough appraisal alone can enable us to get rid of all the illusions about the nature of Indian society and the ruling class. India's image of being a direct colony of the British until 1947, its evolution into a British dominion within the Commonwealth following the fictitious independence of 1947, and its present status of being a neo-colonial satellite of U.S. Soviet alliance, have not at all changed India's position in the world. Basically, it remains semi-colonial and semi-feudal within the orbit of the U.S. Soviet bloc. India's economic development, agriculture, the so-called village community, had been the basic element of medieval Indian society. The village isolation, which resulted from such village communities based on individual agricultural economy, cracked under the aggressive impact of British capital. Artificial irrigation by canals and waterworks constituted the basis of agriculture. Marx observed, however changing the political aspect of India's past might appear, its social condition has remained unaltered since its remotest antiquity, until the first decennium of the 19th century. He further added, we must not forget that these idyllic village communities, inoffensive though they may appear, had always been the solid foundation of Oriental depotism, that they restrained the human mind within the smallest possible compass, making it the unresisting tool of superstition, enslaving it beneath traditional rules, depriving it of all grandeur and historical energies. With the inundation of British commodities, the unity, imposed by the British sword, strengthened and perpetuated by telegraph, the native army organized and trained by the British, the free press and the railways, the inertia of the village system was overcome. The zamindari system, which made the former tax collectors and merchant usurers into new type big landowners, was introduced by the British. The ryotwari system of renting land to peasants on onerous terms for an unlimited period in South India by the British too superseded the medieval village. 30. Communities. Thereby, as in the past, India stood with a social destitution in the midst of plenty. Prior to the Second World War and afterwards, Britain retained India only as a raw material supply base. Agriculture, as it is today, remained the principal mode of production. The productive relations still remain predominantly feudal or semi-feudal. The exploitation of the peasantry and its pauperization have multiplied manifold. But the productive methods remain, still, pre-capitalist or semi-capitalist. The Comintern colonial thesis of 1928 observed. Capitalism, which has included the colonial village into its system of taxation and trade apparatus, and which has overturned pre-capitalist relations, does not thereby liberate the peasant from the yoke of pre-capitalist forms of bondage, of exploitation, but only gives the latter a momentary expression, which still more increases the suffering of the peasantry. It continues, big land ownership is here hardly connected in any way with large-scale agriculture, but serves only as a means for extorting rents from the peasants. There is frequently to be found a hierarchy of many stages, consisting of landlords and sub-landlords, parasitic intermediate links between the laboring cultivator and the big landowner or the state. The face of India has not changed very much since then. The Indian big bourgeoisie, after coming to power, entered into agreement with the big landlords and feudalists. They have retained the survivals of medievalism and the feudal princes who were the bulwark of reaction, by paying heavy privy purses. It is bent upon retaining the bases of British imperialism, the big landlords, at any cost. Landlordism, which represents the main basis of feudal survivals, stands as the predominant form of oppression and exploitation of the vast peasantry in India. The fake agrarian reforms and land legislation will testify to this. These reforms and measures preserve the survivals of feudalism and landlordism throughout India. They have thrown open the doors wide for foreign capital in the form of either direct capital investments, or indirect investments through the so-called collaboration agreements. The shadow always follows and is inseparable from the body. Similarly, their dependent economy at the mercy of Anglo-US monopolists and Soviet revisionists makes them move politically closer into their orbits. The much acclaimed abolition of princely feudal states was a hoax. Heavy privy purses are being paid to the former princes besides allowing them to own their amassed wealth. Large tracts of arable and forest land owned by them will stand as a clear instance of the deceptive land legislation and reforms. They have shown least concern in abolishing the intermediaries like zamindars, jagirdars, inamdars, and others. These intermediaries are allowed to hold big landed estates in the name of *Kudkasht or Panay lands. The tenancy laws for riotwary areas safely retain in the hands of the landed gentry the right of resumption of land from the tenants under the false pretext of self-cultivation. The fair rent fixation and the land ceiling acts were just shrewd measures on the part of the ruling classes to hoodwink the poor peasantry and the peasant laborers. The rapid pauperization of the peasantry and eviction of the poverty-stricken indebted peasantry make them swell the ranks of the ill-paid, starving legions of peasant labor. In 1954–55, the rural population was 88.7% of the total population of India. Of this, the percentage of agricultural labor in the rural population was 30.4%. The following shows the food grain consumption of downtrodden agricultural labor. Levels of earning quantities consumed 51 to 111.0 101 to 150 15.4 151 to 217.1 201 to 250 19.8 Also, the per capita availability of food grains in India stood at 13.5 ounces per day in 1948 and showed a meager improvement in 1964 which was 14.4 ounces per day. This will reveal the burdensome life of the rural population. The plight of the poor peasantry is unbearable. The distribution of land in 1949–50 rose to 38.64 in 1964–65. In 1950, the area growing wheat was 240.8 lakh acres. It became 317.51 lakh acres in 1960–61. In 1949–50, 6.75 million tons of wheat was produced, whereas it was 12.08 in 1964–65. Only 16% of the total area under cultivation is irrigated. Since the pre-capitalist and semi-feudal mode of agricultural production, which determines feudal or semi-feudal relations, exists in the countryside, the ruling classes are not in a position to overcome the crisis on the food front. The comprador Indian big bourgeoisie has thrown the door wide open for the U.S. food surplus. The more U.S. food grains are imported, the faster does the crisis deepen in India's agriculture. Thereby, India is virtually made a classical land of hunger, starvation, and famine. Its growing dependence on the U.S. for the supply of agricultural commodities goes together with its diplomatic dependence on the U.S. It had, till July 1964, imported rice worth $165.3 million, wheat worth $1,630.7 million and other food grains worth $41.3 million from U.S. under the notorious PL 480 agreement. It is the largest single recipient of U.S. PL 480 aid, which forms 22% of the aggregate PL 480 shipments so far. The U.S. wheat aid between 1954–64 to the following 6 countries was worth $5,364.5 million. Out of this, the countries named below got 75% of the total. India, $1,905.2 mil. Pakistan, 563.7 do. UAR, 532.5 do. Brazil, 489.9 mil dol. Yugoslavia, 396.4 do. Turkey, 298.1 do. India's share of the U.S. wheat loan was 47% of the total sent to these 6 countries. Also, it is 34% of the total sale of U.S. wheat. Thus, the U.S. food surplus, which finds a vast market in India, has become a new trammel to tie India to U.S. imperialism. The PL 480 fund in India is used for counter-revolutionary political activity in India and in East Asia. With all these aids, the food shortage has not been overcome. The false claims of the spokesman of the ruling classes cannot save India from the crisis in agriculture. This crisis is not going to be ended just by resort to some mean excuses. The basic reason for such a crisis that has enmeshed agriculture does not lie in the failure diamond suit lock, LOOJJOO, of rain, or the periodic floods, droughts and other natural calamities. It lies in the very mode of agricultural production and the productive relations. The only redemption is a thoroughgoing social change in the countryside. This can be realized only by the forcible seizure of land by the tillers from the social leeches in the countryside and by owning it collectively. This is possible only when the vast strata of middle and poor peasant masses rally behind the proletariat, overthrow the feudal landlords, thus establishing their joint dictatorship so as to carry out the people's democratic revolution. Industry, Indian society, Marx said, has no history at all, at least known history. What we call its history is but the history of the successive intruders who founded their empires on the passive basis of that unresisting and unchanging society. But Headvent of the British completed 2 tasks, one of destruction of the former Indian society and the other of laying the foundation of capitalism in India. British steam and science achieved this. The ruling classes of Great Britain, Marx observed, have had, till now, but an accidental, transitory, and exceptional interest in the progress of India. The aristocracy wanted to conquer it, the moneyocracy to plunder it, and miliocracy to undersell it. But now the tables are turned. The miliocracy have discovered that the transformation of India into a reproductive country has become of vital importance to them, and that, to that end, it is necessary, above all, to gift her with means of irrigation and of internal communication. They intend now drawing a net of railways over India. And they will do it. He further added, I know that the English miliocracy intend to endow India with railways with the exclusive view of extracting at diminished expenses cotton and other raw materials for their manufacture. But when you have once introduced machinery into the locomotion of a country, which possesses iron and coal, you are unable to withhold it from its fabrication. You cannot maintain a net of railways over an immense country without introducing all those industrial processes necessary to meet the immediate and current wants of railway locomotion, and out of which there must grow the application of machinery to those branches of industry not immediately connected with railways. The railway system will therefore become, in India, truly the forerunner of modern industry. The analysis of Marx, a century back, stands as an account of the early history of Indian industry. Thus, bourgeois industry and commerce create these material conditions of a new world in the same 32 way as geological revolutions have created the surface of the earth. Indian industry was, in 1948-49, of a typical colonial character, exclusively dependent on British capital. The imperialist powers started a predatory world war in order to redivide their colonial loot in 1939. This encouraged the development of national industry in the colonial, semi-colonial and dependent countries during the World War II period. It happened so because of the stoppage of imports from the metropolis of essential foodstuffs and goods for wide consumption during the war, and the need of the metropolis for military strategic raw materials and other necessities for the conduct of war operations. It provided ample opportunities for the development of mining and raw material industries, the building of war factories and plants in the Coloradonese and semi-colonies by the imperialists. This facilitated the development of a number of small industrial enterprises of a manufacturing type, the growth of domestic industry and trade. Yet Indian industry was fundamentally colonial in character. So Stalin observed. It is imperialism's special method to develop industry in colonies in such a way that it is chained to the imperialist metropolis. Up to the early 50s, India was a somewhat industrially developed colony of the classical type. The metallurgical industry developed, particularly on the eve of the Second World War. The cotton and jute industries arose during the second half of the last century and are the most developed branches of Indian industry. Particularly for the colonies and semi-colonies in Asia, the textile industry remains a strategic sector of their economies, not only in meeting their internal consumption, but as a major earner of foreign exchange. Cotton textiles are placed high among the important foreign exchange earners for India, next only to jute and tea. Manubhi Shah, in 1967, said, "From all accounts, it is quite obvious that the Indian cotton textile industry is a sick industry. There are numerous reasons for this, but the main cause has been that this industry is a very old one in our country due to the lack of a rational import policy for textile machinery in the past. Indian textile mills today are virtually a zoo of all types of textile machinery produced in the world. During 1951 to 66, the total production of cloth by the mills and the so-called decentralized sectors went up from 4,740 million meters to 7,336 million meters, an increase of 2,596 million meters. But exports actually fell from 669 million meters to 424 million meters. Of the cloth produced by mills, scarcely 10 to 11% was exported, and the balance of 89 to 90% was consumed within the country. This is the fate of the strategic industry, whose share was 32.6% of the total value added in manufacturing. Following the cotton, textile and jute industries, the metallurgical industry had its modest beginnings on the eve of the First World War. The production of iron and steel given below will show the position of steel industry, which is the basis of heavy industries. In 1,000 tons year pig iron, finished steel 1916, 99, 1939, 1,835, 848, 1947, 1,328, 93, 1961, 4,975, 2,810, 1965, 6,956, 4,532 until 1958. The production of pig iron and finished steel was a monopoly of two big industrial groups. These monopolist industrial groups in turn were absolutely in the clutches of the Anglo-US imperialists. The monopolist trend in this sector of basic industry in no way changed the comprador characteristics of the big bourgeoisie. Since the early 60s, the picture has changed a little. Steel plants were established in the state sector at Durgapur, Rourkela, and Balaji with the aid of Britain, West Germany and the Soviet Union. This too has not rendered any independent character to the Indian big bourgeoisie. It has increased only the monopoly of Soviet capital in the state sector. Iron and steel, oil, chemicals, and other industries are virtually controlled by the Anglo-US imperialists and the Soviet neocolonialists. Industrial production in India comprises less than 20% of the total value of the entire production of India. This magnitude is very meager when compared to the industrial production of advanced capitalist countries, despite the fact that approximately 1/6 of the whole world's population lives in India. The breakdown of the net national output given below will clearly show that the development of Indian industry is insignificant. This is because agriculture is predominant. Therefore, Indian industry is basically semi-colonial. Breakdown of net national output. 1948 to 49, 1962 to 63. 1. Agriculture, animal husbandry, and ancillary activities. 49.1, 43.42. Mining, manufacturing, and small enterprises. 17.1, 17.33. Commerce, Transport, and Communications. 18.5 19.74. Other services. 15.5 20.2. Total, 100.0 100.0. 33. This is clear evidence that Indian industry has changed little from the days of direct colonial rule of Britain. The facts show that the growth of India's industrial production and commerce is insignificant. The Second World War encouraged the growth of a chemical industry, which was non-existent in India before. The sugar, foodstuff, and leather industries too had a significant improvement during the period between the two world wars. The output of coal rose from 32.0 million tons in 1950 to 51 to 97.0 million tons in 1965 to 66. The share of different industries in value added by manufacturing in India is as follows. Value added in manufacturing. Percent share 1960 to 61 in total 1965 to 66 in total Rs value crore added. Food products 124.2 14.6 145.1 11.3. Textile products 277.4 32.6 298.9 23.2. Paper, wood etc. Products 56.7 6.7 92.37.2. Rubber and leather products 24.62.9 39.63.1 non-metallic mineral products 57.16.7 79.66.2 chemical and chemical products 60.37.1 121.69.4 basic metals and other primary products 86.0 10.1 154.6 12.0 electrical engineering and equipment 30.33.6 60.6 transport equipment 84.29.9 166.2 12.9 machinery 41.9 4.9 115.8 9.0 miscellaneous 8.5 1.0 14.1 1.1 851.2 100.0 1288.4 100.0. The above table makes it clear that the machine building industry, which is the foundation of real industrialization and the basis of economic independence of the country, is practically insignificant. Intact, in the implementation of these plans, the shortfalls in India appear to have been greater in machine building than in almost any other sector. If a broad distinction is drawn between industries manufacturing the simpler types of machinery and equipment and heavy machine building industry, it is also evident that whatever progress has been recorded has been mainly in the former. Indeed, output levels achieved in the latter category by 1965-66 were only a fraction of the levels which it was presumably thought possible to achieve even a few years ago. It is not therefore surprising that India is still dependent on imports for meeting well over 2/5 of its total annual requirements of machinery and equipment. The development of industry in India, as in the case of any other colony or semi-colony, as some D is T ort for MS, and is of A. 1 equals Sidford character. It was so during the days of the Britishers' rule and continues to be so even after 2 decades. Indian industry continues to find itself chained to British, US and Soviet capital. The strained financial conditions during the war years had helped the Indian capitalists to acquire the shares of a number of British enterprises. At the end of the Second World War, the Britishers were able to regain and consolidate again the prestige of British capital in India. The Indian bourgeoisie, not only the commercial but also the big industrial bourgeoisie, were being well controlled by the British imperialists through diverse threads. These connections were established and strengthened through the credit system. The so-called managing agencies were the special forms of the subservience of Indian industry to the Anglo-US imperialists. The Anglo-US imperialists are obstructing by all means the industrial development of India. Bolshevik observed in 1949. The policy of British imperialism, which invariably aimed at holding back the industrial development of India, could not, of course, provoke anything but the dissatisfaction of the Indian bourgeoisie. there existed serious differences between the Indian bourgeoisie and British imperialism. Nevertheless, the Indian bourgeoisie, which from its very birth was closely linked with British capital and feudal reaction inside the country, was not capable of or inclined towards any kind of struggle against imperialism. With the replacement of British investments by U.S. Soviet investments, the Indian scene underwent little change. Anyhow, the contradiction between the imperialists and the Indian big bourgeoisie has never been an antagonistic one. The very threat of revolution at home can never drag the big comprador bourgeoisie to the brink of making it antagonistic in the future. The following data will rightly locate India's position among the other colonies and semi-colonies in Asia. Per capita annual income in dollars. Industrial labor force. National income from industry. Per capita income from industry. India 63.199.57 1710.74. Indonesia 49.93 10.4.99. Burma 48.20 18.43 14 6.74. Ceylon 117.52 10.295 5.87. Pakistan 49.80 10.79 12 5.97. Thailand 102.27 10.00 15 15.34. Philippines 160.89 12.14 1930.56. Turkey 165.006.51 1626.40. Syria 113.71. 1520.59. 34. It is clearly revealed that India's position among these satellites of Anglo-US Soviet alliance is in no way better. The labor force in India is still small in number. The employment of population in different branches of economy in India and the developed capitalist countries is as follows. Branch India. 1951. USA. 1950. Percent. Britain. 1950. Canada. 1951. Japan. 1951. Agriculture 71.9 12.55.0 19.4 48.7. Industry 1.8 30.6 43.1 29.3 17.3. Construction 1.0 6.4 6.2 6.64.0. Transport and communication 1.5 7.7 7.8 7.45.0. Trade 5.1 19.0 14.1 16.5 11.8. Services 10.8 23.8 23.8 20.8 13.2. When the reality stands so, how can the question of India being independent arise? It is still industrially dependent and predominantly agricultural. The annual average earning of a factory worker was 1,036 rupees in 1951 and 1,407 rupees in 1961. The living condition of the workers is going from bad to worse. The number of unemployed, enlisted on the live registers of unemployed, hit 2,680,805 in August 1964. The vast stratum of the unemployed population stands as surplus labor. Naturally, this has its bad effect on the wages of other workers. Foreign investments. The continued plunder of the colonies and semi-colonies by foreign capital stands as the major obstacle to their economic development. The growth of national capital is stunted. The repatriated profit is reinvested so as to give a boost to their plunder. The profound hypocrisy and inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization lies unveiled before our eyes, turning from its home, where it assumes respectable forms, to the colonies, where it goes naked. The outstanding foreign investment at the end of 1960 in the petroleum industry was 152.4 rupees * 1 crore 10 million rupees. Crores, in manufacturing 289.4 rupees crores and in others 690.5 rupees crores. Lenin said, "Since we are speaking of colonial policy in the epoch of capitalist imperialism, it must be observed that finance capital and its foreign policy, which is the struggle of great powers for the economic and political division of the world, give rise to a number of transitional forms of state dependence. Not only are the two main groups of countries, those owning colonies, and the colonies themselves, but also the diverse forms of dependent countries which, politically, are formally independent, but in fact, are enmeshed in the net of financial and diplomatic dependence, are typical of this epoch. We have already referred to one form of dependence, the semi-colony. Another example is provided by Argentina. South America, and especially Argentina, writes Schultz-Governitz in his work on British imperialism, is so dependent financially on London that it ought to be described as almost a British commercial colony. Schilder estimated the amount of British capital invested in Argentina at 8,750 million francs. It is not difficult to imagine what strong connections British finance capital thereby acquires with the Argentine bourgeoisie, with the circles that control the whole of that country's economic and political life. A somewhat different form of financial and diplomatic dependence, accompanied by political independence, is presented by Portugal. Portugal is an independent sovereign state. In actual fact, however, for more than 200 years, since the War of Spanish Succession, it has been a British protectorate. Great Britain has protected Portugal and her colonies in order to fortify her own positions in the fight against her rivals, Spain and France. In return, Great Britain has received commercial privileges, preferential conditions for importing goods and especially capital into Portugal and the Portuguese Colorado-Nice, the right to use the ports and islands of Portugal, her telegraph cables, etc., etc. Relations of this kind have always existed between big and little states, but in the epoch of capitalist imperialism they become a general system, they form part of the sum total of divide the world relations and become links in the chain of operations of world finance capital. The whole world is divided into a handful of usurer states, whose main strength lies in the quantum of export of capital, and the vast majority of debtor states. The bonds between the creditor and the debtor are stronger and more diamond suit a rupee is about 13L/3x dollar. 35. Firm than the relations between the buyer and the seller. The United States, which has grabbed Britain, Germany, Japan, and other imperialists with its tentacles of financial and economic dependence, has gradually encroached upon the colonies held by these imperialist powers. With a much bigger usury capital disseminated in the form of aid, subsidies, loan and assistance, it is able to devour at a higher rate the colonies and semi-colonies of other imperialist powers. It is just dislodging Britain and other imperialist powers from their former spheres of influence and has subordinated them to the positions of its vassals. The martialization of the European imperialist metropolitan countries converted them more and more into satellites of U.S. imperialism. Such a rentier or usury state, as Lenin observes, is one of the tendencies of imperialism, in which the bourgeoisie to an ever-increasing degree lives on the proceeds of capital exports and by clipping coupons. When the reality stands like this, the neo-revisionists in the leadership of the CPI strain themselves so much to refute the assessment of the Communist Party of China that India is semi-colonial and semi-feudal. The imperialists, who face militant opposition everywhere, devise new methods of thuggery to keep plundering the oppressed masses of the world. While retaining their policy of war and intervention, they deceptively act as though they have given up the old gunboat diplomacy and begin to talk of help and aid to the so-called independent countries, which were either their former direct colonies or present semi-colonies. They make a sham separation of the economic dependence of those countries from their political and military dependence. They hold that these countries are economically dependent but independent politically. This is a new type of colonialism. They can no more continue fooling the revolutionary masses of the world. The peoples of the world are realizing that often the imperialist interventions are being carried out under the pretext of aid, support, defense and with pious references to the United Nations organization. Foreign aid. Post-war foreign capital found an impetus for its penetration into India. U.S. exports to India rose from 7.4% in 1938 to 30.3% in 1947 and stood as equal to Britain's exports, which stood at 30.2% of the total Indian imports. American monopoly capital is not the dominating force in the private sector of the Indian economy. This creates a peculiar situation. The monopolies of the strongest imperialist power in the world today hold a weaker place than Britain in the private capitalist economy of the biggest developing country, which is of prime strategic, political, and economic importance in Asia and throughout the world. Further, India belongs to the sterling area with its effective system of reciprocal foreign trade preferences advantageous to British and Indian capitalists. This stays as a hindrance to U.S. capital. Yet, being the leader of the imperialist camp, it should allow its partners to continue their loot within their zones of influence. Such is the fate of India. With all the jugglings of a revisionist, Ulyanovsky continues, investment by British monopolies in India is slowing down and their share is now more or less stable. At the same time, the American monopolies are becoming more active and their share is growing. It mounted at a much faster rate in the second half of the 12-year period than in the first. So far, these tendencies have not brought about a radical change in the share of Britain and the United States in foreign investment in the private sector of the Indian economy, but a change in favor of the U.S. monopolies is definitely in the making. The following are the details of loans and subsidies received by India up to the end of 1962. The International Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the International Development Association are financial institutions virtually controlled by the United States. They are chiefly used as the political and economic instrument of the United States to keep its neo-colonies under its control. Thus, capitalism, began its development with petty usury capital, counted on page 69. Build a Revolutionary Party. By Charu Mazumdar. These two articles by Charu Mazumdar are reprinted from the Indian Marxist-Leninist magazine, Liberation, Volume 1, Number 12, October 1968. Although India is a semi-colonial, semi-feudal country, his analysis of past mistakes, particularly the overemphasis on parliamentarianism, economism in the labor unions and overconcentration on the big urban centers to the neglect of the rest of the country, are strikingly similar to what occurred in the United States as well as many other countries. Chairman Mao has taught us that to make revolution we must have a revolutionary party, a party that is based on the revolutionary theory of Marxism-Leninism and reared in the revolutionary Marxist-Leninist style of work. Without such a party it is impossible to lead the proletariat and the broad masses of the people in their struggle against imperialism and its lackeys. In the present era, Chairman Mao's thought is the highest development of Marxism-Leninism. Chairman Mao has not only creatively applied Marxism-Leninism but has enriched Marxism-Leninism and developed it to a new stage. Mao Zedong's thought can be called the Marxism-Leninism of the era in which imperialism is heading for total collapse and socialism is advancing towards worldwide victory. Chairman Mao has taught us that in a semi-feudal semi-colonial country, peasants constitute the majority of the population and that the peasantry is exploited and ruled by three mountains, namely, imperialism, feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism. This is why the peasants are extremely eager to make revolution. Therefore, the proletariat must rely on the peasants in order to achieve victory through people's war. Chairman Mao has taught us that the peasants are the main force of the revolution and victory in the revolution depends on arousing and arming the peasant masses. It is the duty of the revolutionary party of the proletariat to go to the peasant masses and painstakingly work among them for a long period with a view to building up areas of armed struggle in the countryside. Failure to realize the importance of this peasant question gives rise to left and right deviations within the party. And democratic revolution is primarily an agrarian revolution. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the proletariat to provide leadership in this agrarian revolution. Chairman Mao has taught us that the Marxist-Leninist style of work is that which essentially entails integrating theory with practice, forging close links with the masses and practicing self-criticism. To master this style of work we must build our party basically among the peasant masses. We must also build the party among the working class on the basis of a program of action of the working class based on the politics of agrarian revolution. In the past also, we recruited party members from among the workers and the peasants. There were even quite a few district committees in which workers and peasant party members were of a much greater number than the petty bourgeois members. In spite of this, our party could not become a revolutionary party. Why? The reason for this is that the working class party members had no revolutionary politics, no revolutionary program of action before them. They were made to work as a force complementary to the trade union movement. This prevented their free development, and they had to act under the direction of the petty bourgeois leaders of the trade union movement. No class analysis of the peasant party members was also made, and owing to the absence of revolutionary politics they were not made conscious of the great responsibility that had to be shouldered by the peasantry. The Kisan Sava was reformist in nature and was led mainly by the rich and middle peasants. As the peasant movements were kept within the bounds of the existing laws, the majority of the party members came from the rich and middle peasants, and their main job was to carry out the dictates of the petty bourgeois party leaders. As a result of all this, the party basically turned into a petty bourgeois party in spite of the fact that there were worker and peasant party members. That is why THIRD party was transformed into an out-and-out revisionist party. Like a true revisionist party, our party carried on mass movements during the period from one general election to another with the purpose of securing more seats at the next election. All the main centers of the party were located in the cities and towns and Crete. 37. City-based movements became the main concern of the party. Even the peasants were brought into the cities with a view to boosting the city-based struggles. The tragic lessons of 1959 were also the result of this city-based struggle. The object of all the mass struggles was invariably to Giraud officers in the event that a counter-revolution war was to be launched against the people. The President of the Republic himself ordered the immediate release and amnesty for Ma.O.A.S. criminals, particularly the ringleader of this gang of assassins, ex-General Sala. Marxist-Leninists analyze the legislative election of June 23 and 30, 1968, as a disgraceful farce set up by the Gaullist reactionary and the revisionist leaders, with the aim of diverting, containing, and reducing the revolutionary storm which aroused the masses. Are unite in action for a change in government, a change in policies for the college students, secondary school students, vanguard intellectuals, workers, and poor peasants. But, as of thousands of young demonstrators in part and all of France stressed again and again, this was only the beginning. The Marxist-Leninist Communist Party of France endorse, and supports the slogan of the youth, "Let us continue the fight." 64. The counter-revolutionary tactics of revisionist leaders in the unions. At the same time that a counter-revolutionary tactic was developed on the parliamentary and constitutional level, counter-revolutionary tactics were also applied to the area directly affected by the strikes. The negotiations arranged for the Minister of Social Affairs by the head of the government, Pompidou, a former bank director, led to a protocol of agreement between the bosses and the trade unions, thanks to the active cooperation of Seguier, Secretary General of the CGT, who had frequent private conversations with the Prime Minister. Deliberately ignoring every demand of a political nature, the revisionist leaders of the most important central trade unions accepted so-called material benefits which were very inferior to what could have been wrung out of the ruling class in view of the great strength of the general strike. They began by refusing to call the fully developed workers' movement a general unlimited strike. But the workers had moved beyond them on this level, and 10 million of them rapidly joined the struggle and occupied more than half the factories in the country. Then, despite pressure from the union misleaders, in many cases, the strikers rejected the protocol of agreement, struck out at Rue Grenelle 3 by calling it the horse traders' agreement, and judged it to be totally inadequate. By continuing to fight, they got higher benefits, but they did not succeed in imposing settlements of a political nature because of the disgraceful double-dealing of the revisionist leaders. The demands which were met by the ruling class were only of an economic nature. They appear, even now, to be thoroughly deceptive and misleading. The ruling class always arranges to take back with one hand that which they were forced to give up with the other. Also, as soon as the danger which threatened them was apparently over, the bosses and the government exerted every effort to arrange for a rise in the cost of living designed to reduce the workers' gains to ashes. De Gaulle himself acknowledged this in one of his election speeches. By striving to keep the striking workers' demands within the economic area instead of supporting and advancing their legitimate desire for deep political change, the revisionist leaders have betrayed the interest of the French working class and the immigrant workers and have become the most active and the most effective accomplices of the ruling class. The salary increases forced out of the bosses will soon reflect no real increase in purchasing power. The rise in the cost of food, public services, gas, electricity, transportation, rent, taxes, will drive many of the workers' families to poverty. As the class revenge and hatred of the bosses toward the workers they exploit is coming more to the fore, because they are unable to overcome the economic crisis for which they are to blame in the capitalist system, workers are increasingly given the sack. Moreover, they are following the very example of the government which carried out a contemptible spiteful reprisal against the ORTF. Journalists and other news media employees, guilty in the government's eyes of having used their right to strike. Every week, thousands and tens of thousands of new jobless workers are added to the total of 500,000 unemployed workers recorded in May 1968. The youth are severely affected by the situation and the older workers are also hard hit. There will be close to 1 million unemployed workers at the end of 1968. The monopolists, who are leading the counter-revolution and who are supported by the revisionist traders, are committing a major error by believing that they are able to take revenge with impunity. Undoubtedly, they will have to deal with a new revolutionary uprising more violent than that in the spring of 1968. In a legal struggle the PCMLF will grow by drawing inspiration from the thought of Mao Zedong by establishing the Marxist-Leninist Communist Party of France. The revolutionary Marxist-Leninists have accomplished the first tactical objective they had fixed for themselves, the existence in France of an authentic Marxist-Leninist Communist Party, a communist party in the era of the thought of Mao Zedong. It was necessary to conduct more than 4 years of bitter struggle against the modern revisionist leaders in order to successfully reach this first historic stage. The secondary struggle against various other adventurers and unprincipled opportunistic agents has also been carried through successfully. On December 30 and 31, 1967, the Congress at Puyaricard drew up a charter for a true Leninist-type party. It put forth a program which is still valid. The Marxist-Leninist Communist Party of France is capable of carrying on its work under all forms, legal and illegal. No decree from the ruling class can make it disappear. The correct line that the party defined and followed in spring 1968 since it was outlawed. 65. The newspapers of January 11 published an official statement by the Ministry of Education announcing the drafting into the army of 183 students of the Kiev University as a punishment for riotous assembly. Nothing exposes our omnipotent government so much as this consternation. It shows by this more convincingly than does any criminal manifesto shows to all those who have eyes to see and ears to hear that it feels its utter instability and it relies only on the bayonet and the knout to protect it from the indignation of the people. Taught by decades of experience, the government is firmly convinced that it is surrounded by inflammable material, and that a mere spark, a mere protest against solitary confinement, is enough to start a conflagration. That being the case, obviously the punishment had to be exemplary, and so draft hundreds of students into the army. Put the drill sergeant in place of Voltaire. This formula is not a bit obsolete. On the contrary, the 20th century is destined to see it really put into effect. Lenin, the young generation, has brought to it a great number of new and valuable allies. This result is a stinging reply to the provocative speeches of the party leaders of the French bourgeoisie and modern revisionism. Even before the State Council gave a ruling on the petition to repeal the dissolution decree of June 12 which was presented by our party, the Minister of Interior, Marcel, had publicly used against us the slanderous lies of Waldeck Rochaith, going as far as to put us in the same box as the left fascists and pretending to lay down his conditions for us to be able to become legal again. Nothing will change our objectives, which are neither mysterious nor subversive. For the honest people and workers in our country, we struggle for the end of man's exploitation of man, for the establishment of a socialist society proclaimed for 150 years by Marx and Engels, opening the road to communism, a society free of antagonisms and classes. The analysis of the revolutionary storm during the months of May and June 1968, enables the Marxist-Leninist Communist Party of France to determine the two tasks of high priority which must have the efforts of all its militants, all its friends, and all those who want to work as consistent proletarian revolutionaries. 1. It is indispensable to consolidate the only authentic revolutionary party which exists in France, by increasing its recruitment, by perfecting its style of work, by practicing criticism and self-criticism, by strengthening its ties with the working masses. 2. It is of urgent necessity to tear away the paralyzing and counter-revolutionary influence of modern revisionism from the working class as a whole and the largest section of farm toilers, among whom are the agricultural workers, the most exploited group in the countryside. It became evident to all the revolutionary militants in spring 1968, that the guidance of a party is essential and crucial. Moreover, as a number among them understood it, it is on the Marxist-Leninist Communist Party of France that the task has fallen to organize the revolutionaries so that they would be in a position to lead the people in the victorious fight against the ruling class and its lackeys, the modern revisionists. Because it is fundamentally linked with the thought of Mao Zedong, our party is qualified for this great historic mission. Indeed, the degeneration of the French Communist Party teaches us negatively that it is not possible for a communist party to retain its revolutionary character in a capitalist country if a continual struggle is not carried on against all instances of opportunism and revisionism appearing within its ranks, if the ideological education of every member is not considered to be an obligation of prime importance, and if this education is not systematically united with practical experience in struggle. The Marxist-Leninist Communist Party of France believes that the revolutionization of man can and must be undertaken even before the revolutionary conquest of state power in capitalist countries. Its militant workers, vanguard intellectuals and poor peasants must constantly improve their ties with the people, learn from them, and continually learn from practice as well as from the study of the fundamental teachings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and from the assimilation of the always decisive thought of Mao Zedong. They must be full of optimism, fight against all traces of individualism and selfishness within themselves and within their comrades and their leaders, have the ambition to be worthy of the communards of 1871, the Bolsheviks of 1917, the soldiers of the Long March. They must be disciplined and consistent revolutionaries, born of the people to serve the people. The cultural revolution in the ranks of the revolutionaries and amongst the masses can and must help in an important way to accelerate content on page 71. 66. Palestine Liberation Movement. In our last issue of World Revolution we reprinted the first international communiqué of the Palestine National Liberation Movement, which provoked considerable discussion. In this issue we are also reprinting articles of interest on the Mideast to help keep our readers as fully informed as possible on the positions emanating from various sources concerning this vital question. We wish to point out to our readers that the main class character of the policy of the Palestine National Liberation Movement is bourgeois nationalist. We believe, as Chairman Mao has stated, in the final analysis a national struggle is a question of class struggle. The history of national liberation movements in the post-World War II period proves that genuine liberation can never be achieved if the people rely upon the national bourgeoisie and bourgeois nationalist ideology to guide them. Revolutionary Marxist-Leninists should not give uncritical support to bourgeois nationalist movements. On the contrary, it is essential for Marxist-Leninists to raise the vanguard banner of the working class and lead the struggle of the masses to defeat imperialism and all its stooges. In the Mideast, this means defeating US and Soviet imperialism, as well as the puppet Israeli Zionists and the pro-imperialist Arab ruling class cliques. This is a tremendous historic task. It can be achieved only by the anti-imperialist armed struggle of the Arab masses led by a party that is based on the revolutionary ideology of Marxism-Leninism, which clearly has the ultimate aim of establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat. A political statement by Fatah, October 19, 1968. Our fellow Arab brothers. The birth of the Palestinian will to resist and the recovery by the Palestinian people of Tibayr leadership in managing their revolutionary movement to liberate their homeland are the most important factors in the Palestine problem since the first catastrophe. The Palestine Popular Armed Revolution, kindled by Fatah 3 years ago at the hands of the fighters of Al-Asafah, has been able to reveal the elements of the true picture of the Palestine political problem on all levels: Palestinian, Arab and international. Thus the clear outlines of the problem appeared and the safe, far-reaching plans were clarified for our people, in order for them to march in the only way leading to the liberation of the whole of Palestine from occupation and aggression. Strongly believing in this, the only plan, our people made the revolution the point of attraction which unites our people, strengthens their activities of sacrifice and personifies their goals, hopes and maxims. The Palestinian revolutionary determination has become the real expression of the Palestinian personality, which through armed struggle has appeared stronger in unity, determination and will than ever before. Our fellow struggling people. The Palestinian revolution, recovering today by force of arms and through sacrifice and resistance the right of our people to life and freedom, expresses its growing will and full determination to continue the armed struggle in the face of all challenges and conspiracies whatever the source. It is determined today more than ever before to stand up to the present state of oppression and to defy all maneuvers and plots that engulf the cause of our people. The Palestinian Revolution believes that perfect openness and direct confrontation of affairs is our desire, and what drives us to this frankness and openness is our duty to safeguard the holiness of the case of the people, our belief in their unity, and our confidence in their strength to subdue all that may obstruct their forward march and their attainment of their full right to self-determination. Our people, following the unfortunate results of the June War of 1967, the whole Arab nation felt incapacitated, disabled, and incompetent to face Zionism and imperialism. The Palestinian Revolution was the basic factor in moving and stirring the Palestinians, in restoring their self-confidence and in making them proud of their history through resistance, sacrifice and struggle. The Palestinian Revolution was able to penetrate the strong barrier which was imposed by the Zionist movement upon world public opinion. Furthermore, the Palestinian Revolution uncovered the lies and fabrications of the Zionists against our just cause. However, the 67 Palestinian armed forces for resisting the old and new occupation caused the imperialists, the allies of Zionism, to become malevolent and spiteful toward our people and their revolution. Hence these imperialistic forces took steps against our people under the pretext and motto of what they called peaceful and political settlements. Before we stand firmly against these evil and dangerous attempts to put an end to our armed revolution, we affirm, in the name of the Palestinian Revolution, our desire for peace and stability in this part of the world, and to state that we are, however, against surrender and the acceptance of fait accompli. Our revolution started for the sake of peace, and it is struggling against foreign invasion imposed upon us by the forces of imperialistic Zionist treachery. While our revolution vehemently rejects bigotry, fanaticism, and discrimination, which are the main elements of the Zionist movement, it declares that it is not directed against the Jews as a race or Judaism as a religion, but against Zionism as an imperialist movement embodied in a new fascist creed keenly aiming to occupy more of the Arab lands and to create more homeless Arabs. Our revolution calls for resisting Zionism, which should be uprooted from our occupied country, in order for peace and stability to reign over the Arab territory. Furthermore, our struggle aims at the liberation of the Jews themselves from the discrimination practiced by the Zionists against the Jews of the world. For all these reasons, our revolution, while believing in human rights and dignity, takes as its first consideration the laying down of foundations by means of which the Palestinian people can eradicate discrimination and can put an end to the occupation practiced by the illegal Zionist settlers in Palestine. A human plan should be promulgated to allow the Jews to live decently and honorably as they lived previously among the Arab communities in the Arab states. This is the solution which the Palestinian people offer to those trading in so-called peaceful political solutions. It is the only solution which our revolution believes in and does its utmost to realize. Our struggling people, we hereby declare our rejection of all the so-called peaceful solutions laid today before the United Nations through the Security Council resolution and the jarring mission. We declare also our rejection of any solutions colored by the mood of bargain over the rights of the Palestinian people. We declare our full determination to resist and fight all such solutions. It is crystal clear that all such proposals &D solutions have one common aim, the enforcement of peaceful coexistence of the illegal Zionist occupation and the Arao governments, who use the people of Palestine and their armed revolution as their scapegoats. It is apparent that the various solutions put forth touch only partial problems such as secured frontiers, freedom of navigation, the refugee problem and the distribution of land. They completely ignore the real issue of the present struggle between the Palestinian people and the Zionist enemies who usurped their land and nation. They ignore the fact that the real question is the liberation of all the occupied land, and not merely the liquidation of the traces of aggression. They also prefer to ignore the fact that our revolution, which emerged before the 5th of June, 1967, has been escalated, hence proving the truth of their imperialist ideology and the reality of the aggressive Zionist existence. Such proposed resolutions and their unjust and illegal nature prove to the Palestinian people that the only way for survival is through popular armed confrontation, which our movement started 3 years ago. Our brothers everywhere. In spite of all the big talk everywhere regarding the so-called peaceful solutions, and in spite of the United Nations mediation, Israel still behaves arrogantly and defiantly. All its attention is concentrated on arming itself and preparing its forces to continue its policy of aggression and usurpation. The declared phantom deal and the other deals which are being made in full secrecy, are full and clear proofs of the aggressive intentions that are inherent in the existence of Israel. It allies itself with evil imperialism against the people of Palestine. Arab brothers and fellow Palestinians, the Palestinian Revolution, now kindled by Fatah, pledges to the Palestinian people and the Arab nation that it shall uphold and defend these demands and resolutions with the blood of its sons who took arms and shall not relent or a Palestinian at fighting dispositions against the Israeli aggressor. 68. Cease except on the land of Palestine after the liberation from neo-Nazi Zionism. We further pledge to resist all submissive tendencies in observance of the oath of the freedom fighters who fell in the field of honor and of those who still valiantly stand aspiring to the glory of victory, the day of real and just peace which preserves the right and human pride. Long live free Arab Palestine! Long live Arab solidarity for Palestine! Liberation! Glory to our immortal martyrs! Arab brothers! The Palestinian Revolution, stemming from the hearts of the people of Palestine, is today self-willed and independent. The mandate for the Palestine question is now over, so is the time when the fate of Palestine was resolved in the absence of its people. The so-called peaceful solutions now under consideration are tantamount to the destruction of all hopes of our people in seeing their Palestine completely liberated. These solutions are in fact aimed at putting an end to the aspirations of our people towards their Palestine, their homeland. They imply that a mandate over the people of Palestine has yet to be imposed. Therefore, in the name of the Palestinian people and their revolution, we declare the following: 1. We reject the Security Council resolution and all the Zionist and imperialistic schemes laid before the United Nations and elsewhere. We call upon all Arab states to declare their outright rejection of these schemes and to demand that an end be put to the jarring mission in the Middle East. 2. We call upon Arab states to conduct a free referendum on the submissive solutions which are proposed so that their people may have a say in this all too important matter. 3. We warn all those plotting against the Palestinian revolution and jeopardizing its march in their belief that the revolution is but a hurdle which must be removed to pave the way for the implementation of these submissive solutions. 4. We further call upon the Arab states to support the Palestinian revolution and to cease to counter MAND freedom fighters or to dissuade them from the course they have chosen for themselves. We earnestly call upon all Arabs to provide protection for the Palestinian revolution as well as all that may enhance it and ensure its growth. 5. We reject all compromises aimed at halting the armed strife, no matter what the cost. We consider all meddling in the affairs of the Palestinian revolution a bias in favor of the Zionist adversaries who shall be met with violence and all severity on the part of the people of Palestine and Arabs at large. 6. We turn to friendly nations the world over to reconsider and change their positions vis-a-vis the Palestinian Zionist strife and to stand by the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and to resort to arms for the attainment of that right. Friendly nations are earnestly solicited to provide material assistance and moral support to the Palestinian people in the same manner such assistance and support is extended to liberation movements in Vietnam, Rhodesia, Angola, and elsewhere. 7. We call upon all brothers in arms to rise to the level of the responsibilities incumbent upon them and to strictly observe codes of ethics and morality which freedom fighters must have, and to direct themselves to the battleground where the honorable encounter of all freedom fighters shall be. 8. Fatah is undoubtedly a humane armed movement intending to liberate Jews themselves from the domination, racism, and despotism of Nazism and to establish a solution to the Jewish problem through the sincere and faithful cooperation of the several Arab states giving refuge to the Jews. The solution can be realized by a declaration of amity made by the Arab states concerned to all Arab Jews resident in Israel, restoring to them properties and rights confiscated so that they may return, each of them to his native land as true Arab citizens, enjoying every right held by the Arab natives. The Arab Jews residing in Israel today comprise about 53% of the Israeli population. These immigrated to Israel from various Arab countries such as Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. If these Jews return to their countries of origin, which we do not doubt that many of them would like to do, the problem would be solved to a great extent. We appeal to all peoples of the world to cooperate with us in accepting as full citizens the alien Jews living now illegally in Palestine. In such a way they can aid in the solution of this human problem. Conted from page 36. Is ending its development with gigantic usury capital. In the last 10 years the US came up as the main creditor of India. The export of US official and state capital, together with the loans of IBRD, the Export-Import Bank and other organizations and foundations, runs to 20,000 million rupees. This is 6 times the magnitude of the total investment of Britain in India. By the by, the heavy burden of servicing the foreign debt has reached high dimensions. 69. From the Afro-Asiatic Journalist, August, 1968. Joint appeal by AAJA and AAWB. On Palestine Day. Firmly support the armed struggle of the Palestinian people to liberate their homeland. The Afro-Asian Journalists Association and the Afro-Asian Writers Bureau held a joint meeting in Peking on May 15 for 20 years ago, after a war of resistance waged by the Arab people against U.S. imperialism, Zionism, and Arab reactionaries at that time. On the 15th of May, 1948, the land of Palestine was declared usurped by world imperialism and Zionism. A U.S. imperialist military, economic and cultural base of aggression against the Arab people and other Asian and African people had been set up on this land. Since then, U.S.-led imperialism, world Zionism, and all reaction reared that base, consolidated it and encouraged it to commit one aggression after another against the Arab people. Their motive in doing so is not only to control and exploit the Arab countries which are rich in oil resources, but also to carry out subversion, intervention, coups d'état and even armed aggression in other countries of Asia and Africa, because this region is of strategic importance in that it links the 3 continents of Asia, Africa, and Europe together. They have expanded on Arab territory, posing a greater and more serious threat to the independence and liberation of the countries in this region. The June 5, 1967 aggression by Israel, which enabled Israel to occupy more Arab territory as anticipated, amidst worldwide indignation and condemnation, could not have taken place without the active cooperation of US and British imperialism and Soviet revisionist intrigues. This aggression is an ironclad proof of the aggressive expansionism of Israel. Since the creation of Israel, the valiant Palestinian Arab people have not given in. In the long course of 20 years, they have continued to wage an unyielding and arduous struggle. Strategically, in the light of the present world situation, their position has been strengthened. The struggle of the Palestinian Arabs is not only of national character, but it is also of international significance. It constitutes a component part of the struggle of the people in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and the people of the world in general fighting for national and social emancipation. We regard the struggle of the Palestinian Arabs as an important contribution to the struggle of the people in other parts of the world, and that is why we hold it as the bounden duty of all the revolutionary and progressive forces to wholeheartedly support the struggle of the Palestinian people. The world's situation today is excellent and is in favor of the oppressed peoples fighting for their liberation. The east wind has prevailed over the west wind, the Asian and African people have awakened from their slumber, the drums of liberation have sounded in the four corners of the world. The flames of people's war are spreading like a prairie fire, burning to ashes the old order and establishing on its ruins the new. In this unprecedented mighty revolutionary upsurge, the valiant Vietnamese people and other revolutionary people who have followed their example are dealing telling blows to US imperialism and its lackeys, thus accelerating the process towards the complete destruction of the old world and expediting the emergence of the new world which all the progressive and revolutionary people aspire to achieve. On this Palestine Day, the day of militant solidarity with the struggling Palestinian Arab people, we, the Afro-Asian writers and journalists, warmly hail the new development and new victories of the armed struggle of the Palestinian people, in which Al-Fatah organization and its military wing Al-Asafah stand in the forefront today. Since the beginning of this year, the Palestinian guerrillas, upholding the banner of armed struggle, have waged repeated attacks on the Israeli aggressors, lackeys of US imperialism, and have won one victory after another, dealing telling blows on the enemy. The scope of their battle has become larger and larger. The raging flames of the Palestinian people's struggle have spread to all corners of the old and new occupied area. Their heroic struggles have shown that the armed struggle is the only correct road for the Palestinian people to liberate their homeland and all the oppressed peoples to win their liberation. Today, the Palestinian people's armed struggle has won warm support of the broad masses of the people. The great leader of world revolution, Chairman Mao, points out, the revolutionary war is a war of the masses. It can be waged only by mobilizing the masses and relying on them. Countless historical facts have proved that so long as they mobilize the masses and rely on the masses, persevere in their revolutionary armed struggle under whatever arduous conditions, the revolutionary strength can grow from small to big and from weak to strong. All the enemies who might seem outwardly strong will be drowned in the ocean of people's war. Unity with the masses means strength. Perseverance in the struggle means victory. We believe that provided that the Palestinian people persist in the armed struggle and revolutionary unity, the victory will surely belong to the Palestine and Arab people. The AAJA and the AAWB have consistently supported the Palestine people's liberation struggle in the past and will continue to do so till US aggressive tool Israel is liquidated. Identity of a Revolution. An editorial reprinted from Free Palestine, Volume 1, Number 6, a monthly paper published by a group of Palestinians residing in the United Kingdom. During the last few weeks, the struggle of the Palestinians against Zionism and Israeli occupation entered a new and decisive stage. The events that took place recently in the West Bank and Gaza made it undeniably evident, to all concerned, that the Palestinian resistance is not merely the instigation of a few thousand Palestinian militants but is primarily the cherished cause of the Palestinian people. In their audacious and defiant expression of solidarity with the freedom fighters, the Palestinian masses signified the successful transformation of the Palestinian resistance movement into a revolutionary movement. With the greater cohesion between the Palestinian freedom fighters and the Palestinian masses, the Palestine liberation movement gains clarity of vision and a greater grasp of its means and aims. The emerging aims and characteristics of the Palestinian revolution are becoming well known to world public opinion. It is becoming increasingly manifest that the Palestine liberation movement, in as much as it seeks to be a revolt against dispossession, usurpation, and oppression, it is a progressive movement as well as being a popular one. Moreover, as a movement opposed to a colonialist settler state which is based on a colonialist racist ideology, the Palestine Revolution is profoundly anti-imperialist. One look at the allies and supports of Israel and Zionism, the friends and allies of the Palestinian people, would serve to dispel any doubts on this point. The main allies of Israel Zionism are the US government, South Africa, and the Algérie Française movement in France. The friends and supports of the Palestinian people are the oppressed peoples of the earth, socialist, progressive, and liberal-minded movements and individuals all over the world. Furthermore, as a movement that seeks to restore human dignity and rights to the dispossessed and oppressed nation, the Palestinian Revolution is a humanitarian one. Its humanity accounts for its desire to build a Palestinian state in Palestine free from racism and discrimination, for its compassion with the victims of Nazism, and its sympathy with downtrodden communities everywhere. But over and above all this, the Palestinian Revolution is a positive and hopeful movement, for it provides the only promise of permanent peace in the area. In its aim to strike at the root of evil and strife in the Middle East, Zionism, the Palestinian Revolution provides the only radical solution which will bring about friendly and productive cooperation between Arabs and Jews in a democratic, secular and united Palestinian SFNTE. Aziz Yafi. And Palestine returns to its legitimate owners, the Arab people. The world is progressing, the future is bright, and no one can change this general trend of history. The revolutionary people of the world firmly stand on the side of the just struggle of the Palestinian people. The red flag of the great proletarian cultural revolution is fluttering over China, the bastion of world revolution, and the cultural revolution is advancing towards its all-round victory. The 700 million Chinese people, tempered in the cultural revolution, are firmly standing on the side of the fighting Palestinian people. All the schemes and machinations of the imperialists and their running dogs to undermine the struggle of the peoples, whether directly or indirectly, through the UNO and the Security Council or any other form, are doomed to failure. The UN Security Council has revealed itself as a tool of US-led imperialism about which the Palestinian people cannot possibly entertain any illusion. The Soviet revisionist leading clique has meanwhile been peddling the fraudulent Tashkent spirit in trying to bring about a compromise between the aggressors and the victims of aggression. The Arab people and world revolutionary people are ruthlessly exposing and vehemently condemning the mean acts of the Soviet modern revisionists' betrayal, their shelter of Israel, and their shameless features of acting as apologists for US neocolonialism. We call on all Afro-Asian writers, journalists, and all Afro-Asian peoples to render their unconditional and firm support to the armed struggle of the Palestinian people until final victory. We call upon them to completely expose and foil any attempt, overt or covert, to exert pressure on Arab countries to recognize Israel, the illegitimate product of world imperialism and Zionism, which nobody recognizes except the US-led imperialists and those who are colluding with them or misled by them, or those who are victims of their influence and pressure. It can be said with certainty that the complete collapse of colonialism, imperialism, and all systems of exploitation, and the complete emancipation of all the oppressed peoples and nations of the world are not far off. 71. Zimbabweans must triumph. The Afro-Asian Journalist, August 1968. The just struggle of the people of Zimbabwe against the Anglo-American propped-up Smith clique is indivisible with the anti-imperialist and anti-colonialist struggle of the people of Southern Africa as a whole, and which in turn is inseparable from the anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, anti-neocolonialist struggles of the people of Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the rest of the world. Stemming from this truth, it becomes necessary that revolutionaries in all corners of the globe be acquainted with the development in southern Africa, particularly in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is the original name of what the imperialists and Colorado nihilists defiantly choose to call Rhodesia. In Cape Town, the legislative capital of fascist South Africa, stands a giant-like statue of Cecil John Rhodes, the so-called founder of Rhodesia, with his right hand prophetically pointing northwards. Rhodes was the chief architect of British colonialism in southern Africa, and his dream was to colonize Africa, for British imperialism, from the Cape to Cairo, and the northward pointing right hand is said to signify this colonial ambition. Being Prime Minister of the British Cape Colony, Rhodes secured a charter from the British government to occupy and exploit Zimbabwe on behalf of British imperialism. At that time, Rhodes was not only an arch-colonialist and expansionist but also a notorious monopoly capitalist. He founded and was the chairman of the British South Africa Company, which virtually controlled all the mines and mining rights. The British South Africa Company was the forerunner to the present-day Anglo-American Mining Corporation, with British imperialism holding the major shares. Thus, according to the imperialist version of history, Cecil John Rhodes discovered Zimbabwe and therefore named Rhodesia after him. The Anglo-Boer War of 1899 consolidated the supremacy of British imperialism in southern Africa, and in 1909 the British Parliament granted internal self-government to the white settlers in South Africa. By this act, British imperialism entrenched itself and laid the foundations of apartheid, and what the British imperialists are doing today, with Ian Smith as their agent, is to further consolidate white supremacy in the southern part of the African continent. White supremacy entrenched. British imperialism, once again ignoring the legitimate demands and aspirations of the African people, granted internal self-government to the white settlers in southern Rhodesia in 1923. Immediately after attaining self-government, the settler authorities embarked on filling its statute books with repressive and discriminatory legislations. One significant legislation passed by the all-white regime was the Land Apportionment Act, which blatantly robbed the Zimbabwean people of their land. At present, more than 60% of the 150,000 total land acreage of southern Rhodesia is owned by the 220,000 white settlers. The African population, numbering 4 million, outnumber the settlers by 16-1, and yet they have been herded into the remaining 40% of the land area. 72. Which in most cases consist of arid and semi-arid areas. Zimbabweans can live in or enter Rhodesian towns only as authorized job seekers or migrant slaves in industry or commerce. A large percentage of urban workers are employed as cooks, nannies, gardeners, chauffeurs and bedroom boys. Almost every rich white adult settler in southern Rhodesia keeps 4 to 5 servants. The urban African workers are herded into labor camp locations and can have visitors or their wives with them, with the permission of a white superintendent. African workers automatically lose their accommodation when dismissed by their employers or suspected of having political leanings. Over 2,100,000 Zimbabweans live in the rural areas, and of these only 350,000 possess small plots of land and after tremendous sacrifice barely eke out a living. It is interesting to note that many members of th. British Parliament OWJ large tracts of land 15 Rhodesia. In 1964 the settler Parliament R Rhodesia voted £4v2 million for African education. This sum was to cater for a population of 4 million people, and at the same time the same Parliament voted £10 million for European education. Thus, to maintain one white child in school per annum, the authorities spent £100. To maintain one African child it spent £8. With the rise of the anti-imperialist and anti-colonialist tide in Africa, the British imperialists employed their familiar trick in order to protect their vast investments in southern Africa. As th. settlers in the Rhodesias were the Smith colonial regime persecuting the African people. Vulnerable minority, Britain created the Central African Federation consisting of Southern Rhodesia, Northern Rhodesia, and Nyasaland, and hoped to control all these territories under a white federal government. The idea of uniting regions in order to control them is nothing new, for Britain did the very same thing by artificially creating the so-called Malaysia. However, the plot to impose this utterly failed. Having failed with this sinister plot, the British colonialists cooked up the 1961 Constitution, which was presented as an interim constitution leading up to African majority rule. However, majority rule was not the real intention of the people who drew up the Constitution and who put it up, well disguised, for sale. The voters were divided into two categories: the common roll and the B-roll, according to the provisions in the 1961 Constitution. The common roll voters were to elect 50 MPs or 77% of the parliament, and the B-roll voters were to elect the 15 reserved African seats. Over 100,000 white settlers and only 2,500 Zimbabweans were registered on the common roll. In fact, it meant that the 4% settlers should elect over 60% of the MPs, and the 96% Zimbabweans could elect only 23% of the seats. In order to make this fraud more plausible, Garfield Todd, former Rhodesian premier and ex-Miss Cyanary turned wealthy rancher, presented a memorandum to the British government in which he advocated that Britain should promise massive aid to enable Africans to get on the common voters' roll. In his opinion, the process of equalizing black and white voters on the common roll would take about 10 years. The South African Constitution, drawn up at Westminster, was a replica of the constitution the British were attempting to impose on the people of Zimbabwe. The South African Constitution of 1910, which granted internal self-government, also contained many so-called entrenched clauses. To quote an example, the people of mixed descent would remain on the common roll, and Africans in the Cape Province could also qualify to be common voters. These entrenched clauses could only be removed or amended by a two-thirds majority. White liberals were the first to sell this fraud to the oppressed people. But today, in South Africa, all these so-called constitutional guarantees have been removed from the constitution by the white-dominated parliament. However, some people succumb to this deception. Also, some are of the opinion that if the liberation movement in Zimbabwe was not divided, it would augur well for the struggle of the Zimbabwean people. Naturally, it is difficult to ferment organizational unity when there are serious ideological diff. 73. Phalanx. But the truth in Zimbabwe politics is that the split in the liberation movement checked a major sellout by the opportunists in the leadership. Our revolutionary Zimbabwean brothers were not deceived by this constitutional fraud, and having drawn valuable lessons from the experiences of their brothers further south, firmly rejected the 1961 Constitution. UDI. The British imperialists, unable to impose the artificially created Central African Federation and unable to deceive the people of Zimbabwe with the 1961 Constitution, hatched a new plot with their kith and kin in Rhodesia. On the 11th of November, 1965, it was announced that the settlers in Rhodesia had declared independence unilaterally. However, it caught nobody unawares, for it was expected. This calculated move by British and US imperialism was cunningly planned and executed. With the breakup of the abortive Central African Federation, the imperialists concentrated all the army, air force, and military equipment in Rhodesia. The powerhouse at the gigantic Kariba Dam, built at the border between Rhodesia and Zambia, was deliberately housed on the Rhodesian side. Having materially prepared for the creation of another apartheid state, Harold Wilson, the arch-running dog of U.S. imperialism, assured his agents, the Smith Clique, that if they declared independence unilaterally, the British government would not use force. This open call by Wilson thoroughly exposed the connivance to those who had illusions about the imperialists. The liberation movements. As pointed out earlier, the split in the liberation movement occurred over the proposed 1961 Constitution, and since then tremendous ideological changes have manifested themselves within the liberation movements. However, UDI crystallized the differences. Initially, the two organizations, the Zimbabwe African National Union and the Zimbabwe African People's Union, demanded a one-man one-vote constitution from the British government. As the struggle for independence progressed, it became obvious to the people of Zimbabwe that liberation will have to be fought for, and learning from this, Zimbabwean revolutionaries demanded for guns instead of votes. ZANU, responding to the popular call and embodying the aspiration of the people of Zimbabwe, called for an armed struggle to liberate Zimbabwe from the clutches of Anglo-American imperialists and their agent, the Smith clique. Thus when Smith and his gang, with the consent and connivance of Anglo-American imperialism, declared UDI, the Zimbabwe African People's Union, led by Joshua Komu, demanded that the British imperialists bring down the illegal Smith regime, and on the international scene called for economic sanctions against the Smith regime. This demand of ZAPU was supported by the revisionist clique in the Soviet Union. On the other hand, the Zimbabwe African National Union, led by Endabanning Sithole, declared that the struggle was against Anglo-American imperialism and therefore UDI only constituted a change of governors. The struggle, he said, must continue until Zimbabwe is totally liberated. Presently both ZANU and ZAPU are banned in Rhodesia, and both the leaders are under detention. The greatest number of ZANU Central Committee members are either in restriction or in jail. The Soviet revisionists, working through the so-called South African Communist Party, infiltrated the liberation movements in Zimbabwe and advocated its policy of peaceful transition and peaceful coexistence. The liberation movements were directed to negotiate with British imperialism for their independence. The imperialist-controlled United Nations, the revisionists advocated, should be utilized to propagate the cause of the Zimbabwean people. In short, they wanted the scene of struggle to move from the battlefield to the conference chambers. However, it is true that both the political parties initially were taken in by this and believed in parliamentary struggles, but with the development of the struggle, the futility of this path became more and more obvious. ZANU, the militant organization, rapidly adjusted itself to the reality pointed out by Chairman Mao that political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Thus the illusion that the imperialists would cut their own throat to grant independence to the people of Zimbabwe came to an end. Barely 5 months after the declaration of the so-called UDI, the flames of Kaimurenga were rekindled in Zimbabwe when the first shots were fired in Sino, a town in central Rhodesia. ZANU guerrillas infiltrated and attacked a police force in Sino, killing 25 settler soldiers, wounding over 75 and destroying a helicopter. Since then we have witnessed the development and intensification of the armed struggle and the formation of the Zimbabwe African National Liberation Army. To quote some statistics, on July 6, 1967, ZANU guerrilla unit ambushed about 50 Gestapo soldiers near KK and inflicted heavy casualties. On August 26, 1967, ZANLA attacked a settler military outpost about 155 miles from Bulawayo, killing 5 soldiers and wounding 9. Zimbabwean people on demonstration. 74. Diamond Suit on September 15, 1967, ZANLA forces killed 13 settler troops in Lomagundi. On January 2, 1968, ZANLA forces attacked and waged a running battle with combined Rhodesian and South African forces. Radio South Africa described the fighting as heavy and reported that 39 Rhodesian and South African troops were killed and an undisclosed number wounded. The above incidents and figures are quoted at random to give some idea of the armed struggle conducted by ZANLA, the military wing of the Zimbabwe African National Union. Thus the recent battles, launched after the racist Smith clique hanged Zimbabwean freedom fighters, being fought in the Zambezi Valley, is the intensification of the first shot fired at Sino in April, 1966. Smith and Vorster are merely agents of Anglo-American imperialism. Both Britain and the United States have tremendous investments in southern Africa. More than 60% of the world's supply of gold comes from South Africa alone, and besides that, South Africa is the biggest producer of diamonds in the world. Thus, Anglo-American imperialists, in order to protect their vast investments, have attempted to extend the Whitby larger from the Limpopo to the Zambezi. South African soldiers are now Fighting in Rhodesia, and the Rhodesians conduct all their trade through South Africa. Friends of Rhodesia organizations have been set up all over South Africa to assist their white brothers in the north. The military budget of the South African authorities stand at $128 million per annum today, whereas in 1960, the military budget stood at $22 million. The present military budget of the Smith regime stands at $81 million. The revolutionary forces in southern Africa are not intimidated by the big arms built up by the agents of Anglo-American imperialism, for, inspired by the teachings of Chairman Mao, they have come to realize the truth that weapons are an important factor, but they are not the decisive factor. The people, and the people alone, are the motive force in the making of world history, Chairman Mao points out, and the people of southern Africa have firmly grasped this universal truth. The struggle in southern Africa has entered a new phase. Gone is the illusion that parliamentary struggles can bring genuine independence, gone are the days of nonviolence, gone are the moribund organizations, and gone is the revisionist conception of peaceful coexistence. The invigorating east wind is heralding spring on the African continent, and African revolutionaries, drawing inspiration from the magnificent victories scored by the heroic Vietnamese against the US aggressors, are convinced beyond any doubt US-led imperialism, Soviet-led modern revisionism and all reactionaries have come to the end of their tether and will soon be swept away into the dustbin of history. The London Times, of March 12, 1968, made this observation. In Lusaka, ZANU officials can be usually glimpsed avidly reading Chinese pamphlets beneath the portrait of the great helmsman. The Times reporter noted something, but not all. He will note in the near future the application of the thought of Chairman Mao on the battlefield, for the revolutionaries in southern Africa are determined to establish people's political power and establish this political power through the barrel of a gun. This is no secret but the inevitable and irreversible truth. How Soviet revisionists use the CMEA to plunder and exploit East European people. To hoodwink the people of Eastern Europe and the world's revolutionary people, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique is carrying out criminal acts of neocolonialism under the signboard of defending the interests of the socialist community. This clique long ago degenerated into a bunch of social imperialists. Regarding Eastern Europe as its sphere of influence, it has made a number of countries there its source of raw materials, outlets for capital investment, and commodity markets on the pretext of international socialist division of labor, production specialization, cooperation in production, economic integration, etc. The Council for Mutual Economic Aid is a tool of Soviet revisionist social imperialism for controlling the financial and economic lifelines of several East European countries and plundering and exploiting their people. So-called production specialization means colonization. All out for production specialization within the CMEA, this revisionist renegade clique has laid the foundation for a colonial or semi-colonial economy in a number of East European countries. The so-called production specialization means that one or several CMEA member countries specialize in producing one product to meet the needs of other MEM. P. Eking Review, No. 48. November 29, 1968 bears. This entails a division of labor in which the Soviet Union concentrates on producing machinery, equipment, and other industrial products, while other member countries are confined to producing food, farm products and minerals. Hungary, for instance, supplies 32.3% of the Soviet wool imports, 57.7% of canned vegetables imports and 46% of medicinal raw material imports. Bulgaria provides the Soviet Union with large quantities of tobacco, fruit, vegetables and other foods. The 1966-70 long-term trade agreements concluded by the Soviet Union with Hungary and Bulgaria explicitly says that Hungary should supply the Soviet Union with 670 million rubles worth of agricultural products and other consumer goods, and Bulgaria should supply it with 325 million rubles worth of agricultural products. Czechoslovakia, which is comparatively developed industrially, is even the main supply source of pitch, uranium, pipes, and raw materials for making tires for the Soviet Union. The raw materials supplied to the Soviet revisionists by the Czechoslovak revisionist clique in 1965 reached 38% of the total value of Czechoslovak exports to the Soviet Union, or 349 million rubles. Along with this, the Soviet revisionist leading clique dumps large quantities of industrial products into these countries to block them from developing their industries. Not only have industrially undeveloped East European 75 countries become the markets for Soviet industrial products, even Czechoslovakia is no exception. Every year it has to purchase from the Soviet Union large amounts of various types of machinery, means of transportation and complete sets of industrial equipment. In fact, these countries have become sources of raw materials and commodity markets for Soviet revisionism. In the name of production specialization, the Soviet revisionists have led several East European countries to a lopsided economic development. Here, Czechoslovakia provides a typical example. Bowing to the baton of the Soviet revisionists who control 67% of the national economy of the country, the Czechoslovak revisionist renegade clique has developed ETA industry one-sidedly, with the result that agricultural production has dropped drastically, and its agricultural output is still below the pre-war level. Output of food grains in 1964 went down by 40% as compared with the pre-war peak. Since it does not make full use of its domestic resources, the Czechoslovak revisionist clique always depends on imports from the Soviet Union for mineral products. As a result of the damage from production specialization, Czechoslovak industrial output once decreased and technical levels sunk. Machinery and equipment imported from the Soviet Union occupy a more and more dominant position in the Czechoslovak national economy. Production specialization has enabled the Soviet revisionists to control the foreign trade of other member countries of the CMEA, thereby making them greatly dependent upon the Soviet Union. The Soviet revisionists control over 35% of Czechoslovakia's exports of heavy industrial products. Concerning Czechoslovakia's imports, they control 95% of its oil, 65% of its iron ore, 50% of its copper and 99% of its wheat. The extent of their control over Hungary's exports is shown by these figures: 79% of lifting and transport equipment, 82% of food industry equipment, 68% of telecommunications equipment, 79% of ships and floating equipment, and 60% of medicines. Concerning Hungary's imports, they control 85% of the crude oil, 92% of the oil products, 95% of the iron ore, 97% of the pig iron, 91% of the sulfate fertilizers, 77% of the power, and 73% of the timber. The foreign trade of these countries has thus fallen into the clutches of the Soviet revisionists, who manipulate and influence those countries' foreign trade policies at will. East European countries turned into processing plants in the name of cooperation in production. In the name of cooperation in production, Soviet social imperialism has turned other member countries in CMEA into plants processing raw materials which it exports to them in order to control production in their iron and steel, shipbuilding, chemical, oil, textile, and other industries. The major portion of the industries of several CMEA member countries, such as the oil and chemical industries of Czechoslovakia, the German Democratic Republic, and Poland, is controlled by the Soviet revisionists. Most of the East European countries' raw materials are supplied by these revisionists. The materials they supply are processed into finished products which are then taken back to the Soviet Union and re-exported to the East European countries at high prices. In this way, the Soviet revisionists ruthlessly exploit these countries. Over 56% of Czechoslovak raw material imports in 1964, for instance, came from the Soviet Union, while 50% of the machinery, 80% of the rolling equipment, over 50% of the light industrial equipment and 100% of the ships and related equipment all made in Czechoslovakia were transported to the Soviet Union. In addition, while Czechoslovakia processes various types of industrial parts for the Soviet revisionists, such as carburetors and other parts for motor cars, it imports motor cars and different kinds of industrial equipment from the Soviet Union. Hungary exports bauxite to the Soviet revisionists' plants and imports the finished product aluminium at high prices from them. These facts forcefully expose the predatory nature of cooperation in production. Large quantities of unsaleable goods. Labeled aid, loans and technical cooperation exported at high prices. Soviet revisionist social imperialism also uses aid, loans and economic and technical cooperation to export huge sums of capital to the member countries of the CMEA. The total amount of loans by Soviet revisionism to Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Poland, and other member countries reaches some thousands of millions of rubles. It should be pointed out that Soviet revisionism's so-called aid and loans to the CMEA member countries are not in cash but are unsaleable products and equipment sent to these countries at exorbitant prices in the guise of aid and loans. For example, according to the 1966-75-year plan, Soviet revisionism, in the name of aid, will send large amounts of complete sets of factory equipment to various East European countries. In this period, Soviet revisionism will ship Hungary complete sets of equipment for 30 factories. East European people ruthlessly exploited and plundered through unequal exchanges. Trade between the Soviet revisionist renegade clique and other CMEA members has always been unequal. Not only does Soviet revisionism force these countries to buy its unsaleable goods, but it ruthlessly exploits the East European people through exchange at unequal values. By raising the value of the ruble, it pushes up the prices of exports to CMEA members and reduces the prices of imports from them. Making use of the fact that these countries lack raw materials, it gets a large amount of industrial goods in return for a small quantity of raw materials, thus openly plundering the cheap labor power of the people of these countries. For example, a machine from Czechoslovakia, which could be exchanged for 520 tons of iron ore with other countries, is exchanged with the Soviet Union for only 140 tons of iron ore. Rolling stock gets only 1.300 tons of oil from the Soviet revisionists, whereas it could be exchanged for 3,400 tons of oil in other countries. With control over the industries of the CMEA member countries, Soviet revisionism callously slashes the prices of industrial goods these countries export to the Soviet Union. For example, a DP 1600 type lathe from the German Democratic Republic sold to the Soviet Union can fetch only 15,000 rubles, although the former could get 20,000 rubles if the lathe were sold to other countries. A GFL 400x300 milling machine sold to the Soviet Union gets 6,000 rubles, but it could get 9,000 rubles from other countries. The Soviet revisionists sell oil to Italy at $1.31 a barrel, to Japan at $1.26 and to West Germany at $1.27, but they sell oil to the East European countries at $2.61, while the price per barrel for Hungary is as high as $3.04. The price of the atomic reactors which the Soviet revisionists have sold to some East European countries are 5 times higher than the international market price. Trampling on the sovereignty of other countries in the name of economic integration, in the name of coordinating the plans for the national economies of the various East European countries, Soviet revisionism has gone to great lengths to force economic integration and superstate departmental organization on the CMEA members, ruthlessly interfering in their internal affairs and trampling on their sovereignty. After the collapse of the fallacy of interstate economic complexes, which was trotted out in 1964, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique at the end of 1966 again manipulated the CMEA to pass a so-called agreement on departmental organization as a means to control the member countries. According to this agreement, a whole series of superstate departmental organizations were to be established to regulate the production, sales, distribution, supply of raw materials, etc., of the various CMEA members. These countries have thus in fact been turned into dependencies of Soviet revisionism. The revisionist ruling cliques in Eastern Europe betrayed the interests of the people of their countries by capitulating to Soviet revisionism and allowing it to control their countries' economic lifelines. In a nutshell, under the neocolonialism pushed by the Soviet revisionist renegade clique, many countries in Eastern Europe have been reduced to Colorado Nice and protectorates of Soviet revisionism and have to suffer all its plunder and insults. But this cannot last long. Soviet revisionism's aggressive actions are gradually awakening the oppressed East European people and stimulating them to rise up in revolutionary struggle against Soviet revisionist social imperialism and its agents. Conte from page 66. In our country as well as in all capitalist countries. This is why the Marxist-Leninist Communist Party of France insists on boldly reaffirming the universal character of the lessons of the great Chinese proletarian cultural revolution, born from the thought of the greatest revolutionary leader in our time, Comrade Mao Zedong. Modern revisionism is an integral part of bourgeois ideology. It is the main enemy of the proletarian revolutionaries, on the same level as the ruling class which it serves. The fortress of the bourgeoisie will be taken only insofar as its most dangerous defenders will have been put out of combat. Without the help of the modern revisionist leaders, the government of the ruling class would have been totally defeated last May and June. Draw a clear-cut line of demarcation, a combat front, between the modern revisionists and the Marxist-Leninists, constantly denounce the traitorous action and the role of the revisionist leaders but by no means neglect continual and patient efforts to help raise the political awareness of the militants in the working class base who are still deceived but who are desirous of carrying on the class struggle against the capitalist ruling class. 77. We have entered a great historic period when capitalism and imperialism are going into their decline and their final defeat. Upheavals are increasing all over the world which foretell the impending, irresistible success of world revolution. The struggle will be difficult and long but it inevitably will be victorious, in France and in the entire world. To work, comrades. Help us, friends. Let us actively organize the victorious proletarian revolution in France. Let us march forward under the invincible flag of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao Zedong. We are sure of victory. We will be victorious. Long live socialism. Long live communism. 1 CGT, the Central Trade Union Organization similar to the A.F.L.C.Lo. In the US too. O.A.S secret armed organization which operated in Algeria during the Algerian struggle for national independence. 3. Rue Grenelle. The negotiations took place at Tuesday Grenelle, a street where most of the government offices are located. The agreement was officially called the Grenelle Agreement. 4O.R.T.F. The French National Radio and Television Network. Content from page 3 picked out, but, on the whole, they are quite encouraging. I must confess that, because of little money and lack of easy access, my collection of source material for study of current revolutionary developments is sparse, so I could have been better read in the works of Mao and the other leaders who try to follow his guidance. But this only enlarges my appreciation of you for having brought San Magatheson's fine contribution to my attention. I appraise your present considerable value on the basis of the fact that you are the only group in the U.S. known to me that provides so much detailed knowledge of revolutionary efforts elsewhere, and that which is especially encouraging is the emphasis on extension of theory by Mao, who has correctly solved a whole series of questions concerning how to make revolutio under conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and San Magatheson, member of the political bureau of the Ceylon Communist Party, toward the end of his splendid article, probably sums it up correctly. This is the most important landmark in the development of Marxism-Leninism by Comrade Mao Zedong. It indicates that Marxism-Leninism has developed to an entirely new stage. Marxism, which was first developed to the stage of Leninism, has now been further developed to the stage of Mao Zedong's thought. Fraternally, ROG. Soviet revisionist renegade step-up capitalist reorganization of economy November 1, 1968 RPHE Soviet revisionist renegade clique recently has stepped up the implementation of the new economic system. It is making a big noise about applying the capitalist principle embodied in this system to every aspect of economic life. Modeling it after the economic system of the Western capitalist countries, this clique is carrying out a drastic top-to-bottom reorganization of the entire managerial system in the national economy so as to intensify the exploitation and enslavement of the Soviet laboring people. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique started to implement on a large scale the new economic system centered around the capitalist principle of profit-seeking at the beginning of 1966. This system now has been put into operation in 13,000 industrial enterprises, 9,000 transport, agricultural and service trades enterprises, hundreds of thousands of business establishments, and numerous building enterprises. To further promote the new system, the Soviet revisionists recently made a big fanfare about it in the press, saying that the first stage of economic reform, the stage of exploration, is over and from now on a new stage of reform will begin. For this, they held a 4-day all-Soviet economic conference in Moscow in mid-May this year, which was attended by 5,000 persons. The conference decided to apply the new system to the entire sphere of the national economy in 1969 and adopt a series of corresponding measures for a new and more drastic reorganization in the managerial system of Soviet industry and the entire national economy so as to form a complete capitalist managerial system from top to bottom. Applying profit principle to all sectors of enterprises. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique decided that with the so-called new stage of economic reform now in operation, the new system, first of all, is to be further implemented in different enterprises and the main principles of the system profit in command and material incentives are to be promoted all along the line in the enterprises, from workshops, shifts, and work teams down to individuals. The Soviet revisionists not only advocated transfer of marketing and profit indexes of product to all production workshops, they also set out to introduce business accounting in auxiliary workshops and even in some work sections and teams and very wee offices of an enterprise. Even more absurd is that they also want to introduce business accounting in shifts and work teams and with individuals. In other words, they want to use rubles as a bait to make the brossy masses of Soviet workers and employees create great profits for the new capitalists in the Soviet Union. To increase the interest of the leading members of the enterprises in drafting stringent plans for making super profits, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique decide to change the innumerable bonuses and economic incentive funds promoted in enterprises in the PA, into a unified measure for drawing fixed shares from profits. It also decided to turn the original practice of drawing shares from planned profits into drawing shares from actual profits. That is to say, the leaden of enterprises are guaranteed a certain proportion of profit shares no matter how the profits are made. Prompted by such material incentives, the leaders of enterprises, like vampires, will naturally exploit and fleece the working class in the most brutal way. Setting up managerial system in national economy according to monopoly capitalist blueprints. Meanwhile, under the pretext of making the methods of leadership in various enterprises and depart 78 cents completely suit the demands of the new system, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique decided to effect a drastic reorganization of the national economy, primarily the system of leadership in industrial departments, according to the blueprints of monopoly capitalism during the so-called new stage of economic reform. This renegade clique recently has been frantically publicizing the setting up of large-scale regional and departmental joint enterprises as the first step in this drastic reorganization. Waving the signboard of socialism, these new asterisk-type capitalists shamelessly publicized the idea that, while drafting plans for establishing such joint enterprises, they should utilize the organizational chart of U.S. monopoly capital. In reorganizing the Soviet economic system and establishing large-scale joint enterprises, they say, the experiences of the development of management in the capitalist countries should not be overlooked. It is no accident that this renegade clique set up so-called joint enterprises in the Soviet Union by following the example of Western monopoly organizations. In the Soviet Union today, profit is the main yardstick for measuring an enterprise's contribution and the decisive factor in determining the fate of an enterprise. The capitalist law of free competition under which the strong survives and the weak perishes is operating in the fierce scramble for profits. This will naturally lead to the phenomenon of big enterprises swallowing up small ones, which is inherent in the capitalist system. At the All-Soviet Economic Conference in May, N.K. Bibikov, vice chairman of the Council of Ministers, and others openly encouraged the big enterprises with huge profits and favorable conditions to incorporate medium and small-scale enterprises and, on this basis, to set up what they called large-scale joint enterprises. According to the plan of the Soviet revisionist renegade clique, the joint enterprises to be set up in the Soviet Union now will be something like a combination of trusts and concerns in the capitalist countries in Europe and the United States. These joint enterprises will have considerable power in the allocation of financial resources and in the management of the enterprises under their control. Apart from managing the production of the affiliated enterprises, they will conduct many other activities such as sales, supplies, scientific research and designing, and so on. The Soviet revisionist press reported that the joint enterprises in general will include all the enterprises set up by a certain economic department in a region, or in a union republic, or in a large economic area. Later, with experience accumulated, the joint enterprise will be enlarged to cover the whole country. The establishment of an all-Soviet joint enterprise will, in effect, assume the functions hitherto exercised by the general bureaus administering various industrial departments. The ministries of industry in the Soviet Union will exercise control over the enterprises through the medium of the joint enterprises. When the general management bureaus under a ministry is gradually reduced to the status of a departmental joint enterprise, every industrial ministry, as a state administrative organ set up by the Soviet revisionists, will undergo further changes in nature and functions. Thus, a three-stage economic system joint enterprise and enterprises based on the blueprints of Western monopoly capital will form a new administrative system of state monopoly capital in the Soviet Union. Stepped-up extraction of profits, free sale and purchase of means of production. In this drastic reorganization, the Soviet revisionists will make further changes in relations between the state and the enterprises, turning such relations into something for undisguised distribution of profits. Bibikov pointed out at the All-Soviet Economic Conference that it was necessary to set up a new form of financial relations between the enterprises and the state. According to this so-called new form, the state controlled by the Soviet revisionists will concern itself less and less with production in the enterprises. They will simply allot money in the form of appropriations or loans to the monopoly capitalist groups at all levels and to their affiliated enterprises. In return, the monopoly groups and their enterprises will hand over part of their profits as payment to the fund, or as interest. Thus, the state controlled by the Soviet revisionists will degenerate into a big capitalist boss, pure and simple. It will earmark large sums of money for an enterprise and give it a free hand to make money. The state will receive interest in proportion to its capital investment. The enterprise will thus be turned into a company jointly run by the state and the heads of monopoly capital groups at all levels. The parties concerned will divide the profits among themselves and jointly exploit the working class. In the new stage of economic reform, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique has also decided to vigorously institute a system of free sale and purchase of the means of production, making this practice one of the basic measures for reforming the national economy and bringing about all-round capitalist restoration. Soviet revisionist renegades' outrageous action brings on awakening of Soviet people. The so-called new economic system proposed by the notorious arch-renegade Khrushchev and implemented by his faithful followers Brezhnev and Kosygin and their gang in the past 2 years has enormously strengthened the bourgeois dictatorship over the broad masses of laboring people by a handful of the privileged stratum represented by the Soviet revisionist renegade clique. It widens the gap between the rich and the poor and aggravates class differentiation with every passing day. Stimulated by the principle of management in which profit dominates everything, such phenomena as benefiting oneself at the expense of others, profit. 79. Hunting, free competition, and anarchy in production, all of which characterize the capitalist system, prevail in all branches of the Soviet national economy even more seriously than before. The chaos in the national economy which started in Khrushchev's time has become more aggravated. Even the Soviet Zionist renegade clique itself had to admit that a series of extremely complicated and acute problems have emerged in the national economy since the implementation of the new economic system. Now that the clique wants to further develop the new system in every aspect, such outrageous action will only make the Soviet people and the people of the world see the real features of these die-hard renegades in the Kremlin. M.J. Dearly, our great leader Chairman Mao has pointed out, the socialist system will eventually replace the capitalist system. This is an objective law independent of man's will. However much the reactionaries try to hold back the will of history, sooner or later revolutio will take place and will inevitably triumph. The broad masses of the Soviet people who are suffering under the restoration of capitalism will certainly rise up to smash the rule of the Soviet revisionist renegade clique, re-establish the dictatorship of the proletariat, and bring the Soviet Union back into the orbit of socialism. The Mozambique people are waging an armed struggle to resist the Portuguese colonialist troops for national liberation. The people's armed forces are growing in strength in the course of struggle. Here, the Mozambique guerrilla fighters are engaged in military training. Xinhua News Agency photo. I-11 IKFL books and periodicals in English imported directly from China. VNLNR Publications 95, 5th Avenue UE New York 10003. Chairman Mao Zedong. A102. Art and Literature, Mao Zedong on. Collection of Essays. 2nd ed., 1960, 150 pages, 1.00A120 on Contradiction Exposition of the First Law of Materialist Dialectics. The unity and struggle of opposites is the motor force of development. Development is the result of internal contradiction. Major philosophical work of Mao Zedong to Marxian philosophy. 3rd ed., 1960, 30 pages, paper .35 half-cloth.50A122 on New Democracy. Discussion of Lenin and Stalin's theories of revolution in underdeveloped countries, Old Democracy versus New Democracy in the Chinese Revolution, the reconstruction of New China and the development to socialism. 2nd ed., 1960, 86 pages, paper .35 half-cloth.50A1 Selected Works of Mao Zedong, volumes. I4 1st ed., 1961 to 1965, paper 11.00 leather 17.00A6 Selected Military Writings of Mao Zedong 1966, 410 pages, paper 2.75 leather 4.25A142 Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong 1966, 322 pages, plastic cover 1,00. A608. People's War, Chairman Mao Zedong. On 1967, 45 pp. .35. F617. Dictatorship of the Proletariat N. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, the Wanli, Chia Yishua and Li Hsin. Dealing with the central issue of the class struggle, the seizure of and holding of state power. 1967, 17 pp. .25A127 on the correct handling of contradictions among the people analyzes two types of contradictions in socialist society: between the people and between the people and the enemy. Also discusses methods of resolving each type of contradiction. This pamphlet is often considered Mao Zedong's analysis of errors committed during the Stalin era in the USSR. 6th ed., 1964. 55 pages, paper .35 half-cloth.50. E210. Socialist upsurge in China's countryside. Edited under the supervision of and with a preface by Mao Zedong. 44 articles on the development of the cooperative farm system compiled by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. 1957, 505 pages, 2.00 f229. Long live the victory of People's War, Lin Piao 2nd ed. 1966, 69 pages, 0.35 G234. Historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the 64 pages, paper. 0.35 half cloth. 50 H603. Vietnam will triumph, the U.S. aggressors will be defeated, the people of. A collection of Chinese artworks, many in color, in support of the Vietnamese struggle. 1966, 94 pp. 2.00 D189. Civil War in France, the, Karl Marx. 1966, 288 pp. 0.75 D191. Foundations of Leninism, Joseph V. Stalin. 1965, 124 pages, 0.50 D192. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, Vladimir I. Lenin. 1965. 158 pp. 0.50 D194. Left-wing communism, an infantile disorder, Vladimir I. Lenin. 1965, 133 pages, 0.50 D195. Manifesto of the Communist Party, Karl Marx and Frederick Engels. 1965, 84 pages, 0.35 V1. China Pictorial. Founded in 1950, a large monthly comprehensive pictorial magazine with vivid, attractive pictures and lively articles. It covers the achievements of life in China and reflects the life of the people. Single issue. 0.50, yearly subscription. 3.00. V2. China Reconstructs. Popular and informative articles on China's economic and social life and cultural developments. Profusely illustrated monthly magazine. Regular columns on stamps, Chinese language, cookery, sports, and special articles for children. Single issue. 0.50, yearly subscription. 3.00. V5. Peking Review. Weekly news magazine from Peking with articles and editorials reprinted from the Chinese press. The only periodical of its type, it enables the reader to keep abreast of events in China from the Chinese point of view. Single issue. 0.30, yearly subscription. 4.00. Challenge. East Coast Monthly Newspaper. World Revolution. Quarterly Digest of the Revolutionary Press. Progressive Labor. National Bi-monthly Periodical. Progressive Labor Party. GPO. Box 808. Brooklyn, New York 11201. Please enter my subscription to, __PL Challenge, _World Revolution. Please send me more information about the Progressive Labor Party. Name. Address _________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________:________________________________________________________________________________________________________________. City State Zip. World Revolution. Vol.2, No. May 2 to July 1969. 50 c. India's sham parliamentary democracy. Origin of Sino-Soviet dispute. Published by the Progressive Labour Party. Special supplement. Complete text of 1963 document. Australian Marxist-Leninists say unions shackle working class. Exclusive WR. Report. Inside Capitalist Yugoslavia. History of Japanese revisionism. Chilean ML leader interviewed. Art for the French working class. Albania, 25 years of liberation. Rebuilding CPC with new cadres. A quarterly of world Marxist-Leninist struggle and thought. Notes to our readers. In this issue we are reprinting the complete text of the important document The Origin and Development of the Differences Between the Leadership of the CPSU and Ourselves by the Communist Party of China's editorial departments of Remen Ribao and Hunke. The article was first published in September 1963. Origins is one of a series of magnificent polemical articles in defense of Marxism-Leninism by the Communist Party of China. The articles raised the revolutionary consciousness of Marxist-Leninists throughout the world by exposing the deep-seated revisionism that had developed in the world communist movement and especially, in the CPSU. We are reprinting Origins at this time because when it and related articles were first issued, the leadership of the PUSA suppressed them and tried to prevent their mass circulation. The ML forces in the US were quite weak then, and while Progressive Labor reprinted some of these documents, we didn't have the mass base to reach thousands of workers and students as we do today. The fundamental truths and principles of Marxism-Leninism defended in these documents have been fully confirmed by the history of the past decade, as indeed the entire history of the international working class movement has confirmed them. Modern revisionism has become the main prop of world imperialism. The treacherous road of the Soviet revisionists and their counterparts throughout the world has been fully borne out by such events as the betrayal of the Vietnamese People's Revolution with the convening of the Paris-Munich negotiations, the complete sellout, last spring, of the great French worker-student rebellion by the Revisionist Party of France, the Soviet invasion and occupation of Czechoslovakia, and the recent Soviet aggressive attacks on China's border regions. The two lines that developed in the world movement following the 20th Congress of the CPSU has led to two opposite developments. In the Soviet Union, capitalism has been fully restored and is allied with the world's number one enemy U.S. imperialism. The revisionists are in complete disarray and the forthcoming gathering on June 5 of the long-delayed Conference of Revisionist Parties will not halt their rapid disintegration. In China, the CPC has just concluded its 9th Congress, which marked the triumph of the great proletarian cultural revolution and the thought of Chairman Mao Zedong. The Chinese Khrushchevites have been rid of dictatorship of the proletariat has been consolidated and China has become the main base for world revolution. Origins and the other polemical documents warrant the careful study of all revolutionaries. Among the basic lessons we can obtain are, 1. The conflict between Marxism-Leninism and revisionism is irreconcilable. Sham unity and the cover-up of difference Sol principle can never last, an open split inevitable. Revolutionary communist proletarian ideology cannot coexist with counter-revolutionary bourgeois revisionist ideology. 2. The only test of the correctness of a Marxist-Leninist line is revolutionary practice. Is it the works of Khrushchev or Mao that revolutionaries study to guide their struggles? To ask the question is to answer it. The writings of Chairman Mao and the Little Red Book quotations are widespread throughout the entire globe. 3. Open polemics by Marxist-Leninist against revisionists and opportunists, no matter how prestigious their position, is essential at developing the revolutionary class consciousness of the international proletariat and advancing the world revolution. 4. As pointed out in the Origins, seizure of political power by the working class is the beginning of the revolution and not its end, and it will take a fairly long time to solve the question of who will win, capitalist or socialism. Looking for articles on the Great Debate? Some are no longer available, but China Publications still has limited stocks of the following documents issued by the Communist Party of China: Comments on the Open Letter of the CC of the CPSU, 1963-64, a collection of 10 pamphlets, $2.50, Historical Experience of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat, paper 35/cloth 50/. On the Question of Stalin, 25 C. Apologists of Neocolonialism, 25/Long Live Leninism, paper 50/cloth 75/. China Publications, 95, 5th Avenue NY, 10003. World Revolution. A Quarterly of World Marxist-Leninist Struggle and Thought. 2. No. 2 May July 1969 $50 Milton Rosen, editor. Table of Contents. Interview with Chilean Communist Party. Chilean revolutionary leader answers MS about differences with Castro, clandestine of party organization, what being pro-Peking and does not mean. 45 Salon, workers must fight to end capitalism. Communist Party General Secretary comments on Australia C.P.S. conclusions about trade unions. Ambia, Colombian Marxist-Leninists. RT Socialist Path. Colombian communists that social relations there are capitalist, not 11. Socialist revolution is the answer to I'm. Lavia, inside capitalist Yugoslavia, I've up-to-date report on capitalist Restore Yugoslavia. 48 Italy's revisionists hold 12th Congress. 52 Palestine, Soviet revisionists betray Arab people at international conference. Soviet leaders peddle their political solution for Mideast peace. 54 China, Kremlin's new Tsars rig up anti-China encirclement. Bonnier, 25-year soft liberation. WR round-off. Albanian economic achievements proving that small countries can build diversified socialist economy under Marxist-Leninist leadership. France, art for the French working class. Working class poster art developed during student worker rebellion last spring. Illustrated. WDIA, the ugly face of parliamentary democracy. The imperialist origins of India's parliamentary democracy is traced and the political and ideological implications analyzed. Indonesia, Suharto auctions Indonesia to foreign monopoly capitalists. Fascist military clique that slaughtered hundreds of thousands of Indonesians are puppets of imperialism. Australia, unions, capitalist or workers' organizations. Communist Party declares that unions have become shackles on the working class. 57 Qinbao Island has always been Chinese territory. These articles document Soviet aggression on China's border region and analyze political arms behind recent attacks. 59 Absorb fresh blood from the proletariat. An important article preceding recent 9th CPC Congress on rebuilding the party and developing new cadres. 63 How to look at intellectual correctly. 65 USSR, Heroes' Blood and Renegades' Fears. Soviet leaders try to obliterate history of Chinese Red Army volunteers during Civil War period. 67 Soviet collusion with Chiang Kai-shek. 68 Japan, the history of Japanese revisionism. Original article documenting the long history of the Japanese Communist Party leaders' opportunist policies. 72 Special supplement, complete text of the original 1963 polemical article. See notes to our readers, inside cover. World Revolution, P.O. Box 108, Churro Street Station, Suffolk, 9.1. 10008. Printed entirely by Ocean Labor. PLP hails CPC's 9th Congress. April 11, 1969. Chairman Mao Zedong. Vice Chairman Lin Piao. Premier Zhou Enlai. Comrades. The National Committee of the Progressive Labor Party congratulates you on holding the 9th Party Congress. The election of Comrade Mao Zedong and Comrade Lin Piao mark a big victory for the forces of the Cultural Revolution. The consolidation of the Great Cultural Revolution, embodied in the Congress, marks another defeat for the revisionists and U.S. imperialism. The strengthening of the dictatorship of the proletariat in China is an advance for all revolutionary forces. Holding your great Congress in the face of Soviet bosses' aggression and continued sword and U.S. encirclement of China is a disp of supreme confidence in eventual victory. TB great people of China are the certain guarantee for repelling any ideological and military assault against the People's Republic of Qin. The victory of the revolutionary forces China serves as another lesson that negotiations with the revisionists or the imperialists is bound to lead to defeat. Comrade M. Zedong and the hundreds of millions of Chin people show that the best defense against ideological and military encroachment is to fight back, and to fight to the end. They have shown the path to winning is unrelenting efforts against imperialism, nationalism, and revisionism. Comradely, the National Committee of the PLP supports People's China. Chairman Mao Zedong. Vice Chairman Lin Piao. Premier Zhou Enlai. The Progressive Labour Party vigorously condemns Soviet aggression against China. U.S. Soviet collusion is trying to encircle and smash socialist China. Soviet and U.S. bosses have received a lot of help from the revisionists in North Vietnam, Japan, and North Korea. Cuba, East Germany, Romania, and the rest of the revisionist gang can hardly wait for the destruction of the dictatorship of the proletariat in China. All revisionists hate the Cultural Revolution, which is aimed at strengthening the dictatorship of the proletariat in China. U.S. rulers and right-wingers hate Chairman Mao Zedong because the People's Republic of China is the bulwark of Marxism-Leninism and the main force for revolution in the world. The Soviets' latest aggression in the northeast region of the People's Republic of China is directed at splitting and spreading thin the Great Red Army. They hope to open China to invasion by the Indians, Indonesians, Japan, SA and other capitalists in Asia. These forces will be joined by the US. Of course, the Soviet revisionists lead the way. Negotiations in Vietnam, Soviet aggressio in Czechoslovakia and other counter-revolutionary actions have encouraged the Soviet U.S. rulers. However, it wasn't two-man, years ago that the Russian people rose up and smashed multi-imperialist invasion of the newborn Soviet Union. The heroic Chinese people will add a new leaf to history by defeating the U.S. inspired Soviet attack of their country. The fight against revisionism in the People's Republic of China, launched by Comrade Mao Zedong, is vital to the Chinese people and all people. Under the influence of the Chinese masses, the Soviet people will return to the spirit of 1917. The Russia people will eventually dump the right-wing J1 bosses. They will recognize the imperialist nature of Soviet Union and its imperialist aggression against China. Imperialism and revisionism will be defeated. PLP National Committee *. Interview with Chilean revolutionaries. Reprinted below are portions of an interview with the Revolutionary Communist Party of Chile from the September 1968 issue of Unidad Revolucionaria of Valparaiso, Chile. The article was translated by W.R. from the Chilean journal Causa ML. September-Oct. 1968. A number of the points raised by the Chilean comrades require serious further reflection. Stlon, _Revolutionary Communist Party is destined. For this reason we know little its origins and development and its objectives for success as well. Would voi to tell me the reasons for its secrecy and nothing about its history nd. Future? One shall begin by responding to your first PT in which you refer to our clandestineness. Have established the necessity of taking through a revolution, that is to say, to return the reactionary sectors by violence, course, the legal and open existence of a TTY that persists seriously in bring about el revolution with all its militants, activities in new objects. 6. Cooperate on the basis of the use of senses. 24. On the basis of capital imports. 10. Cooperate in assembling and remodeling. 9. Jointly invest capital, and 38. Have agreements about joint market participation. Borba noted with pride that some major enterprises operate in one of these ways with the foreign partners. Besides the Fiat-Kravina Zastava relationship, it mentioned partnerships between Castor-Raid Concarat AR, Alpha Frigo-Abad, Saurayer FAP, and Tomos Citron. Another newspaper, Politica, explained in its January 21, 1968 edition the nature of the second most profitable of these deals, the one between Castor and Raid Concarat AR. The Italian and Yugoslav companies jointly produce about 10 different washing machines. Concar produces electromotors and radiators for these machines, mounts them and tests the quality of the product. The two companies' 5-year-old relationship has political get-together of 5 citizens. Hema FOBOPAO Hikmif Bay THOKAM JHCFMIKHM Tayak 1 Injama, Jep Sikau 1 Ent Bal Ho Lipiajitki Ako Baj 1 MQ Kam Bekame Pomsham BOPUM 3A Kumjij 1 H3 AMMYHKIIHOHEPWM 3 JIPYILITBEH or Sectopa. MTIMPPTR. There is no sense talking about some private capitalist tendencies because our private company was founded only by the uncompromising fighters for socialism and the functionaries from the public sector. Yielded $24 million in output. The Yugoslav revisionists never tire of promoting these and other ways in which they have become a part of the world market. Only recently the NY Times reported the efforts of Dr. Bozidar Linhart of the Yugoslav Bank of Foreign Trade, who traveled to the U.S. in order to solicit the U.S. capitalists' investments in his country. The Times noted that this Tito clique legate offered the advantages of low production costs and wages. So far 8 investors have been found, including 2 from the United States. In this way the Tito clique is serving U.S. imperialism with outlets for its export of capital, guaranteeing its super profits from an area that is relatively developed. In this way it is setting up the Yugoslav working people for ruthless exploitation by imperialists and all, cynically, in the name of socialism. Rise of domestic capitalists. The 26 street frontiers for the Soviet revisionist clique never cease demanding the names and addresses of capitalists in the revisionist countries. This they consider to be a clever argument against the Marxist-Leninist position that the socialist economies owned by the whole people under the condition of the dictatorship of the proletariat, have in these countries become the property of the bureaucrat comprador bourgeoisie under the condition of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Not only has the Tito clique brought in Western capital, exposing the working people to this type of exploitation, it has also permitted the rise of domestic capitalists. The Tito clique has consistently encouraged the development of the private capitalist sector in Yugoslavia. The extent of the private sector is difficult to determine. The Tito clique would like to bring all the petty capitalists under its tax laws. Since many of the entrepreneurs operate in an illegal manner, the reports about their activities are contradictory. In Serbia alone, 100,000 persons are self-employed. This has solved the problem of services in the opinion of the Tito clique. However, it is also known that there are 10,000 unregistered craftsmen in Serbia. The lengths to which some entrepreneurs go to escape taxes is a telling comment on the laissez-faire policy of the Tito clique vis-a-vis the private sector. As different municipalities charge different tax rates, it is known that some private truck owners establish phony residences in those counties where the rates are lower. For example, the Samobor municipality, which charges taxes 200,000 dinars less than its neighbor Zagreb, is the fictional residence of many of the private transporters. Municipality Vrgorac performs a similar service for the transporters from Split, Makarska, and Metkovi Dollar. There are 4 other municipalities in Croatia alone, where the authorities actually cooperate with the transporters, in some cases going to the absurd length of acknowledging the municipal halls as the residence of their clients. Private enterprise and petty capitalist accumulation are thriving in Yugoslavia. In some cases it actually drives the public establishments out of business. In Mladenovac a private baker has taken on the public bakery, Makovica, taking % of its customers. The impudence of some entrepreneurs has no bounds. One private mechanic from Opatija, operating under the grand name of Rapid Motors, has imported tires, fenders, and other parts from Italy, bought motors from 21 Maj factory and chassis from Kravina Zastava, and put together his own version of Fiat 750. The culmination of the process was the Vebel, Djordjevid, and Bosni Karat affair. On April 13, 1968, Stjepan and Vera Vebel, Miroslav and Dusanka Bosni Karat, Konstantin Milankovic and Vlado Arambasic submitted a plea for the registration of their private textile factory to the County Assembly in Slavenska Orahovica, Croatia. The authorities in question quickly authorized the building of this factory, towards which the 4 principals contributed $160,000 in private capital. Considering that an average Yugoslav worker receives a monthly salary of approximately $80, the Orahovica entrepreneurs were good examples of where the encouragement of private Vebil, Georgia AI, and Bosnid before court accumulation of capital at the expense of the working people inevitably leads. Admittedly, the name of Stjepan Vebil is not as sonorous as that of Rockefeller, but not even the Pusa could deny that this Yugoslav craftsman, an owner of an electric appliances repair shop in Osijek, the chief mover behind the Orahovica factory for which he planned to hire 120 workers, is precisely the proverbial individual owner of the means of production that they insist be produced as evidence by those who label the social practice in the revisionist countries as capitalist. Or not quite? Based on Title 13 of the Tito clique Constitution, which allows citizens to form a private company, the basic law about companies provides in its Title 127, that the means capital that the 14. Milka, it's unfortunate that you addressed me as sir in front of the comrades at the cocktail party. She, all right, I'll call you master from now on. JE2, June 1968. Citizens gave for the founding of the company's work become social property. Thus, although Vebil and Bosni Dollar planned to expropriate 70% of the profits created in their factory, the workers in the textile mill had the comfort of knowing that the means of production in their enterprise were socially owned. Despite the justifiable indignation of the Yugoslav working people against the introduction of overtly capitalist relations in production, Vebil and Co. would have most probably completed their plan of starting a textile factory, had not the sources of their capital been exposed as money plundered from public enterprises. The details of Vebil and Bosnia's transactions are a good illustration of the true nature of how the Tito clique's public enterprises are really run. The Tito clique never tires of boasting about its new socialist democracy based on workers' self-government in the public enterprises. In reality, this is the most serious example of its betrayal of socialism, since under the cloak of workers' self-government the Tito clique has attacked the concentrated ownership of the means of production by the state of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The comprador bourgeoisie which the Tito clique represents naturally completely opposes the dictatorship of the proletariat. In Yugoslavia, this stratum has long since turned the dictatorship of the proletariat into a dictatorship of the comprador bourgeoisie. Thus, given the concrete historical circumstances, even in the absence of a predatory parasitical stratum, even if the workers actually did run their factories, this practice would still be opposed to the interests of the working class since it weakens the foundations of the workers' class dictatorship. But not even these conditions exist in Yugoslavia, where the existence of Vebil and Co. clearly indicates the presence of an exploiting class, and where the system of workers' self-government is no self-government at all. The so-called workers' councils are a grotesque farce, which rubber-stamp the decisions of bureaucrat comprador capitalists who manage the enterprises. The story of how Vebil obtained the machinery for his factory clearly shows how the managers of the public enterprises under workers' self-government dispose of the surplus created by the working class. It exposes these managers as cruel exploiters of the Yugoslav working people. Utilizing the information supplied by K. Milankov Ikarat, textile technician of Branko Krasmanovi Dollar's state textile factory in Parasin who was to become his partner, Vebil learned that the Parasin factory was replacing 44 old pieces of machinery. He persuaded his other partner, Dobrosov Georgievid, director of public company Trigocenter in Leskovac, to buy the Parasin machinery. As soon as Georgievid did this, he sold the machinery to Vebil. The workers of Trigocenter were robbed of $24,000 in this transaction by their manager, a person who theoretically merely carries out the decisions of the Workers' Council. This is by no means an isolated example. Some people might say that were the managers of the public firms truly responsive to the interests of the workers, this would not happen. The validity of this opinion rests on our under 15. Standing of what is truly in the interests of the working class. Marxists-Leninists hold that the strengthening of the dictatorship of the proletariat is in the interests of the working class. However, The logic of self-government theory in industry is to weaken or destroy the dictatorship of the proletariat. On January 16, 1968, Borba reported the case of the Verbis Furniture Factory in Banja Luka, whose honest managers had smuggled in a piece of production machinery from West Germany in the interest of the collective. By defrauding the state, the Verbis managers improved the position of their public enterprise vis its competitors. Although this is quite normal under capitalism, we would be hard-pressed to explain how it is possible that the managers responsible to the workers can actually conspire against the state that supposedly represents the workers' rule. The answer is that the Yugoslav public enterprises are actually run for the benefit of the comprador bourgeoisie, who have usurped the workers' dictatorship and established their own class rule. The system of workers' self-government is the formula by which this rule is perpetuated. Thus, Webel's private factory and the companies of groups of citizens are not that much different from public firms run in the interest of the comprador bourgeoisie. Some of the forms introduced in the financing of Yugoslav industry reinforce this view. The above-mentioned Crvena Zastava, aided by the Yugoslav Investment Bank, has recently decided to sell shares of stock to other institutions as well as to individuals. The purchaser will receive 6% annual interest for his investment in shares, which will become redeemable beginning with May 1, 1971. The minimum investment for different public organizations is $4,000 and $40 for individuals. Some Tightwast propagandists such as M. Jeki 6, a commentator of the newspaper Politika, have actually supported what they call shareholding socialism. Jeki Pound asks in his appropriately entitled article "My Share of Socialism: Why Shouldn't Yugoslavs Invest in Crvena Zastava and Other Enterprises When Italians Can?" Citing $508,400,000 in the savings account of Yugoslav citizens alone, Jeki C suggests that it's a shame to leave all of that money in some cold vault, and since there are no regulations against the issuing of shares of stock. So much for public enterprises. It was suggested before that the Webel case ended unfortunately for this gang of capitalists. The reason for this is that in the process of build. An advertisement from Borba, June 9, 1968. Inviting private investments in fiat deal. Translation of advertisement above. Useful and new Zastava shares underwrite the shares of Institute Crvena Zastava guaranteed by the Yugoslav Investment Bank. Shares carry 6% interest. Amortization of the shares is conducted in a period of 5 years starting with May 1971, in equal annuities which contain repayment and interest. The interest until the amortization of the shares will be paid in cash. The circulation and the payment of shares is conducted by the Yugoslav Investment Bank. The shares can be sold and at the same time can serve as the coverage for the undertaking of various financial arrangements at the Yugoslav Investment Bank. Working organizations. The widening of capacities of the automobile factory Institute Crvena Zastava from Kragujevac makes possible directly or indirectly the widening of your capacities. By underwriting the shares of Institute Crvena Zastava you make possible the widening of your own capacities, better business transactions, prosperity, and certain affirmation of your products at home and abroad. By underwriting the shares you are investing your means into a safe business and at the same time you are contributing towards the realization of the aims of the economic reform. The shares are made out to the investor. The smallest amount which can be purchased equals 50.000 new dinars. The underwritten sum can be paid at once or at most 3 installments, bearing in mind that the entire sum must be paid by April 30, 1969. Citizens. By buying shares of Institute Crvena Zastava you are at the same time saving money, investing into a safe business, receiving 6% annual interest, receiving a priority in delivery of the automobiles Institute Crvena Zastava in a period of 30 days from the day of purchase of shares and payment for the car participating in a following prizes: Fiat Zastava 125, Fiat Zastava 124, Zastava 1300. Lottery for 1969 and 1970 with the Fiat Zastava Special and 50. Fiat Zastava Coupe and 50. Zastava 750. Fiat Zastava 850 11 Hunting Carbines Zastava. Fiat Zastava 1100 B11 Hunting Guns Zastava. NG their private factory Webel and Co denuded some other firms. And this is the only reason. The Tito clique tried to tame the pub IC indignation against private factories by bearing down hard on the Webel group, but at the same time emphasizing that it was only opposed to excesses and not personal work. As of July 7, 1968, there were according to Borbaj 90 private firms in Yugoslavia. Although these LINs currently account for a small percentage of the total revenue of Yugoslav economy, it is important to stress that the phenomenon is still in its infancy but growing extremely rapidly for the simple reason that the Tito clique is encouraging it. How else can one interpret the blowing statement in Vjesnik which condemns all of those conservative forces which are raging a stubborn struggle against everything that doesn't have a trademark of a socialist enterprise? Those same forces who have consistently utilized the reports of excesses for merely this type of a conclusion, that personal fork in our society equals the return to capitalism, that the non-socialist manifestations are contrary to our social development, that this is an example of an evil, perhaps a necessary one, which must nevertheless be fought. Yugoslav workers suffer from mass unemployment and exploitation. So far we have discussed the investment of Western imperialists in Yugoslav public inns, the degeneration of the socialist enterprises into the comprador bourgeois firms enter workers' self-government, as well as the phenomenon of private firms. What are the implications of these developments for the forking people of Yugoslavia? The position of the Yugoslav workers is not at all distinguishable from that of the working class of any capitalist country. As part of their move to introduce capitalist relations of competition and rivalry and to do away with socialist relations between different enterprises, the Yugoslav revisionists have introduced their so-called economic reform, which in Tito's own words has limited further employment. It is vital for Yugoslav industry to attain the highest possible level of labor productivity, and for the economy to make itself capable, from the technological standpoint, of meeting competition on foreign markets. On April 20, 1968, Politika carried a story about the municipality of Sid in the rural district of Sram. Several illustrations from Politika's narrative go a long way in helping to explain the situation if the working people viscavis the economic reform. For years the Građevina construction company has been under contract by the Sid municipal government. Under the policies of the economic reform, the city fathers discovered that the firms Rad and Kronotravac could do the same job much cheaper. As a result, 30 workers from Građevina lost their jobs. Since this firm was not at all happy about its competition, it threatened the municipality with firing 100 more workers unless its contract was Jakam abafapja. I1 pbm kam habobmo ayto. J1 pbm jobmo ctah, hpb it katpajiho beamji, pijnik. Am the vanguard. I was the first to buy a car, the first to get an apartment, and the first to build a villa. JES, May 1968 renewed. Since the contract has not been renewed, the firm has put its threat into practice. Meanwhile, 450 workers of the Sid meat packing plant SRAM have lost their jobs as the result of the factory's closing. Credits, taken under unfavorable circumstances, plant modernization work, unfavorable situation on the foreign market, the fall of domestic prices, etc., have been responsible for the factory's $800,000 deficit. The factory machinery will be auctioned and the workers will have to look after themselves. These are by no means isolated examples. In 1967 there were 260,000 unemployed Yugoslav workers. That means 6.8% of the working population. In the first months of 1968 the figure had risen to 280,000. This figure represents only those unemployed known to the Yugoslav Federal Bureau of Employment. A more realistic figure is approximately 600,000 unemployed in a country of 20 million people. Some major industries such as the coal mining industry Krika have fired 15,000 miners and operate at from 5 to 6 million tons of coal under normal output. So far the Tito clique has not found even a temporary cure for the chronic unemployment. One answer has been to encourage the emigration of Yugoslav workers. There are now around 300,000 Yugoslavs working in Austria, West Germany, France, and the Scandinavian countries. The Yugoslav Federal Bureau of Employment has become a service station for the West European manpower-hungry capitalists. The 17. It's not worth eye-poking for jobs in Sweden, they renutting reforms into practice there, 2. Jez, June 1968. YTOJLUBKJTCKOLHEPTPA2KHTMEOKO. Tomo CBPOBOAE HICACBPEOPMT. M kilometers per hour. ETHH. Federal Bureau for Employment Rights Borbo basically satisfies the demands of foreign employers. There are, however, cases that as many as 10 representatives of individual West German firms daily find themselves at the Federal Bureau, of which at least half have no appointments, and often with demands that workers be immediately placed at their disposal. Does this not invoke images of slave trading in the antebellum South? Not only does the Federal Bureau for Employment satisfy the demands of the labor-hungry European industrialists, it has actually made a strategy of making state-to-state pacts on labor emigration with such countries as Sweden, West Germany, etc. Tito clique diplomats have made a point of advertising the advantages of Yugoslav labor, much as France boasts of its wines and Japan of its optical industry. Furthermore, these emissaries of the state of workers' self-government have had remarkable successes. Thus, the Swedish Assistant General Director of the state agency in charge of employment of foreigners, Renberg, has stated that Sweden will mainly concentrate on Yugoslavia, because Swedish economy values the working and other qualifications of the Yugoslavs. Often the West European capitalists hire the Yugoslav workers in anticipation of more militancy on the part of the indigenous working class. Thus, the French automobile factory Peugeot has recently hired 800 Yugoslavs. Unemployment has become such a serious social problem that it has recently been characterized by Representative Nikola Kotel such a sensitive economic as well as a politic problem that it makes possible the apparent of all kinds of demagogies and the creation extremely weighty consequences. Obviously, the Tito clique is worried. It particularly worried because of the wave strikes which has of late swept Yugoslavia, a rare moment of candor. One of the revision economists, Milan Krivicic, has recently writ the following lines: it is an allusion to momentary outpourings of bitterness on the par of the workers against the unconsidered acts the management. The frequency of strikes, their massiveness, sharpness, and determination in individual cases, witness that this is, despite the unsatisfactory social climate in which they occur, the commonly accepted form of active self-defense and self-organization of the workers deserted by their class organizations in crucial stages of their struggle. The majority of strikes in the recent past have been around the question of low wages. The Yugoslav workers are ruthlessly exploited under a system which drives every enterprise to my profits or be closed. To hold their costs in line with those of competitors, the manager's favorable method is to lower the wages of their worker. In May of 1968, 1,000 workers of the Atomo M factory Tomos from Koper went on strike. 18. Against the 40% decrease of their salaries to an average monthly grand total of between $32 and $40. When a 9% pay decrease was announced at the Litostraje steel mill and Ljubljana, 3,800 workers staged a walkout. In both of these cases the creditors' demands on the management made the latter attack the workers' economic position. On June 19, 1968, 300 workers of the garment shop Beograd in Belgrade struck against the ridiculously low monthly wage of $36. Although Borba agreed that the wages were extremely low, it rejected the demand for the equalization of salaries for all the persons who work in that shop. That would clearly have threatened the class interests of the parasitical manager's caste. Similar strikes for better wages have recently occurred at the PLA-KO sulfate cellulose factory, which lasted 4 days, and on the docks of PLO-E, where 1,000 longshoremen stopped working for a day in protest against the 124 a month wage they had been receiving for several months because of the harbor's poor economic situation. The full extent of the workers' militancy is hard to determine. Nevertheless, it is absolutely correct to state that the masses of Yugoslav workers seriously worry the Tito clique with their determination to fight back. Capitalism restored in countryside. Ever since 1951, when the Yugoslav revisionists took a big step in favor of capitalist restoration in the countryside by abandoning collectivization, several developments have been observed in this sector. First, one of the characteristics which accompanied the decollectivization was the tendency of polarization between the rich and poor peasants. It was the farmer who left the collective farms most easily. Under the series of laws passed by the ITO clique, private holdings which could not nominally exceed 24.7 acres in many cases exceed 74.1 acres. In 1959, 33% of land was in the pads of 13% of peasant households. The Yugoslav revisionists attribute these contradictions to the differences between fertile lowlands and or mountain regions as well as to the persistence of smallholder farming. Their recipe or the Yugoslav land problem is not to check the development of larger holdings at the expense for smaller, but the opposite, to stress the uneconomic nature of small holdings and recommend the capitalist solution of accumulation of land by the large holders. They complain that while in the US the worker land area ratio is 1:64 acres, in Yugoslavia it is 1:3.2 trace. Nevertheless, the social differentiation in LE countryside is worrying the revisionist leadership. The problem of small peasants gaining its political dimensions, remarked Elitica in a recent article. Indeed it has